Show me what you got. Back up, 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 back up. Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the hit you with the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the
Hello everybody and welcome to day 2 of the VCT Verizon Game Changers. After yesterday's jam-packed action, we'll be bringing you the semi-finals today. I'm your host Yingsu, and as you guys can see, I'm joined by two lovely ladies on the desk today. It is Miss Harvey and Evil Cat. Thank you both for joining me. Right off the bat, Mimi, great to be on the A stream, isn't it?
Yes, feels good. We're bumping up today, and I'm super excited because we have some great games on hand.
And Steph, you know what's going on. You're very familiar with the tournament. What are you most excited about today?
I'm not gonna lie, casting CLG versus Moon Raccoon is gonna be quite a very interesting game. It's a rematch from the last VALORANT event, so I'm very, very excited to see who's gonna take that one.
Oh yeah. I think this is going to be definitely a lot closer than some of the games we saw yesterday. But before we get into that, we wouldn't be here, of course, without the Game Changers initiative. Game Changers is designed to provide experience and a spotlight to elevate the women in the VALORANT competitive community. Competing in games as a woman can be a daunting task, often resulting in a very real competitive disadvantage. Starting this month, the Game Changers series and the Game Changers Academy will create a whole new set of competitions with the goal of building the VALORANT Champions Tour that better represent the diversity of our community. Amen. The VCT Game Changer series will be a set of top-tier tournaments with large prizes on the line for the best performing teams. These competitions will take place all over the world, with the first one, of course, as you guys know, starting this weekend right here in North America. Whew, I can breathe. Yeah. But Steph, talk to us just quickly about how important, this really is for the grand scheme of things in VALORANT.
Yeah, I mentioned it quite a few times on the B stream yesterday, but this is the first time in my experience over 20 years in esports that, any video game development company really supports diversity the way that Riot is doing it right now, which means people are showing up. So many teams in NA registered to the qualifier, and we have really an intense top 8 this weekend, because it's quite frankly important to encourage diversity for a better community. Just overall, you learn so much for having different people from different background communities within your game, and hopefully I think it's going to elevate the whole development of VALORANT with potentially new tools to support diversity inside the game, and that's what I'm looking for, and super happy that the dev team is talking about it.
Maybe anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, like Steph said, she's been in this for 20 years. She's been doing esports and been involved with this longer than I've been alive. But I think that initiative like this is just really cool, because there's so little official support for women in esports, and I think it's a great opportunity. Because it's not just about just being a female tournament. It's about giving these girls opportunities to show themselves. Because there's lots of players that we've heard of who have come over from other games, but there's also all these new people that are brand new in the scene that are proving themselves, and I can imagine can only do great things going forward.
For the record, Steph, you don't look a day over 18, so yeah, it's
okay. Yeah, well, that's about right.
Well, now we had some pretty intense games yesterday, especially in the lower bracket. I know you guys were on the B stream, so talk me through what happened there. Mimi, I'll go to you first, and what was your takeaway from yesterday's games?
Sure. I mean, so we started it off with TSM versus Dig, which was just a crazy matchup. We saw all 3 maps. Every single one was within a 3-round gap of each other, and that got really close. Then the second game up too was a pretty big one. We saw some eliminations at the end of yesterday, but still, I think what was going on was some teams really showed that they were up to play. Dignitas especially, I was impressed. I thought that TSM might have had the edge going into that game, as we see here, but just by a narrow edge. I think their consistency and how well they could just keep it going throughout the whole series really pushed them ahead, and I'm excited to see what they can do coming into this upper bracket still.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of ups and downs. I'm going to say some teams impressed me. Some teams actually kind of were on the lower side. I have to give props to TSM as well as O. Well, I know they're both in the lower bracket, but they just really impressed me. I didn't even think they were going to be that strong versus teams like CLG Red as well as Dignitas coming in. And I have to say, on the flip side, Dignitas and CLG Red, like, you know, won their BO3 by the limit. I'm not that impressed with the way that they played in during the weekend. But as I mentioned all the time, whenever I talk about Dignitas, they are a end of bracket tournament, but today they're going to face a really tough opponent on the B stream. That C9 team is going to be a rough one.
Well, talking about that C9 team, Steph, while I'm with you, they're sort of proving themselves to be the one to beat, right? Do you still feel like they probably will be the team that end up taking it all, unless there is a bit of an upset?
Yeah, everyone that's watching this tournament has to be really just putting their eggs into the C9 white basket. If C9 doesn't win this tournament, for me, it's an upset. It's a disappointment. They've just been ahead. They've been practicing as a team for way longer than everyone else. They've been competing at a pretty high level, like tier 2, practicing versus tier 2 teams. And they're just better at the moment, right? And it's not to say that the other teams aren't good or can't get there. They just have more time behind the computer and the screen as a squad, and there's just more depth. All of these other teams right now do not have depth, and they've never been put in situation to need that depth before. So they can only be disappointment from C9. They either going to confirm their supremacy with this event or fail to live up to the expectations. So it's a dangerous position to be in, but at the same time, it's looking great for them in this tournament so far with really phenomenal score lines. Like we're talking like 13-0, 13-2, 13-1. So yeah, they're doing a tremendous amount of work right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think that for C9, especially after they're kind of going to the 6-player roster, bringing in Katie on a more full-time basis, being able to have that flexibility to switch out players between maps, to always have someone who's ready to find that impact. They really are the team to beat. And I think the sentiment that Steph said, where if they don't win this, I think everyone will be surprised. And I would too, but I still think there's some contenders, especially like the two teams we're seeing here today. I don't know if they're up to C9's level yet, but I think like both CLG and Moon Raccoons, from what we've seen from them so far, even though they're these younger teams, for how little time they've had to practice as these set pairs of 5, I think it's really impressive.
Well, fortunately for them, they don't have to worry about C9 White just yet. And as you guys can see from the schedule, CLG Red will be taking on Moon Raccoons first. And then we're going to be bringing you guys a lower bracket game after that. Let's just talk about the first matchup. You know, this is a bit of an anticipated matchup here. Steph, talk me through, the history between these two teams.
Yeah, so this is a good one because Moon Raccoon and CLG Red played each other in the VALORANT tournament, the last big woman event in NA, and Moon Raccoon came out victorious of the whole tournament. Obviously, Dignitas and Cloud9 were not in a tournament, and TSM wasn't formed then, so there's not a lot of data when it comes to the bigger picture, but in a tournament format, they did beat CLG before. It was a slightly different roster, and a slightly less experienced CLG at the time, but still, if you look at the odds on all the websites about Valorant right now, a lot of people are betting on Moon Raccoon. I don't know why my brain always goes to Maroon 5. I'm sorry, I have to pause every time, but Moon Raccoon Black. One thing to note though is CLG Red as players, I would assume, with a little bit more experience. So in really tense situation, like a tournament like this big of a scale, I expect players like Benita, like Naomi, who's been on stages before in front of crowds, to be potentially showing up today versus a little bit of I wouldn't say newer player, but maybe you know more about Moon Raccoon than I do. So why don't you talk a bit about their experience?
So like you said, a lot of these Moon Raccoon girls in different, like very similar though, iterations of this roster have played in VALORANT events, but this is the first time we're seeing them in one of these bigger ticket items. Like you mentioned, under a different banner, but practically the same players, barring one switch out. That core 4, they just took home that win at VALORANT, and I think that well, both of these teams, the general thing is there's some players on them that are experienced. You talked about Benita, who's done a lot before, been on teams before in Counter-Strike and in this game. But I think that the general thing is both these teams have something to prove because they're fresh rosters. They're rosters that people have high expectations for, and there's a lot of unknown in this matchup.
Well, you guys have both mentioned Benita a little bit. We do have a bit of a stat, I guess, head-to-head that I want to show you guys. You know, right off the bat, Mimi, looking at this between these two players, what kind of stands out to you?
Sure. I mean, so talking about Benita, as we already brought her up a little bit, she's kind of the center of this team. She's the IGL, she's the team captain, she's kind of the player that this CLG roster was built around. She's normally playing on the Sova. We occasionally see her over on the Reyna, but while she's calling and also kind of being like the support phone for this team, she also has really big impact in the server in terms of an individual level. And for the other side, for Moon Raccoons, I want to talk about Lori. She's kind of their Jet Raze player, that kind of traditional opper who's very aggressive, who's finding a lot of impact. And I think that when you have a player like that could really just kind of pop off at a moment's notice, especially for Moon Raccoons, I think they tend to op a little bit more than we've seen out of CLG, and that might be an X factor, especially if Lori's having a good one.
Yeah, I want to double down. I want to double down on Benita real quick. I like Irby on Sova because she's the IGL. She's the one that makes the play with the information. So she does something really aggro. We've seen her utilize her Hunter Street really well with the girls, even in times where they were down. You remember yesterday on third map versus Oa, they were down 0-7 before coming back and winning that game into overtime. And it's, you know, it's the cool, calm, collected team. It's probably their biggest strength, where the core four is so calm. Like, it's actually weirdly calm when they play, that it doesn't really matter the score line. So today, even if they're down versus Moon Raccoon early in the game, I would never count them out just because they have a fierce leader like Benita on the Sova behind them.
I mean, since we have an acronym for CLG, should we just call Moon Raccoon Black MRB? So you're not going to get that like Maroon 5, like Adam Levine in your head whenever we talk about his team.
Yeah, the team dancing, you know, that's all I can think about.
Yeah. Well, let's move on to picks and bans, because this is going to be very interesting. So if I know, you know, before we went live, you were telling me you had some slight concerns when it comes to map pools, and now we see the picks and bans, which is Bind, Split, and Haven. Do you feel like this is going to favor one team perhaps over another?
So we got a little bit of a surprise here if we look at the picks and ban. Like, you know, CLG Red just doesn't play Bind at all. So we don't have a lot of data when it comes to that, at least during the qualifiers and this tournament. So they left it open, and they probably knew that Moon Raccoon was going to pick it. So they have something in their pockets that we're not sure what it's looking like. Because on paper, I really thought CLG Red was going to win this veto, just because Moon Raccoon doesn't play 2-map. They don't play Split a lot, and they also don't play Icebox a lot. So leaving Bind open is interesting. I don't know if CLG Red is overthinking this, and if it just should have banned it and went for the maps that Moon Raccoon just doesn't play. You know, we're gonna be able to talk about this after at least the first game, once we see the score line, because that might be CLG trying to say, oh, we're gonna pull something on them, and in the end it might be shooting themselves in the foot.
I mean, I see if Moon Raccoons can pick up Bind, they're going to set themselves in a good position, because they're a really great Bind team. And CLG, like you mentioned, this is their first time playing it in an official, so we don't know what they're going to bring out. And there's always that surprise factor. Maybe they have some cool strat set up for it, so that's that unknown quantity. But say that doesn't work out. Say MRB is still proving themselves in that way. I'm a little bit nervous about this to see what CLG can show. And if they don't pick up Bind, it's going to be interesting.
I feel like the Ascent ban, which did come from CLG, probably has a lot to do with what happened yesterday. You know, 13-1, losing on it. I don't know how much time they have to sort of turn things around and work on it. But Mimi, you're a fan of Astra. Given that we don't really know what they're going to pull out on this map, are we maybe kind of expecting an Astra? Or at least do you feel like they should pull out something like the Astra on Bind?
I don't know. I really wouldn't be surprised if they did, because I think that they're trying to pull out a surprise card in some way here. They're trying to catch the Moon Raccoons off guard, and I think pulling out an Astra might be that. Most of these teams probably haven't had a whole ton of time to scrim either with or against Astra as a character, so there's so much creativity we can still find with her, and especially on a map like Bind, where it's all the close corners, all these kind of close quarters where there's raises and things. You can combo utility with the gravity well a lot, and also like the idea of Bind being a map that's very rotation heavy because of those teleporters, because of moving around at all times. Being able to sell fakes really well with the smokes is huge.
Well, we don't have to wait much longer. Thank you very much, you two. I'm going to leave everything in the very capable hands of Mimi and Steph to take us through map 1.
Yeah, I mean, so Steph, looking at this, no Astra. I'm a little disappointed about that, because
it's not happening.
This feels standard. this feels pretty bog standard for both these teams, unless we maybe get that Sky pick, but I don't really expect it here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, even though Astra, I know CLG tried playing with it a little bit. Rise went on the Astra in practice, but Benita confirmed in the interview yesterday that, it wasn't working and there wasn't enough time for them to get familiar with it, so they just decided to skip it. But nothing really surprising on the CLG Reds agents pick here. If we look at Benita, Rise, Naomi, and Animal, it's just a matter of, is Shobo gonna play Raze or Jet? So that's pretty much a question. I want her to go on a Raze on Bind, especially since she says herself she doesn't like Jet. And I don't think she's bad on it. I just think, when a player doesn't like a character, it's just, go for the one that you feel comfortable with. But what about Moon Raccoon? Anything surprising to you here?
I mean, not really. This is what we have seen from them repeatedly. We talk about Diane. She's on that Phoenix. She's normally kind of floating on the Phoenix or the Reyna sometimes. But Lori, not on the Jet for this. I think most teams lack the Jet. Will rock with Raze for this map because, like I was talking about a little bit in the way of in the way of combos with Astra, but on her own too. Raze really powerful here. So nothing is really surprising. And that makes me wonder, what is CLG trying to pull out here? Because if it's not some weird comp to catch the Moon Raccoons off guard, what is it that made them feel confident enough to come here to Bind?
That's a very good question. And as an insider on these girls, since I'm friends with them, I don't even know what to say. It's possible that they started playing Bind and felt more comfortable with it with Animal. Animal has a really strong Sage, and it could be the key factor here. Yesterday she did tremendous work, especially in overtime onto Heaven versus Owa. So maybe because she really feels comfortable on this map, and then you can utilize her wall really well all across the map. They were like, you know what, this time we can have a really solid Bind. But as I say this, we're going to be live on the first map of today. This is the VCT Verizon Game Changer. My name is Miss RV, and I'm joined with Evil Cat. Guys, let's start this game with a beautiful play-by-play by Mimi.
Thank you. But I mean, we see him. You gotta hype me off the bit. But we see him kind of postured towards this B side. It is the 3-stack in play for CLG, and they're rocking with the Cypher over the Killjoy. And I saw this on stream yesterday. What is Diane's crosshair? A little funky.
I know. I just saw that. I'm gonna ignore it, but then you bring it up.
Gotta talk about it, but let's focus on the game. Into the B site immediately, and CLG breaks that really spoke that information behind Panini, and just it's all coming up CLG. He's left alone, does find one before she's fell.
The traps from Cypher were perfect. Her cages, the way Naomi played this, she set her team up for all the kills. Benita got a double, but you were watching what we were watching. The enemies you were killing were highlighted, but all of Cypher's utility here. Wow, what a hold. No one really... Monica was just never in that round. They just never were able to do anything. That one kill is actually surprising. So not much to say, but just a clean hold here by Naomi and the team.
Yeah, I really like the play from them, and I mean they have a similar setup. Notice how they changed the trips this time. They switch it around. Yep. They're always ready for something new. And in the term of the CLG comp, they're also rocking with the Sage. So this double Sentinel setup working well, but for the Moon Raccoons, they're starting to head their way with a 5-woman shower setup.
And the Winterkun is taking it slow. They're going to try to go for a spike plant here. Didn't really invest much. Still see a lot of classics in play. It's all going to be up to Shobo and Animal to kind of delay that spike plant. Not getting to the site yet as kills are, or not kills, but shots are being exchanged. But look at this mini map here. All of Moon Raccoon except Lori is running away. So CLG Red doing enough damage and enough, I want to say, push back for the whole team to be running. But that's not really a good situation for Moon Raccoon to be in, because Naomi is at B and she's ready with all her traps, Mimi.
Yeah, and I mean, Naomi, the player, isn't on the site, but her utility is still there to be contentious. You see the camera there, could spot it out. Rise is set up with the Paranoia here, and this is perfect for Benita to play up, swing up. Paranoia is great. Rise instead is finding the tag, pick up two, and Shobo now for that last one. And with that, it is Itnan Han just getting executed in Octagon. So CLG, that's a pretty safe anti-eco, and they'll go up 2-0.
Duo clean again. Yesterday we saw a lot more kind of unclean situations for CLG Red to be in, where they were losing a couple of players and their economy was hurt really early. But we're looking at this, only Benita is short in cash for round number 3. It's gonna be a freebie round slightly because they don't have to invest much, so they're most likely, no matter the outcome of this round, will be able to buy for next. But Moon Raccoon is ready with all of their firepower. Let's see what they have in store for us. Looks like more like a default here. Trying to push back CLG's push, especially towards Shower here. Shobo is trying to make a play, but I can't get over this crosshair. How are we gonna cast this game?
I don't know, Steph. It's kind of it's a distraction. Like, this is I don't know how to deal with it. Like, Chobo, that's more normal. I appreciate that, but it's pretty slow here for the Moon Raccoons. They're just kind of working on this A split. The Shower's control though is big. Lots of space for them to work with.
Yeah, Shobo here trying to win some time here and gather some intel. This is where Moon Raccoon is getting ready for a hit here, but they're going to be stopped by some dark cover. Shobo, though, is going to be the first one falling, and they're already in the site getting ready for a spike plant.
Yeah, great space taken, and now they'll have that down. Here comes the Hunter's Fury, though. It could nullify, and it will knock him off the plant for a moment. Still, time to work with, and Diane still in the back site for one. Immediately traded, though, out by Rise. And Animal now in a great spot. CLG, and down a woman, she spots out one, but on the swing, Animal still gets it. Now she has information that at least one is short, and Rise taps the spike. Animal still finding impact, and a third for the Sage, looking for a 4K in the round, and she'll pick it up.
Wow, we talked about how much impact Animal had yesterday, but look at this once again, coming in big. Keeping that U-All control was so huge, and just the way that she was kind of playing around back and forth with her friends towards Truck, really poking pride in everything that she did in that round. Props to her, from the fact that she didn't overpeak, that she took her time. She took her time to reload, cover her friends, trade. I'm very impressed. We haven't seen much of Animal Pride this tournament, but you know, if she can pull out these big rounds like that for CLG, this team is looking a lot better today than they were yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking really good. And remember, Steph, that was also just a bonus round. That was one where the Moon Raccoons had the advantage in terms of weaponry.
Yeah.
Animal, though, I mean, she's always a threat. And look at the setup. I love this. They're using the wall to farm for the orb, but look how quickly they're up into U-Haul. Chobo through the smoke, trying to pop away, and she'll pick up one. That's a spike felled, but Animal takes some flack before she again regains her position. Look where the Moon Raccoons are. They're all trapped into lamps in this one situation.
Benita here trying to have some impact as she teleports at the same time. Oh, this is chaotic. That teleports here, but Laurie coming out on top, but Rise is here following up Diana all by her lonesome. She's gonna get one, can't connect with the second, and this is CLG putting 4 round up on the scoreboard.
Yeah, that's a really great roundup from CLG. It was just the anti-eco, but I thought that the idea the Moon Raccoons had there was cool. Use that flame wall to get the control of lamps and then try and get some frags through it before leaving. But the thing is that they pulled the rotations, yeah, but there was someone right in their backline, straight through the teleporter for big impact there from Benita. And now again, it's a buy up for the Moon Raccoons to attempt to reply.
Yeah, we have a full buy, like you mentioned. CLG, though, still looking great on the economy. Not a lot of players are dying everyone, so this is going to pay off at some point, I'm sure. But another slow default from Moon Raccoon. All 5 of their players are spread out. They're waiting for a CLG red push, and Shobo is trying to make something happen towards bathroom once again, towards shower. But she's going to have to give it up, leaving the orbs to be taken to Moon Raccoon. It looks like we're just gonna go again into some kind of A execute here. They really haven't challenged anything towards B, which allows CLG to just play with one person. They're not even contesting the hookah, Mimi.
No, they're not really fighting for this too much. We see that there's still some good space gained for the Moon Raccoons, and if we look at the setup from CLG Red, practically everyone's towards this A site. However, Cypher still on the scene, both Sentinels ready to defend B here.
And this time, Moon Raccoon is just looking like they want to do a full-on execute, utilizing the running back here as Diana is getting into the site. She spots Naomi. She tries to finish her. She's going to be successful. And the rest of Moon Raccoon is jumping into the site. Trying to exchange some kills, but Shobo with the double, Mimi.
Yeah, backside for 2, and now Benita, she's adding in as well. It not Han towards long, finds one before the dark cover will cut her off, but a great paint shells is keeping her out of this. 10 seconds to work with, and she's going to be relegated into this save to hold on to her weapon for the moment. So now CLG, they're up 5-0.
Yeah, and it's quite impressive how CLG was able to recover from that round, right? Right after Naomi died, you would have expected like all the cards to fall for CLG and Moon Raccoon to be in a really good position to capitalize on that. But out of nowhere, Shobo, who was in bathroom, remember, she was in shower really early. So I don't know what the intel happened. I couldn't see on the minimap. I wasn't really looking while the action was happening, but the rotate happened so fast. Moon Raccoon hasn't done any fakes. They're just going 5 men together, 5 women, excuse me, together somewhere. So maybe that's something that CLG Red or Moon Raccoon should recognize here, where, okay, maybe we're being a little bit too telegraphed here. The stress, the nerves are hitting, and we're just so tense. We're not playing loose enough.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point to bring up, because remember, Moon Raccoons, they're a pretty new team. Most of these girls haven't been seasoned in tournaments this large. They don't really have that experience. So the mental game is definitely going to be important. Looks like we might be on a bit of a pause for a second. I'm guessing it's probably attack for MRB, because they need to reset here and pick a round up soon.
Yeah, in Valorant, rounds go so fast. If you're new to Valorant, guys, and you've been watching a lot of CSGO, you say usually take your pause around 5-0, 6-0. Well, in Valorant, it's even more crucial to do that, because you only have 12 rounds and a half to get these pauses. So you want to take them and break that momentum as early as you can, because you don't want a team to run away with a half, like 12-0. That's almost impossible to come back from.
Yeah, and I mean, look at what CLG is doing here. They farmed both orbs, and they've consistently been farming them, so they always have ults up for every hit. And the Moon Raccoons, they've been on the back foot for that. Now out into short, Rise trying to take a fight. Here comes the Hunter's Fury from Benita. Nothing connecting, but she will push them back still. And the Moon Raccoons, they've taken some flack, but no space gained as a result. Lori, she's the player to watch in this. Someone who needs to be hitting her shots, finding her impact. Peeking up, and again, the Moon Raccoons disengage for a moment.
Really good utility usage here. CLG is just shading back to back between all 3 players here, from Sova to Raze to even Animal, dropping that slow orb right after the paint shell. So I really like CLG here. The communication is really on point. This is really impressive stuff, coming in so strong that early today. They woke up and they definitely did something right, because yesterday, as I recall, it was a different story.
Yeah, and now just 30 seconds left, a little less at this point. Benita's position here is so important. If she goes unchecked, she could go huge. The first frag more presenting. That's 2 for Benita, but she still wastes so much time. Just 10 seconds to get on the site for the Moon Raccoons. They'll start to flood in, but CLG's already here. They still need this spike down, and Rise takes the plant to the ground, and Animal will find the rest.
Animal with the double again. I said it again, but I have to say it one more time, Mimi. Moon Raccoon right now is telegraphed. CLG is not letting them get ready to do any execute. They're disrupting a lot of what's going on. And even when Moon Raccoon is able to get into an execute, CLG's defense is really a tough wall that Moon Raccoon hasn't found the solution for. I'm looking at our rounds right now. We have one defuse. Everything else has been ended right before that. So Moon Raccoon is just not making to the bomb sites.
Yeah, and it feels like now at this point they're playing too slow, too passive. The curveball's up. Diane's trying to fight for this. Benita in close. She can't see a thing. And Diane capitalizes. Finally an opening pick for the Moon Raccoons. And now they'll come on to the site. Another frag onto Animal. Rise is still in the elbow. She's already gotten one and is looking for more, trying to spam through the wall. But for one step, the Moon Raccoons have the site, and they have ults to work with in the post. Look where Chobo is, up a flank. She's seen by the turret, so Benita should be ready. Or I'm sorry, that's it, not Han rather. But Chobo, just quicker for two for Chobo. Now, just one player, that's two actually for the Moon Raccoons. Lori on the site trying to fight. A showstopper available, Flowerful gets one, and it's just Chobo left. Where's the elbow? Being passive, the showstopper reveals she's not in the pocket. So the time is of the essence. Taking away with this crossfire. She is damaged. Taking the vulnerability from the alarm bot to tap on the spiked Chobo. Holding for this peek. It comes. She's in for three, but Lori has the trade.
This was the first time that Moon Raccoon kind of let loose that entry frag with the Phoenix, catching CLG off guard. They were not ready in a crossfire this time, and they lost their 1v1 battles, both in the site and both, and also towards Octagon. And this was really key here from Moon Raccoon. Maybe this is the kind of pacing they need to focus on instead of taking things slow, instead of trying to do something coordinate. You're playing versus a team that's not that much prepared, not as much like pretty much on the same level as you. So catching them off guard with these quick moves, these quick plays, really could be key here for Moon Raccoon.
Yeah, it could be. That op now in play for CLG Red, and Lori fights them away immediately. Animal forced to fall back, so finally they're finding good map control early on, not waiting for it. And Diane, she wants to fight. She's ready for it. That's Benita, though, with the op. However, the teleport has to be canceled, and Benita's still a factor in the site. Shots towards long. The orb will be grabbed. MRB, they don't have to engage quite yet here, but they still can with the Killjoy lockdown. I don't even know how that didn't hit. So close, but it not. Han finds it now out onto the site. Lori, another entry, and she's up and over the top for another. Lori, she's feeling it now, ready to fight, but Chobo, she's always on this flank. Always prepared. Good paint shells. She spots out one, but can't connect to frag. And Benini will find the plant. Animal now dead in the backlines. And again, it's left to Chobo. She couldn't muster last time. This time even harder in the 1v4. Out of the dark cover, finds the first, a second for Chobo, and she's looking for more. However, Molly on her position, she's forced to fight, forced out, eating so much damage. Her position revealed. So tough to work with here. Looking into the backline though, again, the turret. We'll see it. Panini, when will she look? Will she be ready for Chobo's position? It looks like she suspects it, but when Chobo peak? The time just not on her side. Nothing in her favor. Panini ready for it, but turns away. Chobo for three. There just isn't enough time for her to work with.
You know, CLG might have lost this, but what a tremendous work from Chobo. She was in a 1 versus 4, able to kill 3 out of Moon Raccoon Black, which is gonna be really important at the end of this half. We've mentioned how CLG's economy allow them to buy 3 rounds in a row now, even after losing 2. So it's all because they didn't lose a lot of players earlier. But, you know, these Moon Raccoon Black players are starting to get that confidence. We were mentioning how stiff they were. And this is where you saw that round, the last 2 rounds actually, were, you know what, let's just let loose. Let's just do kind of whatever. They didn't really have a plan coming in, and it worked out for them.
Yeah, but look what Chobo's doing here. She's bought so much space for the team with the showstopper, and she's running. She wants a pick with this. But now she's trapped in a tough spot. 1 to her left. She's not ready for Lori, but Naomi's also pushing. Finds a refrag. Now it's into this 4-on-4. Everyone will disengage for the moment. However, I'd like to think that the Moon Raccoons, they can take that favorably with a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, always. When it's a 4v4, I always give it on the attacker's side. It's always a better situation to be in because you know both bomb sides are weaker. There's only 2 players somewhere. So it's 2 versus 4. And it's exactly what's happening here at A, as Moon Raccoon is gonna go all in with that flash from Diana, and she's gaining some space for her team. So let's see if this time Animal can keep control of Yule. No, she's gonna fall in the hands of Glory.
Hunter's Fury, though, this is a huge factor in this, but it doesn't connect. And now the plant should be able to come down safely. Benita, a little early on that, rise up in the heavens. This time, there's no flank up, but the frag's good for the first from Naomi. Trade available. They're still trying to fight this. Rise finds Diana. Now it's just left onto Benita. You know, she's in the back lines, but a recon dart available. Isolated in the showers, but they can swing off each other's contact. Out comes Benita, a little too wide without her weapon ready. And the Moon Raccoons now, they seem to have found footing, Steph.
Yeah, and this is a round potentially CLG Red might have to be on the lower buy. It looks like two of them slightly committed to upgrading. So, no, we're going to commit here, but we have Animal on a shoddy. Okay. For me right now, this is a crucial round. CLG Red has not been able to adapt to the Moon Raccoon kind of loose entry frags, especially that Phoenix. Diana is doing a lot of work getting that spacing that Moon Raccoon was needed to get in, and just really telling her team, loosen up, follow me. I'm gonna get that entry frag like I did earlier at B, but this time you better be ready with me and trade these kills.
Yeah, this time the Moon Raccoons are up towards B, and they're going quickly again. Diane up, but ready for Animal. Triobo gets rid of one. So again, this is a 4-on-4, but what MRB is doing well is that when they have this vantage, they disengage and they re-attack. This time it's towards A, the spike there, and so is one lurker. It's the Raze, but Lori will likely join her team soon. You see the positioning of one player in short, but Benina's holding the line with the op here. They peek it. It's gonna be tough. She eludes the flash, but the turret eats the shot, and she dies through the box. Lori another on that lurk, and Rise still a factor in short. She drops the spike in the molly. Naomi spraying, but still lives through it. Naomi TP's away. Lori needs this spike, and now she needs a 1v2 clutch. Has the first. Now it's just a 1v1 step. The paint shell's up. Good tap on the spike. She's not ready for it, but she finds the adjustment. Lori, my God.
What is there to say when a player really pops off like that? Lori doing so much work. I think that paint shell at the end is really key. It forced Naomi to have to kind of take this duel, which she didn't have to otherwise. So winning that 1v1 from Lori, actually it was a 1v2 because there was also another player from CLG Red alive at that time. So CLG Red kind of losing not only the momentum, but 4 rounds in a row. And they now have to save. We have 3 futures and just not a good place to be for CLG Red after being so dominant earlier in this match.
Yeah, they seem to have lost that momentum. And like you mentioned, Lori, she seems to be the one finding a lot of that. Just so explosive, so dangerous in any situation with this Raze. Diane has a molly, but won't remove Naomi. She's just dodging all the utility here.
Right.
I'm not sure if they'll check her on the exec. Out comes the Moon Raccoons. Onto the site, one an elbow. There's the tripwire, but Naomi can't find the shot. Animal has a Bucky in the back, though. It's still not working out. However, there's still some players alive, and while it's a little bit rough, the Moon Raccoons do find all the necessary frags. Leave those on a flank. CLG keeps doing this. Thus far, it's worked somewhat. Oh, Benita would need something big here. Now it's just her. Her position revealed with a recon dart. She wants to take a fight from range, but Lori, again, another 3K for Lori on the Raze. She's popping off right now, Steph.
She is, and it seems like Moon Raccoon is really caught on Naomi's positioning as well as the way she's been playing it. Because although they missed the Molly as well as the Hunter's Fury onto her in that corner, like if you look at the scoreboard here, Naomi is standing at 4 kills, and she's really been struggling with every time they've been coming B or just coming in her way. And it's unfortunate because earlier, especially that pistol or work and her positioning on the traps is just phenomenal. But last round of this first half, we might have a 6-6 here.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility. CLG, I mean, they need another round here. They really want it. Eyes revealed here. There's not a Hunter's Fury to be a threat. But again, Diane, she keeps having this ult up and she keeps pushing in with it. Space created for the team. But Naomi has a great spot here, holding on to hookah control. This might force the disengage, and it will. CLG on the rotate towards A. But look where Chobo is. A great spot, but how does she not find a frag there? That is a killing blow to CLG as they find themselves in a disadvantage, and I don't think you can even res that position. However, still, flank a factor, Benita on the site. It's one, however, the trade immediately there. Watch Naomi, though. When will she strike on the flank? Now, but Flowerful's alarm bot saves her. To a 2-on-2 now. Even odds. Resurrection for CLG. MRB, they're holding tight for the moment. No spike to work with. That's the advantage that CLG holds. Lockdown in play here. They're slowly sneaking in towards the lamp side. Flowerful could have a timing on Rise, especially if she's smoking, but she's actually using the ult here. You either have to fight or push all the way into defender-sided spawn. CLG has to make a decision here. They're looking like they want to fight this. Keep pushing up, but the recon's good. No shots, though. And now it's just Flowerful. They know where she is. She only has 10 seconds. She needs the kills at this point, but can't muster. The double's set up for CLG. Finds them 7.
Interesting round here for both teams, actually. I'm not liking the end of these chaotic round where CLG is losing all of their 1 versus 1 and really allowing Moon Raccoon to just not be in situations where they can trade. So CLG not doing their crossfire that they were doing it earlier, not really playing together as a team and really just being in positions to just get none and die. Is the worst case scenario for a defender, but still CLG is gonna get the last round, so it's not gonna be a 6-6, it's gonna be a 7-5. But it started so well for CLG that you kind of have to give props to Moon Raccoon for adapting that fast into this half and being able to even have 5 here after being so far behind is kind of a feat of itself.
I mean, yeah, they won all 5 rounds on a row.
Yeah.
They looked unstoppable for a second there.
Yeah, look, that's what's going on here on Moon Raccoon. Just a little bit of a jiggle in the corner. That's what you like to see when your players are having fun. This is me. If you have fun in the server, there's more chances you're gonna win. Let me tell you that. So they're probably really happy of the small comeback that they've done, and it's
Why was
it's looking
Flowerful not invited? You kind of feel bad for her. She's all the way on the other side.
Trap. She plays through
poor
her
Flowerful.
abilities. So I have to assume they're going to go for an aggressive A play here.
Yeah, it looks like they want to push up, judging by at least where they're postured on the mini-map. And I mean, I want to talk about how good that half is for Moon Raccoons, because they recovered from such heavy momentum and they swung it directly into their favor. And on a map like Bind, where it's so momentum-based, if they get rolling on this defender side, especially with their history on Bind, how good they've been on it, this is a scary spot for CLG. I think, though, if they pick up the pistol, if they start the momentum that we saw in the last half early on, that could be great for them.
It could be, but I was talking about Naomi. I know stats don't matter, guys. I'm the first person to tell you so. But we also have Panini on to the Moon Raccoon is a little bit behind with 2 kills. And as I said, we're going to be ready for half number 2. And Diana is going to be the one making the play here as Moon Raccoon is all the way up close to the attacker's spawn already.
Yeah, and they have a great flank coming through on the shower setup. A ton of players. Animal wants to wall herself into the site. And they could even TP here, take it over elsewhere, but they have great A control for now. So they'll stick it through. Actually, no, a fake on the spike. Now a teleportation, and they will commit to it. So now comes Flowerful, trundling her way back over. We see one on the lurk in the teleport. Flowerful, though, she's the one player on this site, and in her situation, she can't really fight here. She's relegated to play retake, but look where Benita is, directly behind her, on a huge flank, and it'll capitalize. This round has been so chaotic. Where is anyone in this? Benita spots out 2, looking for another fight, but they narrowly tuck in behind the wall. Rise ready with a paranoia. Everyone from CLG start to make their way in here. Benita, though, going big, and Rise to finish it up.
Yeah, it was a little dangerous for me when Benito was fighting. I'm like, please don't throw this round. But I have to give props to CLG for adjusting so well. That wall from Animal in bathrooms, as soon as they heard that push. Not sure how they got the intel, but as soon as they heard it, they're like, let's run, let's stake A. That was the key. They killed that player all by themselves. And then they took the teleport. 100%. right calls all across this round. And, you know, looking good for CLG. As you see, 4 of their players are sitting at 13 kills. That cracks me up when that things happens. I'm a sucker for these little things.
You love it.
You know, when you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kills. Oh, that's the best.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I'm a sucker for like the little dances to get yourself hyped up. I'm still. I think that if Moon Raccoons win, that's definitely the cause for them.
Yep. But this round is being taken really slow. Now we're just gathering some intel here with 3 players from Moon Raccoon trying to get a pick out of her. The rest of CLG, though, walking towards Octagon and getting ready to jump into the side. Chobo is going to get 2 with a pistol of her own. CLG is going to get, I don't want to say free bomb site because they're killing everyone, but it looked pretty free, you know, because they just were able to clean it up. Trades, clearing their corners, and only 1 casualties into this round.
This is what I was kind of talking about, in that if CLG picks up the pistol, they convert, which they did in the first one. So now they've won both pistol rounds, Steph. They could set themselves up good, because Moon Raccoons, they still have a pretty good scoreline to work with, but if CLG builds the same momentum, they found 6 rounds in a row off the trot, the game's just over at that point. CLG just wins. Moon Raccoons, they need to hit stride earlier. They can't wait to wake up.
You don't want CLG to get to double digit here, as they are of the breach of 10 rounds in, and it's gonna be a Roomba battle.
Yeah.
And where did Animal fell here? Did she fall towards B?
Yeah, it looks, I think
getting ready for
it was
explode,
a peek towards long. I think she was up a little earlier. Died towards long. That's a good advantage for the Moon Raccoons to find. And now CLG, they still want to double down onto this B site. You see Killjoy set up, It-Not-Han here as well. So it looks like the Moon Raccoons will be comfortable playing retake if B's the committal. Never rotates are through, support in. They still have 1 on the lurk towards A short. And they're second guessing where the committal is. Seems so is CLG. They'll disengage, cut noise for a moment.
Benita is just going to be entering here, walking in, trying to tell her team what's up. But they're just going to follow, actually. So let's see if they can take back that call. She's going to fall. Weird situation here for CLG to be in. They just started running. 30 seconds left. Spike not planted.
And Spike could go down right here, and it will. And that's it. That's flawless for the Moon Raccoons. That was such a weird round, Steph.
It was. I'm not quite sure. I like how CLG was trying to retake backhaul, but when Benita started running, she wasn't able to get traded. She was so far above, in front of all of her friends. So I think the intention was good. I think the execution was a little bit off.
Paranoia. They could have used that too. So
yeah, exactly. So, you know, but fortunately for CLG, it still means that they can buy in almost a perfect buy. Only Shoba and Benita are not going to be able to get that extra armor. But it's a good comforting round if you're Maroon. If you're Moon Raccoon.
Maroon! Oh no, we talked about this. We already talked about this and it still happens. Oh no. Alright.
You know, they were giving me
that's your one Maroon
dancing. You know, that's why.
That's your one Maroon 5 you're allowed throughout the series. We're kicking you off if there's another Maroon 5.
Okay.
But I love this setup in showers from Diane. She'll have the flash to initiate off contact from Lori. There's a dink, but no connection. Gonna be happy if you're Animal to stay alive in that one. Still utility getting reined in towards Naomi. She has to use both cages. At least bait getting out, but look where Benita is. She found a great timing up close. Diane's still fighting here, and so is Lori for 1. So this is another strange one. Out onto the site. Chobo, good for 1. She wants to fight showers, has to get rid of the player that's in here, but look at where Diane is. She's stuck in, and she's taken care of, but the showstopper. Now it's a 2v2. Spike on the floor, but the forces of the Moon Raccoons are late on the rotate. CLG, I mean, they could commit here. They could take Telly. They have a lot of stuff to work with, but still only 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and it's been a great round for both teams, actually. Everybody's kind of reacting perfectly to each other, but in the end, I have to favor CLG in that retake. If they can keep control of that area where Shobo is, that you all would rise. Actually, we're just gonna see the action right away.
Yeah, out comes a hit, and It-Not-Han. She will just find both. What a huge play from the Sova to now be able to get the defuse through, and that's so crucial for the Moon Raccoons. But what's up with these rounds? The timings, the position, it all feels like kind of backwards, at least for the last two.
This is a really strange round where defending players were kind of attacking and attackers kind of holding. But I think it all was played in that 2 versus 2. Unfortunately, I don't think Rise should have swung like that. She kind of gave her life away when Jobo was trying to do a bait and switch. Rise swinging was kind of killed the crossfire here and kind of gave Itnahan a free double if she just aims right. So CLG is gonna be on a pistol round here. It's still not too much to be worried for CLG, but it definitely is a comfortable situation, non-comfortable situations to be in, because they're not really connecting with these rounds.
Yeah, but look, they just kind of contacted up into the site. They're going to be able to find the spike plant with the wall, and they're pushing out into the back lines. Naomi gets one. That's a gun they can pick up, but Lori's on the case, wants to deny that. However, the post plant setup now for CLG is pretty solid. One's starting to lurk in towards showers, and Diane might be ready for it. Perfect. That's Benita taken care of. Now I'll run it back on the cards, and she'll use it, pushing out into the site. The blind through, Animal ready with the frenzy, close left. And it's trades back and forth on the site. Animal's still trying to fight the great blast pack there. And it will be the Moon Raccoons to find the anti-eco, but it's not really a clean one. Especially with a rocket.
Yeah, it's so not clean that I thought at some point it could have went CLG's ways. If Annie connects here with that kill, I think it's a completely different round. But unfortunately, she was just a little off the headshot. And CLG, though, I like this round for them. It was a good spike plant. It was a good post plant with only pistols. And the UA has been a little bit weak here from Moon Raccoon. The round before that, Manita was able to walk in for free, not spotted, getting a kill behind that tank. And once again, CLG was just like, you know what? We're getting that spot for free, so let's just go with that save round the same way. And it worked out. So I like that double stack here from Moon Raccoon. They're like, we can't do this again. And now we have Diana and Panini holding that position.
Yeah, it looks like a setup for a paranoia here off the rip. It feels like CLG has been winning the information game thus far. It'll be interesting if they can continue, but look where Rise is. This is not a good spot for her. Diane ready, and now the flash up. That curveball will show her that A site's clear for the moment. Now the suspicions will start to rise for the Moon Raccoons as to where CLG are. They're up towards long. That bot will reveal if they push deep into sight, and Flowerful's ready for a swing. Notice one is in hookah, or up elsewhere, wall off. So Flowerful can't fight. They have an ult for the retake here. It looks like it's going to be attempted to be used. Spike coming down. And there's Fury in play. They can cancel that out, and here it comes.
Yeah, Benita trying to cancel that Killjoy lockdown and successfully does so, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, she will take care of it. So now this retake has to come in full force. The Moon Raccoons, they have a drone to play off of, and they'll use that to initiate out. They're not pushing. 2 players shown. Here comes the swing from Flowerful to pick up 2. Now it's just Chobo, and she is very, very late to the party. Stuck on a lurk gone wrong, and the shock dart will do her in.
Amazing retake here from Moon Raccoon. Not only is it flawless, it looked flawless as well. The way that everything happened after that wall from Animal at backall, I really was like, okay, like just we're gonna have to give it up. But I don't know if it was the drone entering, giving so much intel and utilizing that by pushing backall and getting the kill on Naomi, and everything after that was like collapsing. It was like a castle of cards. Soon as Naomi fell, everybody died, and Shobo was just so far to support the team that she wasn't able to get there in time. And also, I don't think she expected everyone to fall so fast. So CLG Red just not finding any answer on their attacking side. And as I'm looking at the timer here, it looks like we're on a pause. So I assume this is CLG Red tactical pause, and they're trying to see, okay, what has been working or not. But Mimi, the Rice teleport here, although the intel was that they've been giving up U-Wall and it's been pretty easy to get there, I think it was a crazy play. Like trying to teleport into that corner in U-Wall.
Yeah. You know, that's one that you kind of want to forget about if you're Rise, because Yeah, they haven't been playing it, but it's also been an issue. So why wouldn't they have adjusted? Just that misread kind of cost them the round early on. Made it there. We see the farm for the ult immediately, but Chobo's pushing in. And again, the player in close, Diane, is ready to hit it. Great paranoia. Lori swinging out. It's an execution as Moon Raccoons are killing everyone, but Naomi still has a stinger. She's managing some frags, and she'll shut that down.
And I mean, once Shobo jumps in, your team has to be ready to trade her that. She's doing all the spacing and all the kind of sacrifice that a race should be able to do. She got there, and it was a struggle for that defender to get the kill down. So at that point, someone needs to swing and support her. But all of CLG Red was looking towards the right. No one was ready to trade her. And that's really puzzling to me because that's back-to-back, the same position that the player on Moon Raccoon was at. So if you focus on that choke point the next time and you clear that, CLG Red would have gotten a double pretty easily.
Yeah, it would have. Now it's dire straits for CLG. They were up heavily at the half, and now they've been pushed down around. MRB in double digits. Again, they're attempting a Chobo ready on the push. Lori still holding this area that she's so good at. Hunter's Fury up for Lori, doing something across. I don't think there's a connection just yet. That's at least a tag. Information transferred over, but the heal's ready. So for CLG Red, they're chilling out. They're waiting a moment, but MRB, they don't seem to be falling for this yet. There's already a rotation coming in, and that info ult right behind them. Did it see anyone? I think it saw at least two. So that's good information. That means that Moon Raccoons could stay here, but I don't know if it did. They might be rotating. They might be second guessing here. Panini, though, ready and close. She hears one. That's Chobo. That's a crucial kill for the Raccoons. Now the resurrection into play. Lori in the backside. Recon up, trying to spam through. Benita, though, fighting on the site, gets one. That's a Sova. Traded out, but she's very, very low here. A little bit of damage could do it, and Lori might just be that. Chobo, though, finds a trade out. Run it back on the retake here. And the remainder of MRB getting ready. Here comes the run it back. Panini in you Animal, she's the one player on site, and she doesn't really have support. Has to go big here. Gets one, but the trade's good from Panini. Just Chobo now in the back line. Dark cover to block her. Spam is in. Panini's ready. They're holding this. Everything keeping her away. And Moon Raccoons, they'll just stick it through. Chobo can't do anything.
You know how we talked about earlier in this game where Moon Raccoon was kind of stiff and not playing their game? The roles has been completely reversed here. It feels like CLG Red is doubting. Panini was able to stay in U-Wall the whole round. She got a kill. She was able to fall back. Then the wall was put up by Sage, and then no one ever flushed her out. So Moon Raccoon has so much room in map control here. CLG is not even... Yeah, once they get into the site, they can plan, but they have no control at all. Moon Raccoon is not getting challenged deep, not once, into every time that the spike has been planted. So this is the worst case scenario for CLG here to be in.
Yeah, it really is. Remember what we said in the pregame, that this is a map they wanted to come to. We thought they'd have something ready, but so far the Moon Raccoons, they still seem to be coming out on top. Diane's ready. This is a flash setup. Out will come the swing. 3 blind. It's a shooting gallery. Still only the trades through. Naomi 2. Now Chobo has the showstopper up and available to create some space onto the site. It will do great damage onto It Not Han. So MRB, the push gone wrong. Puts him at a disadvantage, but look where Lori is. Great spot, but flubs the line for a moment. Now she's wary of the positioning of Rise. Rise shows herself. And this is a fight Lori has to win if she wants a chance here. Rise is doing the right thing. She's falling away, disengaging. Out comes the peak. Almost the adjustment for 2. It was the ding. Still not enough. And It Not Han, she's so low. She might just be deciding to fall away here. Hold on to the weapon in the 1v3.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the economy is looking like for Moon Raccoon, but definitely CLG's economy is not good. So if I have to assume with the info that I have right now, the Moon Raccoon's economy is not good, or else she would have tried to get at least 1 or 2 kills to really break CLG or do as much damage as they can. But, you know, in that chaos earlier into this half or into this game, we saw Moon Raccoon come out on top of the chaotic rounds. But this is for the first time CLG Red successfully trading and communicating and not getting caught off guard. I have to say that Shobo coming out of that teleport got really lucky not falling. And Rai is also getting away with her life during that chaos. this is not clean, Mimi. This is definitely not the best case scenario for CLG Red to be in. Yes, they're winning this round, but it doesn't give them any intel what to do next one. What do you do next round if you're CLG Red looking at this round? I don't know. It kind of just happened. They got lucky that they get these 2 kills towards long. And with Naomi getting both, because all 3 players were blinded by that Phoenix, it could have been pretty dangerous.
I mean, it really could have. If she hadn't found that there, the round could have been lost. That could have been match point. That very well could have been the game. But just by a little bit of luck and then the conversion throughout CLG, they keep in this, they keep fighting. They finally break the momentum with how streaky this game's been. I mean, like you were mentioning, MRB, they can still buy in. They still have money. CLG has to win another round. They have to keep going if they want to break this. And look how much the Moon Raccoons are farming their ults. Flowerful is just one off of her lockdown there. But here comes CLG. They're pushing out onto the site. This is a lot quicker. A change of pace. They're electing for the retake for now. Animal has the plant coming in. Spam won't connect. So 5v5 on the retake is on the cards here. Diane, she finds that first one onto Chobo. Bonita trying to drone through because they know they need a kill, an advantage in this. Now the showstopper's up, off coming into some play, looking for a shot every second will favor CLG. The paranoia's up, one in hookah, but the spam's so good from Diane. Animal in close, and Octagon wants a fight. It's chaos on the site, but Diane is finding every frag needed for CLG. Now there's just a couple left alive on the cards. Rise good for 1, but Diane for 4, almost the ace, and it's match point. Moon Raccoons.
Match point, and I really like what CLG did here. That fast spacing environment was stellar, but Moon Raccoon is not giving anything in these bomb side. They're playing for the retakes every single round. CLG is not able to keep it. Look at the amount of time the spike was planted onto the second half. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times that CLG Red was not able to close these rounds. So they're just not able to counter Moon's Raccoon's utility usage and the way they're getting these kills, and they're scraping one by one that retake of that spike plant. So at this point, CLG Red is getting to the site. They just can't. They're scared to get that control I'm talking about. They're scared to get behind enemy lines. Shobo falling is really gonna hurt CLG's try here at staying into this game.
They don't have a resurrection available. 2 off. She'd have to find something if she wants to bring her teammate back into this. The Moon Raccoons, I mean, look what they have to work with. 2 ults. Great positioning. Their retakes have been stellar. Now it's been made even easier with the low buy. Bonita breaks the turret, finding some info, but nothing still yet. CLG, they need a freebie here. They need an easy way in. And the Moon Raccoons are not giving that away. They play so passive.
They're not at all. If you're looking at this, Bonita is in the site, and she's, Flowerful is waiting for her. She knows she's going to be challenged, and they're just ready for anything, and they're just giving up. Their retake has been working, so why even fight that bomb site? That paranoia is not even going to connect with the Flowerful, so she's just able to keep that control. But at least this time, CLG is trying to switch it up. At least this time, they're trying to take more control of the map before retreating into a post-plant situation.
Yeah, CLG, they're holding on to elbow control. They know Flowerful has this. The Owl Drone will show this setup. Flowerful, if she dies here, it's huge, but she won't. Now that lockdown can come into play, and CLG only has 3 members standing. Another frag's in, but it's a trade through. Naomi has to get rid of this, finds 1 frag, and can lose it now, but it has to just be her. Blinded up by the paranoia. Diane holding down for the moment, and they're looking for the fight. Naomi now swung out, has to take this, has to win this, and she can't. The Moon Raccoons, 13-10 on map 1.
13-10, and so far CLG losing again to Moon Raccoon on Bond. This is not a good look for CLG Red, although it started so good. Moon Raccoon's momentum here into after the first 6th round really has never been disrupted. CLG was never able to kind of come back into the kind of well-oiled machine that they were. They were trading so well earlier into this game. And although you can also say that Moon Raccoon was not playing that well, as soon as they started playing well, CLG just wasn't ready for it. I'm still very impressed with the way Moon Raccoon was able to bounce back, and they're running away with map number 1 on Bind. And we mentioned how scary that was. If Moon Raccoon was able to win CLG's Bind left off, or let a bit of a mistake that they didn't. Well, I don't know if it's a mistake. It might have been a strategy like we talked, but leaving Bind open for Moon Raccoon to take, and It's exactly what history is showing us today.
I mean, yeah, this is a really tough digs for CLG, because now they're going into where the Moon Raccoons wanted to take them into map 2, where they're going to find themselves probably in the advantage even more. This could very possibly be a Moon Raccoon 2-0 if they keep the momentum up. We will have to find out after the break. We'll be right back in a moment.
And welcome back to the VCT Verizon Game Changers, where Moon Raccoons are one map up against a CLG Red in this semi-final best of 3. I'm your host Yingsu, and I'm joined as usual by Miss Harvey and Evil Cat. Welcome back, you two. What a game, what a game. But Steph, do you feel like maybe with the map veto, CLG shouldn't have banned Ascent over Bind?
I'm still very confused. I know that CLG had a little bit of trouble on Ascent yesterday versus Owa. Owa, they got demolished, let's put it that way. But I still would have taken my chances playing Ascent over Bind versus Moon Raccoon, just because you know Moon Raccoon is a really solid team and you do not play a lot of Bind on CLG Red. Although the start was so strong, coming in at 6-0, the momentum drastically swapped after that. And I'm gonna have to say, everyone in the CLG Red 1 wasn't really clean at all, while Moon Raccoon was getting like flawless retakes. So I'm still like, I don't know what to think about it, but it doesn't matter right now for CLG Red. That map is closed. They're losing with a 13-10 scoreline, and they're gonna have to focus on the 2 remaining games if they want to win out this series.
Yeah, I mean, split map too. If we want to talk about that, I think that CLG, they played it a little bit before, but it's not like one of their like go-tos. It's not always a map that they're picking into. But Moon Raccoons, we haven't seen them play it yet in this tournament. I believe they played it maybe once or twice that last VALORANT tournament when they were under a slightly different roster. So I think that, again, the Moon Raccoons, well, yeah, we knew they were going to be great on Bind, which they showed us. We don't know a whole ton about them on Split, but in general, as a team, with the way Moon Raccoons was playing, the retakes were on point, as you mentioned, Steph, the momentum they had, and just like the shots the individuals were hitting were just so impressive. And I could very easily see this kind of spiraling out of control if CLG can't get themselves going soon here.
Well, Mimi, what are those specific things, in your opinion, that they kind of need to switch up a little bit and maybe be a bit more disciplined and clean going into Split if they want to bring this to 1-1?
One thing that was, we go ahead, Mimi.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think that we need to see, like early on, remember when they had that first streak of rounds, we saw the coordination when they were on that defensive side, setting themselves up kind of similarly to the Moon Raccoons, where they had the retakes, they had like the setups, like remember early on with the Cypher trips and playing off that information. I think that's where we excel. We talked about Vanita early on and how kind of when she's calling on that, so she's really good at setting the team up information-wise and playing that, but I think the information game was lacking late game for CLG. They seemed like they were just kind of like holding a default where there wasn't much pressure, and then just 5-manning a site, and there was really strong retakes for MRB, and they never found a counter for that.
Yeah, their defense, they were not winning their 1v1s towards the end and not playing the trades, but they're on their attack side too. Their post plant was kind of abysmal, and they were giving so much freedom for Moon Raccoon to retake 5 versus 5 these bomb sites. So they're not going to be able to just let Moon Raccoon take these retakes. They haven't been able to hold it at all. So they're going to have to disrupt Moon Raccoon's defense, putting holes into it before getting to these sites, to the spike being planted, or else we might see a repeat of that beautiful defending side from Moon Raccoon.
Well, let's talk about Split then into this. Just a bit more about this, because like you said, Steph, they have to win the next 2 maps if they want to win this. But more importantly, they have to win this map specifically to bring it level. How much pressure do you think there is right now on CLG? Although we do have to point out that this is going to be their map pick.
Yeah, I mean, regarding the pressure, yesterday versus OOA, they got completely demolished on the game 1, and then they came back to win a completely one-sided affair as well. So I don't think the pressure at this point is really affecting CLG Red, but definitely need to adjust a little bit quicker into the game. So even though you're not being pressured, at some point you need to do something when you're losing and when nothing is working. And that something was not really working during this game. You saw that they were trying things, but it wasn't really like a drastic change, and it definitely didn't lead to winning these rounds. So you're gonna have to potentially even utilize that pause in a different way, utilize your momentum in a different way, because you don't want the same rinse and repeat coming into Split.
I mean, you bring up the situation from yesterday where they got like you said, obliterated in the first game. I think it was like a 13-2 scoreline or something where it was completely one-sided. But then in that interview, Benita was talking about how they just kind of blacked out the map. They were able to reset. And I think with a team that has a core that's experienced, they can like get the team ready to like just reset themselves, come back into it. I think that if they can find that early strike, if they are able to reset like they did yesterday, there's a great chance for them in this.
Well, we spoke a little bit about, you know, some of the individuals, especially on the Moon Raccoon side, Mimi, in the pre-map, and you were particularly impressed with Lori. How well do you feel like she performed, and how impactful was she, particularly when it comes to those utilities on Bind?
I mean, I think she was so impactful on the Raze and Bind. She was finding so much impact kind of early on, not just with the utility, but also just with the entries. I think she also paired really well with Diane. We saw that Diane was always kind of farming that orb, getting the Phoenix ult, that run it back up and going, and then they comboed really well to just have an explosive entry on the attacker side, and the exact same thing was true on their retakes. I think those two players on the Duelists just creating that space, pushing in for the team, is what kind of seeded the chaos that allowed those consistent, clean, beautiful retakes we saw out from the Moon Raccoons.
I couldn't have said it better. Diana's spacing really was key here. You know, she was allowing her team to really blossom just from the way she was entering these bomb sites. And before, nobody was really capitalizing on it. And they've really adapted quick. Hey, when I'm getting space, come with me, because I'm doing a lot of work here. And we have to put that pressure on CLG Red. And after round 6, bam, it's like everything came into motion from Moon Raccoon. And they were able to really capitalize on the way she was playing Phoenix.
Well, we are heading into map 2 now. CLG must win this if they want to stay in the upper bracket. Take it away, Steph and Mimi.
Yeah, early on into the agent select, we see Benita on the Reyna, and normally we talk about her and how well she plays Sova, but I think seeing her pick up Reyna a little more recently, especially on maps like Split, has been a big X factor for CLG, Steph.
Yeah, I really like the way that Benita plays her roles, both Reyna and Sova, but I do believe that's the right call on this. And you have to also see Naomi swaps between Cypher or Killjoy depending on the map, but the rest of the players are staying a little more stable. But on Moon Raccoon here, we have Lori as the Jet, and there will be no Phoenix this time, which is something I'm looking forward. So that means Diana is usually not going to be that one going in. She's gonna be the one that has to support Luri this time, so it's like the roles are a little bit reversed. So I'm looking forward to seeing if they can replicate how well they were able to get that synergy onto Bind.
Yeah, and you talk about that synergy point again, and I think for teams that still run double duos, which is a lot in North America, having the synergy between your duos, if you have a pair that just works really well together to create the space to find the entries, I think it's really impactful, and we saw that from Diane and Lori, but I feel like the kind of Chobo, like the duo over there, it wasn't doing as much, so I want to see Chobo being able to She created space, yes, but there was never capitalization from CLG. I want to see them right there with her. I want to see Benita fighting with her to capitalize off of what she's doing, more so.
Yeah, and also, we're going to need to see some trades from CLG Red. If the players can't perform and can't win their 1v1s, what you want to see is them at least getting traded. So let's see how they can handle, especially that middle area from CLG Red, as we're going to get into our second map of the day. We have CLG Red versus, I was about to say Maroon 5, versus Moon Raccoon.
Not again.
You know, not again. Please stop it with that joke. My name is Miss Harvey, and I'm here with Evil Cat, and we're gonna take you into this action. If you missed the first map, Moon Raccoon got away with a 1 scoreline, and CLG is gonna need to win both rounds, both maps, excuse me, coming up to be able to secure a win here.
Yeah, up towards mid early, Animal's wall slightly broken, but the Moon Raccoons still aren't pushing just yet. They're holding this default. We see they have a little space towards A, so that might be where they're electing to finish. Flowerful has found a good timing into there and sees Naomi cross. She could be ready for this. It's a great tap away from Flowerful to find the entry. Now Benita, though, on the case. Great refrag. And the overheal, too, is crucial here. Up to that 150 HP. But as we're talking about Heaven, the Moon Raccoons find themselves on site. Nate Not Han initiates it.
And we have a lurker from Moon Raccoon that's going to be coming from ropes. So CLG needs to eventually be aware of that, but they're just going to give it up. They're trying to break that wall into spawn, and this retake is going to be a difficult one from CLG Red.
Yeah, it sure is. Diane takes care of her double up in heaven, and the frenzies from the Moon Raccoons doing tons of damage. One made their way into elbow, but Rise is the last standing, pushing away up. No, not the knife, please, no. Oh, Rise still gets it. They're going for it, though. And Diane will find the stab. What a way to start us off, Steph.
Yeah, but at least you got the knife first. You know, when someone goes for the knife and you take your blade out and you get the knife first, you're just like, don't try this on me. Doesn't matter if you get knifed afterwards. You made your point. But although, you know, in this game, it's a little different than in CS. I do feel that in Counter-Strike, it's a little bit disrespectful. I don't feel it today, especially not
Like
in the
Moon Raccoons
servers.
are just having fun.
Yeah, I know that these players are friends, so I do not feel any disrespect. They were just having fun. Moon Raccoon are the dancers, and they're going to be heading into this round up by 1. And CLG is going to be on a low buy. We have a judge here and a Bucky, so great shotties coming in, and CLG right is going to make a play towards B main, while all of Moon Raccoon, or at least most of it, is taking control of middle.
Oh, there comes the shotguns. Good work up from CLG for the first. Animal's here ready on top of her Sage Wall. It'll break soon, but she still has a great line. Ready for the angle. Diane down in the vent is so sneaky, and she almost finds 2, but the trade's good up from Naomi. Animal's still a factor here, and CLJ, they shouldn't be winning this round, but they find themselves at advantage. Now it's just Panini left. Coming out onto the site, the rotators of CLG all making their way up. Vent double up, trying to spam away. It's rough. And she can't find the shot. Rise gets it. CLG, that's huge for them.
What'd you say here? Maybe CLJ? CLJ?
CLJ, I don't know.
No, but I like the way that it was Panini, right? And then when there's this 3, was trying to play it. Unfortunately, she kind of had the spray down on the second kill. If she gets the clean second kill, she's able to win this round. In my book, it was a really good effort. But CLG coming in big into this round, winning and breaking that kind of fun momentum that Moon Raccoon add is key here. But Moon Raccoon, look at Diana. She's ready to show her martial experience and trying to get a pick here.
Yeah, Rise in a position here in the back line. The Moon Raccoons have the spike postured towards the B site, and they look to want to get a little pushy here. Chobo has the paint shells ready. The dark cover will keep them away for the moment. I love the setup here from CLG to kind of keep them contained for now, not let them get in too close with those dangerous sheriffs.
Both the teams not really connecting. I know that we have one player on a Moon Raccoon with a little bit less HP, but that's the Sage. Just you're just gonna be able to heal yourself. As the defender wall, though, the Sage has been used very early in this Antaiko, so Benita is just gonna give that up. Play into rope room. We don't really know where we want to go here with the spike. If you're looking at your map on the top left, players are regrouping towards A. Because there's only 35 seconds left, though, they have to make a move and a decision soon. But there's lots of Killjoy stuff here at B, Mimi.
Yeah, there's a lot of utility. There's not a lot of time. There comes the Killjoy alarm bot triggered. Naomi waiting to swing out. She'll come. Instead, it's Benita from the ramps to find 2. The trade's good from Lori. And Naomi's still on the back site. Look at the time. Very little left. They need the spike down. At this point, it's practically a done deal. Lori on low HP towards ramp. She'll dash in, and she will be put down.
Looking a little bit better here for CLG. Red into this round. We know it's an anti-eco for them, so they have a little bit of an advantage, but still not losing a lot of players and definitely in a better crossfire situation. At least what I'm seeing is Benita is ready to trade with Naomi and vice versa. Also at mid, we had Animal and Benita. Like, Benita has been very flexible and moving around, and that's what we need to see from CLG Red, because the static hold onto buying at the end was really not working.
No, it wasn't. We need to see some flexibility, but CLG, they're so quick up, fast, pushing, right blind for 1. But the Moon Raccoons are finding the frags they need. 2 going their way, make that 3 from Flowerful now on the Killjoy, and Lori has her blade. She's running up here, wants a fight, looking for it, but Naomi very ready, very prepared for the shot. So CLG have this into a 2-on-3, but look where Diane is pushing up, but she's punished. The Moon Raccoons, they're feeling it. They're getting aggressive, but it's not working. And now this is very losable. Both sides have a lockdown. There comes one, and the counter up. Everyone has to move into these weird angles, and it might just put Raccoons in a tough dig. CLG, they're pushing out. Here's Animal. She will probably get detained here. So this comes down into... Oh, no. There's one from each side. Wait, what's going on? Naomi's coming, and that's it. That is so awkward and unfortunate for Flowerful. Everything used in terms of those ultimates. But CLG, they'll come out on top.
This was a 2 versus 4, if I'm not mistaken. This was not a round that Moon Raccoon can afford to lose. They gave freebies. These 2 players up at Evan as well as in Screen, pushing so far, really giving a chance for CLG to come back into this round. And the way that the lockdown has been utilized from CLG, I think it was Rise on the flank when she went to get that kill. No, it wasn't Rise. It was someone else. Point is, whoever pushed that kill to the side before the lockdown kind of went into action, getting that kill to be able to be in a 2 versus 1, even though all the players had their hands out, you know, it was key to be able to win it. Props to CLG Red's retake here.
Yeah, it was really nice. My brain is like still kind of trying to process what happened. Like it's on kind of dial-up internet mode. But here comes Chobo, and a bit aggro there for 1, and CLG. They've been pretty good to convert these anti-ecos for the most part, and this looks no different. Animal getting a peek out. She spots some resistance. It's an army of sheriffs up towards the heavens. Again, they're just falling away, playing this safe, chilling out.
Yeah, really good entry kills. I know it's an untight coast, but this is the type of kill CLG was not able to do later in on Bind. So coming up with the first and even second bloods here into round number 5 is really going to help CLG's at least mental and momentum. And Shobo, you know, like pushing that A ramp is pretty risky because the round before you had 3 players there and you lost all of them. But now doing it by yourself and able to get that kill, it means that, you know, she hasn't lost confidence in her play. And I really like to see that.
Yeah, confidence is really key in this game, and CLG's showing that. Here comes the Sheriff, so It Not Hunt actually taking 2. This is into a 3-on-3. Animal has the flank up and a resurrection in play, though. Moon Raccoons, they want to go for this. They want to fight, and look where they're positioned, playing towards main. Spike not planted perfectly for it, still an alright position. Animal trying to fight in, so much utility. But on the board, 1 player in on the site is Panini. Rise up top, ready for the push from main. Panini needs at least 1 here, can't find it. Rise up top, now she drops down for a second. Flowerful's going to heaven to try and shut down the plant, but Animal's holding it, and the op's good from Benita. CLG, they're up 4, but remember what happened last time, Steph?
Yeah. CLG is not safe with 3 rounds ahead. Really not safe. So this is also a little bit scary. Shobo kind of got crushed, and after that we also had our player in Screen falling on the defender side. So good recovery again. It's good that we're able to win these retake on the CLG side, really helping with the confidence. But Moon Raccoon still probably in a positive mindset here because they're getting the kills, they're getting to the sites, you know. So once they can just find that groove that it took them a little bit to find onto the last game, they're going to be able to capitalize on it. And here we have our Sage. And again, CLG Red, 3 players push, just falling right away at the beginning of the round within a couple of seconds, Mimi.
Yeah, was not prepared for how quickly they'd fall. Tried the aggression, it won't work. Now Naomi has a very big job to do. Still not detected. She could kill the planter here. Finds 1, trying to adjust. She'll get it. Still a menace on the site. They're trying to flush her out, but now she has support. Naomi still finding frags. Has to reload, though. She's so low. Diana on the peak. The 1-on-2 now. Rise holds alone, but would they expect her here? I don't know if they're going to check on this. Coming up, trying to get this spike, but up above is Flowerful. Very ready to find that frag. So the Moon Raccoons, it gets a little bit dicey. They're finding it again for 2.
Rise in that position. It was hard to see that. I was trying to see where Flowerful was, but she was up above her. It's unfortunate for her. But Rise is not even supposed to be in that situation where now we salvaged that round with that triple kill. The real problem here happened at mid. CLG Red's coordinated push back to back into the gun rounds is not working. They have to do a tremendous feat after the fact to be able to win these rounds. So CLG needs to really watch out for that as Benita is going for another aggressive play. Let's see if this time she's able to connect with the kill.
Yeah. Oh, and Benita's up. Good. She will be able to dismiss away. And look at the ults on CLG. Everything is in their back pocket.
And we're going to see a fast regroup towards A here. Maybe Moon Raccoon just doesn't want to challenge mid anymore after losing a player. And Flowerful is going to walk towards Evan, really gaining some map control here for her team.
She's looking for something here, trying to jiggle her way up. Naomi is still here. She's always a threat, but Panini finds her way onto the site. This can be a spike to come down. At CLG, they have everything they need. Benita pushing up. If she dies here, it's huge. It is Flowerful. Trigger discipline for a moment to wait for the best shot. And she gets it. Now the op is in Diana's hands, and that's a dangerous prospect. Moon Raccoons finding the picks. Chobo trying to push out with the showstopper, but the dash away from Lori is good. She's pushing in, but dies in main. Panini's detained, but it might not be a factor. She has support. She has protection, but it falls away. Now comes Rise. 2 onto the site. It's doable for her in this clutch, but there's 2 up above, and Diane through the smoke.
So you have the questions. After getting a kill towards mid here, CLG just still keeping a lot of pressure onto it. And that at that point, Moon Raccoon's read was perfect. They knew that extremities were weak, so they decided to pick that A bomb site because they know Naomi is playing most likely alone there, and the rotation is a lot longer to go from mid to A. And they just have Panini teleport into the site and everybody capitalizing on that spacing to close this round. So I don't know if it was a little bit of a mistake from CLG or a really good read from Moon Raccoon, but they're impressing me right here in the server.
Yeah, they are making a showing for themselves. CLG down on this ego, and again, on this ego, I don't know about that. They have the eco at least, so hopefully they have an ego. I mean, you need it to come back into things, but Lori has a great position here. 1, 2, maybe a third, but she'll dash away for now. Still kicking it, and the Moon Raccoons, they're just farming up these kills. And Rise, she'll die as well.
Flawless here coming out of Moon Raccoon. Not much to say about this round other than a perfect execution from Moon Raccoon versus these pistols. So CLG, for me, this is where you need to think about what you've been doing that's been working and what has not been working. So we know the aggressive plays as a 3-man actually have been not working in our favor. Moon Raccoon is not only like winning these rounds, we're not even trading kills. Like they're straight up killing all 3 of CLG players with like at least at the max 1 casualties from Moon Raccoon. So like start doing something else. And this is what we're trying to see here as CLG Red putting bulk aggression on each side though.
Yeah, they're in a good spot here. Getting more on top of her wall. Trying to fight it off, but the Moon Raccoons are up quickly. This time they find space towards mid. Thus far, CLG has had a good hold on it. They're not going to use it. Panini, though, might be ready for this push-up main. Chobo's holding close, the turret to bait in, and Panini doesn't want to mess with the setup. So she'll fall away, regroup with the team. And CLG, I mean, they don't have a lot of info here.
They don't, but they might have the really right setup for it. 3 players are at B, and we also have one ready in spawn. I think it's Benita here, ready for a heaven push. So I'm liking this from CLG, but fortunately for them, Moon Raccoon is regrouping towards that A bomb site. So kind of the worst case scenario for CLG into this round, and Rise is gonna spot the players as she throw a dark cover. Benita is going to be the first one falling and screened, and this is another disastrous round for CLG.
Look what Lori's doing here. She loves getting aggressive towards heaven, and they know she does this. They might think the molly has dissuaded her. Chobo right on the other side of a dark cover. It's tense. She's bounced back away. Resurrection in the spawn. Another bounce back. Just pushing Lori off her lines. One step above. Now a double setup in hell. Diane for one, but Animal on the trade. And it not Han in main. Another frag. Rise jumping down. It's strange and awkward, but she still gets the pickup. What's going on here? No one is hitting these cleanly, but Naomi is. Great headshot onto Panini, and Flowerful's now stuck in the clutch. She has the turret to kill Naomi, and now it's a 1v1. She can peek out, and she can win this.
5-4 for Moon Raccoon, but first time in the lead in this game. But what a crazy retake here. I really thought it's going to be so difficult for CLG Red, but Naomi proving me wrong with the double kills at the end. But her dying to the turret is a little bit unfortunate. It's not something that you like to see, because that left Rise in a really precarious situation, and unfortunately Flowerfuls was able to pick. The dog cover was a little bit missed, so I don't know if Rise is like a little bit antsy here, missing her dog cover. But again, Moon Raccoon winning these rounds that are so close. When the spike is planted, they're always coming out on top, whatever side they're at.
Yeah, they're finding themselves in a really good situation here. Around and pace with them. CLG running Eco, Rise finds two, but is forced to fall away. Now the site compromised. Naomi taken care of. She's gone. A player still in main, but Lori is so aggressive. She wants to take fights. Rise trying to. She has the dink, but no kill connecting. Lori's there to clean it up. Powerful now. Big flank coming. Finds it. And MRB again. They have a great anti-eco. And Lori, not a care in the world, just dashing in. She's clearly feeling it, Steph.
Yeah, Lori is currently on fire. She's repeating exactly what happened in the first half of Vine, where they were trying to come back and make a play. She's having fun here. We were saying how she was going to be that key factor because she was the entry onto their attacking side. And CLG, after being up by 4-1, again is falling in the second part of this first half. If there's any moment for CLG to wake up, it is now, as they are ready to defend as much as they can, because they're on a full buy here versus MRB.
Yeah, Chobo in position towards heaven here. MRB, I mean, remember early on, Steph, CLG had mid on lock, and now they seem to lose it every round. And again, Lori gets an entry onto Chobo. Chobo is having a rough map, but Benita's ready. Great jump up to find a pick and pull away. CLG have some ults to work with, but so does MRB, and MRB, they're looking good. Resurrection in play, but I'm not sure if they'll be able to get it. However, comes it not Han. She gets one back into play. So it's regained into a 4-on-4, Steph.
I was wondering, have you seen a res coming out of Animal as Rise is getting ready to face 3 players up in heaven? We're gonna have to pause that question, as Naomi is gonna be all left by herself and falling, as Lori is just going for it. She's pushing. Nothing is gonna stop her, Mimi. She wants more blood.
You can almost feel her teammates just being like, chill out. All right, we're fine.
Yeah.
Because they have the advantage. She'll pull away, but look, here comes a hit out. Diana up top, drops down. Rise from the back lines, looking for something. Still, MRB holds every advantage. A swing out, she's ready for it, though. And Rise picks it up. Now it's a 2-on-2. MRB, though, the setup great. They're stacked on top of each other. A dark cover to dissuade. They have to fight here, though. The dark cover working for them, but through the smoke, they get both. All right. Whatever. I guess they don't have to see anyone, Steph. That's cool.
That's really, oh la 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 la. Naomi all by herself here. There's not much she can do, but also Moon Raccoon is not really splitting that much. So at that point, you have to push that garage. You have to stay alive and try to go for these retakes, because there's 4 players crushing you each side of that pillar. And I mean, that 2v2 is really unfortunate for CLG, right? Although the first initial kills coming in were good, and after that, dying through the smoke is never ideal. But it's gonna be another 7 or 6 rounds in a row lost for CLG, back-to-back in both maps.
They're not giving you time to talk. They're just pushing right in. Yep. And here comes Lori. She's just doing everything, just running into things. But Benita, she's making a baller play as well, but it doesn't work out. Panini in with the trade, another frag for her. And Lori still trying to push everything. Is just getting run down. MRB, they are just an unstoppable force right now, pushing everything.
Yeah, and as you may or may not notice, this was the last round of the first half. And Moon Raccoon really making a case out of a 2-0 here versus CLG Red. But it's not over until it's over. We know how CLG loves to do the comebacks, but we're going to need some of these players to wake up a little bit, especially on the attacking side, as you mentioned. Chobo on the rise as we're looking at the replays. That Naomi 3K here could have been huge. But yeah, as we're looking to win a little bit more of rounds, we're going to need a really on fire Chobo here on our race, because this is what you need to see from CLG. I mean, if you want to win, like, someone needs to turn on. Like, we're going to need to see some individual kind of prowess. The same thing that we're seeing out of Moon Raccoon. Out of Lori and Diana. That chemistry needs to be replicated onto CLG's side.
I'm going to start a counter. That's up to 4. All right. But regardless, like, I feel like they do have someone popping up. It's Naomi, but it's just in the situations where they're already down too bad, and she'll find like 3 picks, which is awesome, but then they just can't capitalize. Like, it never leads to anything, which is just, it's heartbreaking, really, if you're CLG, if you're Naomi, feeling like you're making a big play, feeling like you're pulling your team back into it, and then just nothing comes of it. And this scoreline from RB, it favors them so heavily, Steph.
Yeah, it does. And it's not a good timeline, you know. You do not like to see that. You prefer to see kind of exchange being done, like left, like a blue team, a blue win, a red win, a blue win. You know, that's when you know the game is close. And although the scoreline is 8-4, the game hasn't felt close at all. It really feels like it's one-sided. But I have to tell you, Mimi, I just wrote Moon Raccoon on a post-it on my screen, so it shouldn't happen again.
Maybe this is the solution. All right, we're keeping tabs. Everyone needs to make sure they hold her accountable for this. But we're going to come into the pistol round in just a moment. I mean, CLG, they found 2 out of 3 pistol rounds. And even when when Moon Raccoons won the pistol round early on, they couldn't convert it. So Moon Raccoons now getting a little aggro on the wall. Some flack through the smoke. Goes both ways. They're still pushing this, but Heat is already up in heaven. The alarm bot shows the call. Lori here. She wants to push, wants to fight. A dink out, but no kill connected. Larful on sight, but she doesn't find the shot. Now CLG have sight in their control. Have advantage. Moon Raccoons, they're still pushing into heaven here. However, it's CLG to come out on top. Just hitting on Han and Lori. Lori's so low. One shot could do it. And look where there's a player sitting so close in, ready for them if they push. Now a dark cover, continuing to stave them off. Nothing really sitting in their favor, besides maybe the health. Lori here. They want to get in on this, but there's no chances. Now the heel's up. This is the hallmark to go. Look where Rise is a perfect position. She swings off that, finds one, looking for a second, but Lori gets it, and the heel makes this doable. Both players so low. One shot will do it, but Animal ready with the help of the turret, and CLG Red, they'll find the pistol.
Not only the pistol, but I think this is the first time that CLG comes out on top of Chaos. They're coming out on top of Chaos. This is what we want to see out of CLG Red. Although, you know, you still see maybe Rise is suffering a little bit from the nerves, because as soon as she got that kill, she was trying to play around the utility. She got kind of stuck, kind of switched around. So this is not something we like to see. And we want Rise to take a breather in and out, because she needs to be on her A game if CLG wants to shot at this.
Yeah, she really does. CLG, I mean, in general, they need to convert this. They've converted everything thus far, so I'm not too worried about them. But winning that pistol is huge. Now they have a very, very free B side. It was a stack towards the heavens. It won't be good. I really don't fancy the Raccoons' chances to come back in with classics and shorties.
Yeah, we already have Benita watching the flank too. Although Naomi falling, trying to prove you wrong here, Mimi.
Yeah, she gets one. Could be an overheal. What did I... Okay, alright, let's not talk about it. But let's get back into the round, because Animal finds a couple. Now MRB trying to swarm the site, but Chobo and Animal are here. Panini, the last slot. She doesn't want to use the $400. She just wants some exits. Was Benita trying to knife? Was she just caught off guard? I'm a little confused by that, but you know, it happens. They win the round regardless.
Animal here with the 4K. It is an anti-echo, but still, she needed to get these skills because it was a 3 versus 5 at some point. So we'll take it if you're a CLG Red and an Animal fan, as we're going to be going into this round with 4 SMGs here. Maybe the freebie round is going to need to be a winning round for CLG Red because MRB is so close from being double digit. For me, that's always a scary number. When you have 10 rounds in Valorant, you're just right there on the edge of a victory. But Lori taking out the operator, the sniper right away.
I love all the French pronunciations. Oh my, I'm doing it too now. It's all right because now MRB, they have a really good buy-in to this. And the way CLG's playing it, pretty slow, pretty passive. Here's it, not Han for 1, maybe 2. She'll grab that. It's a great advantage early on. Lori has that op, and she wants to get on the case towards B. But remember how good those Moon Raccoon retakes are? They're on the cards again.
But impressively, we have a spike plant. But in a way, it kind of feels normal, as you mentioned. They want to go for the retakes, but Cole, Animal making a play here. That's exactly what you need from CLG, especially down numbers. But unfortunately, she's going to fall with her utility out. This is happening way too often in Shogo in a 1 versus 3. Can she get the kills? She got 2, but it's not going to be enough as 2 were able to survive. First round on the board for Moon Raccoon onto their defending side.
Yeah, Moon Raccoons, that's a very big one for them to win because they also keep the operator alive. They'll be able to pass that over to Lori. We haven't seen a whole lot of opping out of her, but that's kind of what I mentioned before we even started the series. That what makes Lori so scary is when she's on Jet, and when she's on the op. That's a new combo, Jop. That's what we call Jet Oppers. I don't know. But Lori is a menace on this, and she has some weapons to back it up, but CLG, they found themselves a buy, so there's still a good chance for them here.
So they can buy right away. And only Animal here is with the pistol, but Lori with the push. She's not going to shoot the bot. Being very patient, but thankfully for our CLG players here, Shobo onto that garage. Not falling in the ends of that up was huge here, Mimi. That could have been a real difficult situation for CLG Red to be put in so early into this round.
Yeah, it could be. I love the mid setup out of MRB. Like one player kind of close in, that's Diane. She's getting baited in for, thanks to it, not Han. Over towards the A site, we see a contact play from CLG. Killjoy lurking up the ramp. And opposing Killjoys on either side of this box. One will Flowerful decide to fight. Probably have contact here. She spots out the arm of Naomi. Can't find the shot though. Now she has support in, and Naomi gets the frag a second as well. That's huge for CLG. But the resurrection for it, not Han's up, and down goes Rise. Lori late on the rotation, but again, it's an advantageous retake. Resurrection in play. No one directly dead on the site. Bonita, she's in a huge spot here in main. If she dies, this could be it for CLG. She needs a kill here. Gets one. Looking for more. She spots it. This is going to be awkward for her. It not Han. Gets it a second on the entry for the Sage Animal. She just has the Sheriff. She can't do anything. MRB, they'll find double digits.
Double digit, the scary numbers I was talking about. But again, CLG, I knew that Naomi was able to get the double here at Evan, but I personally didn't like the play. You might say, well, the play worked because she got 2, but she's taking that momentum and that map control all by herself, not able to get traded, and all of our players are down in the site trying to make something happen. So I would have loved if instead she was the one kind of baiting, kind of securing all of that A-ramp area for later, for in that retake that we're talking about, which CLG is really struggling and able to play with Benita post-plant. As I'm talking about that, we have a pause, and I have to say it's probably a CLG Red pause because they don't have much room to play with right now. They lost map 1. They have 3 rounds left in their pocket. Actually 2. If they win the 3rd one, it's over for them. They get knocked down into lower bracket.
Yeah, it's a scary spot for them to sit in. They'd be pushed down to fight up against TSM. Scary team in their own right. CLG, they need a round soon here. This one's looking grim though. A light buy out if they can't take this one. It's 11. It's on the table though. That's the one advantage they hold. Look how MRB is set up here. They have 2 players in every position, practically holding these kind of these duos, working together exceptionally well. See one on the lurk, the rest kind of working their way around mid. And Panini up top, the off angle. Good to find Chobo. Animal now pushing. There's one in close on her. And ETConnect wants to pull them into the trap. Diane wants a frag, and she can dismiss out with the trigger discipline. Look where she is. She's behind. Finds 2. The third now pinched. And the setup works perfectly. CLG Red are dismantled. MRB up to 11, Steph.
Yeah, and it was a textbook setup. It wasn't complicated, you know. One of the player was just ready to trade as soon as Diana was getting contact. And that little jiggle peek, it was kind of perfect. It allowed Diana to just get away with the triple, if I'm not mistaken. But CLG Red now needs to win this round. If there's any round that's important, it is this one. I'm really interested to see what Lori is going to do with that sniper, though. It looks like she might be trying to get that pick at B main once again, but no one from CLG is going to be there. So if CLG takes that A fast, we could be going into a post-plant situation once again, Mimi. And can CLG this time win it is key here.
It's a really important question for them. Up towards mid this time. Moon Raccoons, though, look at the push from Diana. What a spot to be in. Chobo's just stomping. She's not ready for Lori. And if they go for the refrags, Diana's here and ready.
You should run.
CLG now, what do? They're forced to go A. They have to. They know there's players aggressive, but they still have a lurk. And they're not committing off of this, just trying to sell a fake. But Bonita could die here. She walks into Diana and is somehow prepared for that position. That's massive for CLG. But Lori's still here, still holding the aggressive line. Jiggle peek up. Lori doesn't hit the shot, but she's still on this site with the op.
You will not.
She could shut this down. Resurrection in, shot out from Lori. A 4v4 again, regain the turret peeking out, but Lori holds the line. The smoke off, here comes the utility. Chobo with a showstopper. Hell player dead, Naomi to find it, but the op of Lori is still finding shots. 3, 4 for her, and ETConnect chimes in. It's just Rise in a 1v1. She can teleport to the other site though. She can work off of this. They need this round, and she'll have to do it.
Yeah, she's going to get the spike down with 15 seconds left. She has no idea where Flowerful is going to come from, but she's still in a really solid position to win this 1v1. I'm excited because this is the best CLG has been looking post-plant. Oh, but
no.
Flowerful hitting the headshot right away onto Rise. She was not even in this round. Oh, she's not going to be able to pull that 1v3 if I'm not mistaken.
No, it would have had to have been. What did Lori eat for breakfast today, Steph? She's on fire. There was no chance.
Yeah.
She should have even gotten 2 there. She got 4 kills. That's a tilter for CLG Red too.
With a lot of fiber and Wheaties. That's always what I say. If you have a good game, you've been eating LT. That's for sure. Maybe a little bit of a fruit. But CLG at match point, serious point here. They have their backs against the wall. They have to do something now. You know, and I'm actually surprised they got that far into last round. But this one time, it looks like they're just going to go straight A, but there's 3 Moon Raccoon players there waiting for them.
And there's Lori, and she finds 1. She has the knives up, wants to keep fighting here. She wants to peek back in, and oh my god, Lori! The 1 tap with the knives. Diane still in close. Chobo up top takes 2, though. This is a chance now for CLG. They find 3 frags, but look where Diane is. The trigger discipline. She peeks out, gets 2. That's a spike on the floor. Chobo, the last standing Moon Raccoon's last chance. And Diane does it. They book a ticket to the upper finals as Moon Raccoons dismantle CLG 2-0.
2-0, and what a play from Lori. She single-handedly, I know it's a team effort, but just every time we're in her eyes, the thing that she's doing is unbelievable. It's definitely a jet you do not want to have to face in this tournament. One to fear, and CLG Red, fortunately, is going to get knocked down in the lower bracket. It's not over for CLG Red, but it's definitely a tough pill to swallow as they get knocked down again by Moon Raccoon Black in 2 tournaments in a row, in the VALORANT one, as well as in this VCT Verizon Game Changers upper bracket. Woof.
Yeah, and I mean, they're finding themselves up there in the upper bracket, and they're going to face C9 White, the team to beat, the one that we started the pre-show talking about how menacing they are, how scary they are, and that's going to be a match to watch tomorrow. But in the lower bracket, still they have a chance. And with that, I think we have Yinsu back with us, and hopefully an interview soon. I don't think we can hear Yinsu.
I'm
Yinsu,
muted
hello?
again.
There we go.
Story of my life. Anyway, what you missed is me just saying that I was really, really surprised to see this go a 2-0. Steph, you know, CLG, they're not a bad side, but what do you think was the issue today? Because I feel like they were just doing the same things kind of over and over again and not finding a breakthrough.
Yeah, when Moon Raccoon was disciplined, it's actually when CLG was the most successful. So versus a team that's just kind of going for frags and whatnot, CLG does not seem to have the depth enough today to be able to counter it. And that's something that other teams are going to be looking at. If you're trying to do all like really proper Valorant right now, CLG is ready for it. If you're just going with the flow, the way that Diana and Lori were playing versus each other, CLG doesn't have any answer right now.
I think that one of the biggest factors for Moon Raccoons was that I think that, yeah, they're taking it seriously because it's a huge tournament for them, but they didn't let that stress them out. They're a new team, and some teams can falter under that pressure, but they didn't. They were in the server. They were having fun. We started off this second match with a knife kill. Like, they were clearly in it, chilling out, and then as soon as everyone was just hitting their shots, I feel like it was just like the flow. And that once they get that flow going, once they get that momentum going, CLG, 2 maps in a row, they couldn't fix that. They couldn't stop that.
Well, let's talk about, you know, those individual fragging abilities, Mimi, because I saw in an interview briefly that I think it was Flowerful that spoke about the fact, you know, we can all step up, we can all do it. It's not just one of us that sort of carries. And I kind of, you know, going into this match was expecting that, but I didn't expect it to this degree. How scary do you think they are right now, given that every single one of them has the pop-off potential?
I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head there, that every single player here can be a menace, has their moment. We saw it was Lori in the later rounds when she had the op going, but earlier on it was Diana. Everyone had that moment. Everyone had the potential. And when you're up against a team like that, that's very flowy, that once they get going, once they get feeling it, they're hard to stop. That can be tough to go up against, even for a team that's really powerful, that has really great strategies. Sometimes it's just too much to handle, too much to muster when those individuals do just go crazy in the server.
And it do make me kind of remind me of Owa, you know, where they have some plays and they're playing Valorant right now for having fun. Yes, they have been working as a team for a little bit, over it in a month, at least as far as we know. But also they do have these gimmicky plays that they're just doing here in the server versus CLG, and it's working. They're having fun, and it can both being displayed with obviously them winning, but also just in their behavior within the game, just the way they're peaking, the way they're trading. It's just them like really, really enjoying the Valorant game.
Well, Steph, you know, from your experience as a competitor and all your experience in Valorant as well, what do you think, I guess, going forward is the secret to maintaining this kind of consistency? Because they're doing very well right now, but they do have to take down C9 White if they want to go through to the upper bracket, well, the grand finals.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, I don't think that this flow style can be as strong consistently. Like, I don't think that this is something that, for example, versus C9 White is going to be as successful, because again, C9 White, they probably face that kind of play style a lot. They probably have all kind of experience with all type of play style. So versus C9 White, we're going to have to see a Moon Raccoon on point on every single position on the map, because there should be able to recognize any weakness and really, really press the button on it. So a Lori that shows up, that gets these frag, but also a really big anchor from Flowerful. And Panini was able to pop off sometimes left and right, but she's not going to be able to miss a beat versus C9 White.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we're talking about C9 White, like you mentioned, the biggest factor for them is that they've been playing as a team for so long. They've been together. They've been practicing since the summer, since that summer showdown, and even before that, when they came together as a team. It's a team that, yes, they're disciplined, yes, they work well as a team, but they can also kind of enter that situation where they just have individuals that go crazy. And I think that the Moon Raccoon style worked so well against CLG because it's a new team, because they don't have really the gumption, I think, to hold up against that once the momentum gets rolling. But I think C9, it'll probably be a different story.
Well, where do you guys, I guess, see this Moon Raccoons team right now? Because, you know, going into this, I'd say that most people probably, of course, expect to see Now White to kind of steamroll this. But there were conversations, you know, around Dignitas, around TSM. But I didn't really feel like, I guess, maybe the respect necessarily was there for Moon Raccoons. And now, after seeing them play a couple times, and now, Steph, where would you sort of like put these ladies as they are?
Well, they were definitely in the top 4 coming into this competition. Like we mentioned, they won the last VALORANT. So without teams like C9, they're at the top of the pack. And today, again, they're confirming how solid they are as a team. They stuck together even without being signed by an org. They did not want to split up. They did not want to try out for other teams. They wanted to stick together through thick and thin. And today it's paying off, at least in this match. Does it mean that they can run away with even like the whole tournament? I'm not sure yet. We don't know how good their playstyle can be if they don't play fluid. We saw the nerves in the first map coming in. They were static. They were not doing that great. So can the mental always be on point and always be great when they're having fun? It's still a question that we can't answer yet because we don't have enough intel on Moon Raccoon.
Yeah, I don't know if I can see a world where they're going to take down C9 White, but I think I see one where they put up a fight, and I could definitely see seeing that grand final be a Moon Raccoons versus C9 situation, because I think with how this team is looking, with how they kind of dismantled CLG, they're going to be in a really good position, and they're going to kind of say, I would say they're kind of that second team to beat from everyone who's in like the lower bracket right now and moving on. I think that they're the ones who they're really going to have to put up the fight against and get into if they want a chance for this.
Well, we do have a quick post-match interview right now for you guys, of course presented by Verizon, and it is with Moon Raccoons. Laurie, hi Laurie, welcome to the show. Congratulations on your victory. You were absolutely fantastic, you know, popping off on both maps. So talk me through what you made of your team's performance today.
Definitely we prepared last night. We knew we could win. And the first map was scary. We were kind of nervous, but we did pull through. Our mental was just stronger.
Actually, in terms of the preparations that you just mentioned, were you surprised by the map vetoes? Because the three of us on the desk didn't necessarily expect Bind to come up so soon. And if so, how did you go about prepping for something with, you know, so little data?
Well, we just did VOD review from yesterday's match. I mean, they did play a lot, but we knew Bind was going to get picked. We wanted it to get picked. It's more of like a personal vendetta of the team because we played really bad on Bind yesterday. So, I mean, we only lose 10 rounds apparently. So, I don't know. It was just mental.
Well, Steph, I know you are definitely happy that we got Laurie on the show. So, do you have any questions for her?
Yeah, it's actually the first time we get to talk to each other. First of all, I have to congratulate you. And I have to say, every time the Observer was in your eyes, it was quite spectacular. I want to talk a little bit about what happened in that momentum shift onto Bind when you guys were down by at least 6, if I'm not mistaken, if not 7. It seemed like you and Diana really had that synergy where you're able to feed off each other. You're able to get that spacing just perfectly to enter these bomb sites. Can you talk to me a little bit about that teamwork that we can see so well performing today?
Yeah, Diana and I are just really good duelists. I think we work like with each other really well, and independently we're also deadly with the headshots, even the op. And when we're together, like as a two-man team, we can just deathball it, honestly.
Yeah. And I want to ask, because now you're coming up into an upper bracket final that's going to be against C9 White. And I just want to ask, how do you guys fancy yourselves coming into that matchup? What do you think about that?
They're definitely the Goliath to our David. They are very strong. But we do have confidence that we can put up a fight, maybe take off one map. I don't know. But I think it's just going to come down to who's better tomorrow. And I think we have the mental attitude and just the whole entire team cohesion to really show out.
And it looks like you guys are having fun in the server. I was talking even about your agents and your characters' movements in the game. You, especially with that jet, you're just like kind of everywhere. Is this how it feels in your voice come? Like, are you guys laughing, having fun? Because we definitely could feel that energy on the casting side.
Yeah, even before the match, we're trolling, like singing to songs, like skirt skirt. You know, it's just good vibes all around. And even when we're down, we're always like just like take it one round by one round, and it'll come. Like we're better, we can do it. It's just all fun, and we start winning. The momentum's there, and we don't lose the hype.
That is great to hear. Honestly, I love that. Just one more question before I let you go. It doesn't seem like any of the teams have found a answer to C9Y yet. You know, it hasn't even been closed. It doesn't feel like they have been challenged. What do you think is the most important thing going into tomorrow's matchup, given how dominant they've been?
I think definitely they are the favorites, but for teams that go up against them, it's just having no fear. It's just another game. It's just whoever comes better that day. And yeah, like we're ready for it tomorrow.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for your time, Laurie, and congratulations once again on your victory today.
Thank you.
I love that. I love the skirt, like they're just loving life. I think that's what we need, you know, in these competitions. We need to see that because Steph, you can probably talk more on this because people sort of underrate, you know, mental attitude and also synergy with your teammates when it comes to, you know, the top level of these kind of competitions.
Yeah, especially in VALORANT, it's not just about skills here. It's about composition and agent's pick and the way you work with each other. In a game like Counter-Strike, it is important, but it hasn't been key to winning all the time. You can get away with not having the best chemistry if one of your player kind of pops off. But in VALORANT, at the moment, especially on the women's circuit, in these Game Changers events so far that we've had, it's really about that practice, that synergy, being able to at the moment, do these gimmicky plays that Diana and Laurie are capitalizing on and really pushing Moon Raccoon in front of the pack when it comes to any teams overall, potentially even outside of C9Y.
Yeah, and I mean, what impresses me so much about this mental is that this is like a huge tournament, like $50,000 on the line, and all these players are like young. Like, I think Diana's 16. I would guess that Laurie's not too much older than that. So there's so many players that are young that this is their first big showing, and they're still able to put that aside, just, you know, meme it a little bit, have some fun with it, have the jokes in the server, and it clearly has been working really well for them.
Well, I honestly, at this moment in time, I would love to see a C9Y versus Moon Raccoon Black final. I think that could be great. And speaking of that final, the bracket obviously now looks a little bit different because the games on the B stream have also concluded, so we can have a look at what it looks like right now. Of course, we have 2 elimination matches coming up, which means, you know, someone has to go home between CLG versus TSM and Dignitas versus our Steph. Is this what you know, expected going into this, for these 4 teams to be the ones in the lower bracket?
I mean, for CLG versus Moon Raccoon, it could have been either way. I thought that CLG could have won that BO3, but for the rest, this is something I unfortunately expected. You know, it's still a top 16, so we saw 2 teams leave Watch Out as well as the Flogs, so that was kind of textbook what we expected. But the team that is really surprising me today is Owa. Dig is gonna have a rough time versus Owa. They are showing so much potential. They're a little bit like a Moon Raccoon team for me, where they're just kind of having fun, playing with friends, and not even expect to be in the top 8 for this tournament, as they're usually some of them Fortnite players. So I love them. I'm really a big fan of the way that Maddie Sun plays that game. So I'm looking forward to seeing that semifinal. That's going to be a really hype game. But TSM, CLG, the Colossus of, I mean, it's always been like a big names in League. If you follow League, you know how TSM CLG is an important matchup. So it's happening once again in VALORANT.
And I wanna kind of redirect to the upper bracket for a second, because I think that the Moon Raccoons, even if they fall to C9, they're in such a good position right now. because I also think like they have like kind of this like Cinderella story going for them. They're like one of the like last couple like free agent teams. Like yeah, Awa's kind of a mix, but 3 of those players are signed to Gen G. So I wouldn't really consider them in the same boat. But the Moon Raccoons, like we mentioned, they wanted to stick together. They wanted to play together. They have a lot to prove, and thus far they are impressing. But talking about that lower bracket coming up next over on this stream, it's going to be TSM CLG, and I see that one getting really close. But CLG, I think they need to fix some stuff going into that. They need to be ready if they are down to come back into things, shut down momentum, and be a little more proactive in the server. Because the way that TSM plays, I wouldn't say it's like exactly the same as what they came up against here, but against the Moon Raccoons. But they play really quick. They oftentimes win the breach, very kind of pop flashy. Like if some might kind of describe it as kind of smeeging it, and where you're just kind of sending it in with the jets. I know that's the word of the month, but I think that the way that they play is really fun, and it's really similar to what they just faced. So CLG needs a change if they want a shot in that.
Well, if there's anything the CLG can do after yesterday at least is a reset, and they will have a little bit of time, and so will we, because we are going to head into a break right now. But don't go anywhere, because when we're back, we're going to be bringing you guys that TSM versus CLG match from the lower bracket.
Verizon believes everyone deserves the best. That's why we start with 5G from America's most reliable network.
Verizon 5G is next level.
Then give families plans to mix and match so you only pay for what you need starting at $35.
You get so much more than just a great network.
And offer the best in entertainment on select unlimited plans like Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, as well as Discovery Plus, with a Galaxy S21 Plus 5G when you buy one. There's no reason to settle for less than the best. Only from Verizon.
And welcome back to VCT Verizon Game Changers, where we're going to bring you guys another best of 3 from the lower bracket this time. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm joined by Miss Harvey and Evil Cat. Mimi, we spoke about this matchup already before the break, but how difficult and how different do you feel like this is going to be for CLG, given that they did struggle a little bit in their matchup against Moon Raccoons?
Yeah, I think, I mean, I was talking about it a little bit before the break, like you mentioned, that I think it's going to be difficult because the style that TSM plays is also very quick, very execution heavy, similar to the Moon Raccoons, where they're comfortable playing retake, but they're comfortable just sending it into a site. And once that momentum got rolling on those two things, that was CLG's crux. They couldn't pull back into it after that. So I'm nervous for them. They need to switch things up from what we saw last time if they want a chance to stay alive in the tournament.
Yeah, and we also have to think into account that TSM is probably looking forward to this matchup. They're probably really excited because they saw there was a little bit of weaknesses onto CLG's red side. But the thing is that if you look at TSM's tournament run, they're in the same boat as CLG Red. They're struggling. Nothing has really been put into place. Yes, we see great stuff, but I was doing some research earlier. You should see the amount of swaps that they did between the agents all throughout this tournament. Most of their players swap between 3 agents, so things are not set in stones when it comes to TSM. That can be a strength, meaning like we don't really know what they're doing, but at the same time it could also be a lack of depth, a little bit like we saw with CLG Red versus Moon Raccoon earlier.
Well, Mimi, you know, for those at home who aren't super familiar with what TSM have been up to, because of course, you know, they are playing with a substitute, a stand-in right now. Tell me about how they sort of managed to get to the point they are over this tournament.
I mean, yeah, they started things off with the game against Dignitas, which was, I think, the closest best of 3 we've seen throughout the tournament. Every single one of those games is going down to the wire. And for them, just narrowly, they couldn't pull through. They got knocked down to the lower bracket, and they've made a run there into this game. But the thing about TSM, like you mentioned, is that Lunar Cats, who was previously playing for them, she's not playing with them anymore. They had a last-minute substitute in for Ari Anarchist, and I think that from what we've seen from TSM, even though they lost that series, she seems kind of plug and play. I feel like she's fitting in with the TSM roster really well, and while it was a loss, it was still close, and I loved what I saw from TSM. So I think if they keep that style up, and if they can just find a little more consistency into it, they have a great chance against CLG here.
And I have to say that on TSM, coming into this tournament, I was looking forward to seeing Kat play. She was, for me, one of the key players when it comes to that team. But unfortunately, she hasn't really delivered as much as we wanted. It's been more like a Tina, which is, she was a sleeper for me. I didn't expect her to come up that big, not because, you know, she's not a good player, but on her CS team, she's never been really been that carry. She's always doing great, but not that carry that she has been for TSM while we've seen them in the bracket. So we're looking at the roster here. I know on the bottom you see a lot of TSM's agents, but let me tell you, it's all over the place when it comes to TSM. I think only one player has been playing 2 characters. Everybody else is playing different agents. So it's been quite a wild ride trying to analyze their team. And you might say they don't know, like if they don't know what they're doing, their opponents don't know what they're doing either. That's something that we love to say when you're playing on a team. So it might be what TSM is aiming for here.
Yeah, I mean, just on the other side of that. Oh, sorry, Mimi, go on.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I think that chaos factor is what's really big about them. Yeah. And that they strive in that. They're very good at those quick executions. And that, again, I mean, I kind of keep bringing this up because it's so important. That's what CLG struggles the most with.
I do think on the other side of TSM sort of trying to find their feet, we saw Ari yesterday whip out a Viper from literally nowhere and was unbelievable on it. And I do feel a little bit nervous for CLG because TSM were playing post plants so well, and as we saw earlier, CLG were struggling in that department a little bit. But let's move on to picks and bans, because this is often where games are sort of won and lost. And of course, after the early picks and bans, I'm not expecting too many surprises. But Steph, Split, Icebox, and Haven, what do you make of this?
Well, I like the Icebox pick from CLG Red. You know, it's one you have to see because TSM is so new. They're probably not as strong onto Icebox, and I think the Split is going to be where it's happening. You know, CLG runs away with Split. This could be their chance at closing a quick 2-0 this game. And as you saw, CLG played Split earlier, so they are kind of warmed up on it. That could backfire because TSM looked and saw their tendencies, but at this point into the tournament, especially with such a chaotic Split that we just saw, don't think there's that much tendencies to kind of analyze, and CLG might just adjust in time their playstyle to be able to face a team like TSM on it.
What's interesting, though, I think that TSM probably won these picks, and I say that for two reasons. First of all, talking about Split, which was their choice into this, they're good on Split. Yes, they lost it yesterday, but like I talked about, it was such a close affair, and I think the way they play Breach there, the way they are just very explosive, they set them up for success, is really good from TSM, and the Split that came out of CLG earlier wasn't really up to snuff. And then, if we talk about Icebox, CLG taking us there feels a little strange to me, because you mentioned, Yinsu, that like the Viper, the post-plant play, everything that was out of TSM seems like they're strong on that map. Like they have a good chance in this, so I feel like they're probably going to come out on top, at least in way of map bans here.
Yeah, I'm really excited for Icebox. Give me a Viper and I'll be happy, every day of the week. In the first matchup, you guys did pick out a couple players to do like a head-to-head, and I believe, we saw Benita, we saw Lori in those stats, and we do have another one here for TSM. Of course, you have to put Benita in there again. And Steph, TSM, admittedly, they might not have as much of sort of like individual fragging ability as perhaps we saw earlier from Murakuns, but these stats aren't bad, are they?
Yeah, and these two players for me are key because they're the players that have the most experience in the server right now. Benita and Kat are coming from decades of Counter-Strike championships, not just games, but just overall championships. They've been at the top of the world when it comes to CSGO. And in the server, usually Kat is that firepower. She's your kind of secret weapon where she's having fun and she's playing around and disrupting the opponents. But yesterday, that's not what I saw versus Dig. She was the one a little bit at the bottom of the scoreboard. She's not even in-game leading for TSM this weekend. So it's Athena. So not only Athena was top fragging, but she was also in-game leading. So I want to see Kat kind of perform today. I want her to explode. I want her to be the Kat that we've seen in other games. It looks like maybe she's trying to feel for TSM because she's such a good player. She's like, okay, you guys play whatever you want and I'll fill with the best that I can. So that might be a reason why she's a little bit behind. Who knows? But today they're going to need a strong Cat versus CLG Red because it can't just rely on the other players of TSM to win these rounds. I mean, yeah, I think that the head-to-head we had there is kind of the battle of this old guard, the people who were experienced that did big things in Counter-Strike and in other games in their past, but now it's been kind of mixed over in Valorant. I think Benita, we talked about her going into that first one. It says Sova up there, but I expect her to probably maybe be on that breach. It's going to depend a little bit because they do change that comp more over on Split and Icebox, so a little different. But I think that Benita in her role in calling and also in her role of kind of finding impact as an individual, like when we saw her on the Reyna, it's huge. She's kind of that backbone of the team. And for Kath, that's what me and Steph kind of expected to see based off her experience, but I'm not sure if that came through in that first match. So we'd love to see Kath find a little more impact, find a little more stride, and maybe that's another opportunity for TSM to kind of keep going in this.
Well, there's a lot on the line here because this is elimination, so whichever team loses today will be going and out of the tournament. With the maps, picks, and bans in mind now, Mimi, which team do you think this is going to favor? What's your prediction here?
I'm saying 2-0 TSM. I think they take this in storm. The CLG I saw isn't convincing, and I think TSM are going to be able to clean this up. I think the maps will be close, but I think it's probably going to be TSM out on top.
Okay, I have to go with 8-2-1 CLG. First of all, You know, objectively on paper, I still want to go with CLG, but my heart is also with CLG. So I love that Mimi always agree to disagree when it comes to whoever's gonna win. And sometimes she wins, sometimes I win, but hopefully I want to see CLG bring it today in the server, especially on Split Yinzu.
Yes, well, they are going to go into game now, and both of these teams are going to want to win, so I cannot wait to find out who's going to be right. Steph or Mimi, take this away.
Yeah, and now into this
Thank
TSM.
you.
I mean, it's the same thing we saw yesterday, right? Steph out from TSM, and it's also the exact same thing we just saw out of CLG in terms of comp. So nothing really special that I'm seeing in the server right now.
Yeah, nothing special. TSM Cat onto the Sage. We also have a Sage Mirror. Animal has been playing Sage all weekend, so there's absolutely no surprise there. CLG versus TSM. I'm trying to see. Okay, only the Breach is different. We have a Breach and a Reyna, so that's the only. We always have a mirror match here coming in, and I really want to see if TSM is just not going to be like, you know what? Let's just copy exactly what Moon Raccoon did here and try to get away to CLG skin. But as we're getting ready in the server, me super excited to be bringing the action onto the VALORANT stream. The VCT Verizon Game Changers, the second game of the elimination game for the first time onto the mainstream. CLG versus TSM, a classic.
A classic matchup, as you say, a huge one for both of these teams. They're both orgs with something to prove, picking up these rosters. Both orgs that want to do proud in this tournament. And one of them is going to be sent home in the middle. Emily, she's kind of one of these big players, a sole duelist, and she's up quick, but so is Benita. Pushing down into mid, she'll find Ari. But Emily's trying to wrap back into play here, ready, but the alarm bot still doubles the damage on her, and it makes it easy for Animal. Now, Zoe has a spike down on B, and they're actually going for the CT side take. We've seen them do this a couple times. They're ready to fight. Flash up, here it comes, and the blind is perfect for Kath to get one. A second as well now for the TSM players, and they have this into even odds. Chobo, a little nervous to keep pushing as Athena finds one on site. So suddenly, CLG, they find themselves at a disadvantage. Benita is up on the site, but Utility still keeps her at bay. A dink from Zoe, and the turret could even finish her off here. Chobo, though, holding up top. I don't think they have utility left, so they have to fight. They get her off the spike, one up top, and Chobo finds one, but the trade good through. TSM, how did they pull that off?
I like that push spawn. It's exactly what you need to see. You cannot let CLG get control of that map once you lose two. You know, CLG had such a great beginning of round, but that pop flash into spawn, that breach difference here with Zoe. And I don't know if it's Kat that said, hey, let's retake this spawn, or I don't know who made that call, but that was a great call. After that, CLG not able to bounce back, losing so many players into that fight. Props to TSM for not allowing CLG to win that retake. This is what I want to see from CLG on their attacking side. This is what that was lacking versus Maroon. Versus Moon
Not
Raccoon.
again. Oh no, I thought we were past that
I
phase.
removed the post-it.
Oh god, how could this have happened? Animal has the Bucky. She really loves this weapon. Let's see if she can do anything with it. Benita also has a shotgun of her own, and Animal gets that first one. In comes Benita, spamming away, but they're ready. Animal still has the trade for even odds with Zoe, and Rise will recover that ever-present eye on Bucky, but the utility spamming away, keeping Rise at bay for now. She wants to peek out. They want the spike down, and Naomi stops that for now, but Emily has the trade back. A 2-on-2. So close, and Chobo has the HP to peek out here, but a dark cover keeps them away for now. Spike's still on the floor. It's not even in the ground, and they're pushing out, but Kath finds it, closes that up for TSM.
This is really scary, but again, TSM, when their back is against the wall, they're stuck in that corner. Someone is making a move here, and they're like, you know what? Let's fight that person pillar. There was so much hesitation from Shobo around it. I wish that she had that confidence to just kind of swing and peek, but she's like blocking her teammate around that wall. It was kind of awkward with everything that happened. I like to see that CLG, though, dropped a lot of the TSM player, but unfortunately for them, they're going to be on another really not great buy. I was about to use the S word.
Oh,
you know, keeping me in check, Mimi, all the time.
Has to happen. Only got mid here as a Spectre, and she will check, but not soon enough. Great double dink from Bonita. She's actually trying to find more here. Good damage onto Zoe. The aftershock will come out, but Bonita's already left. Happy with the little run and gun. Get away with things, but look how much Zoe has farmed this ult orb. She already has Rolling Thunder up to bat.
Bonita got a quickie eel here, though, so she's all fresh and washed up. Lead by 1 with the breach at half HP. This could be dangerous for TSM, although CLG is on a really weak buy. Just the fact that all of CLG is ready for that corner and that paranoia is going to come in. It's not a paranoia, my bad. The dark cover, and look at this. The kills are getting exchanged all in the hands of Ari here in a 1 versus 3.
Trapped behind the box now, needs to fight her way out, has the first, but so much damage done. Now into a 1-on-2, and through the box, Animal finds her. So, CLG, they reply, and that was a lot of investment from TSM for just a bonus round.
Yeah, really great round by CLG. The reads, it all started with the kill, Bonita and mid. That kill really forced TSM, you know, kind of to pick a decision. Let's pick a side. Let's fall back. You know, we lost a player. We're not able to trade. So Bonita keeping that control of heaven, at least. That intel, hearing that all of TSM was going back towards A, kind of gambling on it, really was key here. And we're going to see our first operator of the game with a really, really, really small buy from TSM.
Not a lot invested in for them. Animal in mid. She loves hopping up onto this wall. We saw her do it a lot earlier on here on Split, and Animal wants to fight a little bit more. She'll have to suffice with 1 for the moment. CLG Red have positioning towards mid, but Naomi spamming through the smoke. Bonita still holding with the off towards B, and CLG, with this lighter buy, don't seem to be finding a way into it.
Cool and collected kills coming out of Naomi. TSM is just taking their time. They're trying to see if they can catch someone off guard, being NC here, watching their flank. CLG being really disciplined, and this is what we like to see. Only Animal was kind of playing around middle, but now that she's running out of utility, playing a more defensive setup, and we have 3 players from CLG towards that B. It looks like that's where TSM is heading at.
Yeah, it does look to be the direction for now, but they still have disadvantageous odds. In comes Rise for 1, looking for another. She might just get it over to the Sheriff. The Bucky shot's not hitting. How is she still alive? Zoe gets it, but her teammate falls to Bonita, and Zoe will be dealt with as well. So CLG, they do well in the anti-eco to only lose 1.
Yeah, this is a great round from CLG. This also is probably putting in place, like, you know, that discipline I just talked about, and also the way that the comm scene's a little bit better, but I don't want to give too props to CLG because every beginning of the last 2 matches we saw them on this stream, they were ahead. They seem to have that cool, calm, collected situation, and it kind of backfired on them. So this time, TSM getting ready right outside A. I think we're going to see an explosive setup coming out of them.
Yeah, Bonita trying to get the timing on the op shot, but it won't happen. Now this is what we see a lot from TSM. Quick executes, going fast upwards with those breach flashes. We see them find space towards heaven, towards ramp. They'll start to wait their way into this one. Pushing up, so much space to work with. But still, many players waiting on the A site. They have nothing to really work here. And a flank is of opportunity soon. Here comes the op from Bonita. Good for 1. That's Emily taken out of the round, and she wants to keep fighting, but the player in hell is gone. But the flank from Animal comes through, and CLG, they just take it away from there, only losing 1 in the round.
That's what we were not seeing last game of CLG. These crossfires winning so much time for the rotate to be happening. I don't know if you saw, it was a little scary. TSM was crushing onto Bonita, but it didn't matter because Rise was pushing, flanking. All of CLG was converging. So even though there was a split defense here, they were winning so much time and not falling for all of the players to converge on TSM. And this is going to push TSM to be on a 5-man Sheriff here onto round number 6.
Yeah, the op, almost the collide. I think it may have connected, but great shot from Ari. Resurrection, though, immediately back in play. Zoe wants to try and get this pick just over the box. She can't spot it. Up top goes Animal, doing the old classic up on the wall, but Nothing working quite yet. We see Killjoy postured with the ult towards A site, and they'll rotate over to work off of this. Benita's on a quick rotate, but it will have to be the retake play for CLG most likely here. Chobo jumping for information. She wants to see that this is committal. And now she'll know, actually still fighting. She's not smoked off, but the swarm grenade might suffice. She wants to peek out, but nothing will come quite yet. So TSM, 4v5, they have the site control.
I like these bumpers here. And TSM, as we saw a little bit earlier, they're not trying to stay in the site. They don't want to be pinched. They were trying to push for spawn, but kind of unsuccessful. Let's see if CLG is able to retake that bomb site. It's a 5 versus 4 as CLG decides to get in. They didn't clear corners. Actually, they did. Zoe was in the back of you all, and no one falls from CLG. This is a flawless round. Totally different CLG in the server so far here as they are in the lead 4-2.
CLG, they're making a case for themselves, especially on these retake plays that they really struggled with that against the Raccoons, but now they're coming into this a little bit more, finding a little bit more to work with. But if we recall that previous matchup, remember how they would always find the early momentum and then it would spitter out. It would just disappear and it would move against them. But this is again a different team, and CLG, they're fired up, I'd imagine, because they know they need to win this. They know elimination is on the line. So it might not be the case here. However, it is a bye round on the cards, and TSM looks split, leaning towards the B side.
The action is going to happen a little bit towards middle, a little slower round here for TSM. We have a double up here towards Hell. Towards Heaven onto B, and that wall here is going to be broken right away. Unfortunately for Animal, she's going to have to retrieve Benita as well. We're now in completely passive mode as far as CLG's defend goes.
Yeah, they are playing this slow, playing it safe now. And they have a lot of territory to work with into the middle. Heaven still looking the place to execute. The flash is up, but it doesn't hit Benita. So she dismisses away. And Animal's ready, powered up by the blind, but still Zoe finds it. Now the Killjoy lockdown in play. This will keep them off. 45 seconds to work with, though. A rotation is possible, but they have to call soon. And out comes the push. Ari holding tight, trying to hold the line, but Benita's there. And so is Naomi. They each get one of their own. And Kath, 30 seconds left. I think she'll have time if she runs it to A, but still a 1v3. This is tough, Steph.
Really tough. And it doesn't even matter for me if she plants the spike. Yes, it's good for her team. But CLG will have a 1 versus 3 retake. So they're sticking together. They're going to let her try to get that spike. She's confident that there's no one. She has plenty of time to make it so. So CLG is going to be on their retake. Cat, though, Sage in hand, there's not much she can do, and she's gonna have to try to go aggressive here and finding these 1 versus 1. We have one player low onto CLG. It's Benita.
Yeah, and that's the first one. That's huge.
First one to fall. Yeah,
that's great for Kath, because now she has this a little more set off. The wall buys her time to position herself in the site. She needs another fight, gets one. Now she can back away, still full HP. A 1 versus 1 here now. This shouldn't be winnable, but Kath is making it work behind. They're ringing around the Rosie, and I'm not sure if they saw the tail end. Still searching on the site. Kath circling around. A shark in the water, up behind, they'll hear it. Chobo forced off the spike, time so low, and Kath is still kicking it. She'll just win it off the time. How does she pull that off? A 1 versus 3. That seemed impossible, Steph.
And this is where the experience is coming in. The pacing for CLG Red, unfortunately, not able to trade when she got these 2 kills. Although, it seemed that they should have, because every time that she got the kill, there was a player also available on their screen to be able to trade it. So CLG here losing at 1v3 is not a good look, but you have to put that behind and really focus on to the next round, because the momentum is still on their side. That round for me is a fluke as far as this game goes, and they cannot let TSM ride that win to later. And that Cat this time is not able to do a 1v3 once again. She's going to be deleted from the server right away.
That's also a resurrection taken out of play off the rip, which is really a big one to lose. TSM now, they love this mid control, but thus far they haven't found too much from it. Again, this Killjoy on the lurk towards A. And it's slow. Is Emily starting to fall away to recover Spike?
In these slow rounds in this game, CLG has been coming out on top, so this could be dangerous for TSM. We talked about how the chaos is what CLG struggles with, but once they can set up their defense and set these trades ready, TSM hasn't really found the answer yet. 8 rounds in.
No real solution. Here comes the Rolling Thunder, though. This allows them to push into heaven. But look at the ramp present from CLG. There's 2 here. Ready. Paranoia up. Blinds one. Choba holds close. Ready for the frag. And she'll get it onto Ari. Annie Mall, another. CLG picking up the pace here. The flash is good, but the shot is better.
This is exactly what I was talking about. If you just do really minimal chaos and get into CLG's crosshair, they're coming out on top here today. So you cannot let CLG get comfortable into their defense. You can't give away these early picks. CLG was pushing versus Moon Raccoon too, but Moon Raccoon was coming out on top. And here Benita is able to get a pick, fall back, and then it makes it so much easier onto CLG's back to have to play that 4 versus 5 and just have to force TSM on a save right away after Cat has won a 1 versus 3.
Yeah, TSM here, as you mentioned, on that lower buy. And I like the way Animal's playing this. I don't know if they'll be ready. But what's even more menacing on the horizon is Benita's spot holding the line in main. Stuns up, it'll push her off. Jazz flashes to go out. Benita still falling away, doesn't want to lose the off to the eco. Rise 1, made into so much utility, pressuring. Rise is still kicking it in sight. The op. Ooh, I'm not sure how that didn't hit, but it was narrowly close. And Annie Mall's pushing in. She'll just pick up 3-4 kills to get her the resurrection and to convert the anti-eco.
Animal with the quadruple kill. Every time we see her in play on CLG, she's at the top of the scoreboard right now, and she's doing a tremendous work. She gets these doubles, these triples, these quadruple kills all throughout the weekend. But I really like the way that Benita and Rise were able to kind of bait and switch around that pillar. Benita not falling after the initial fault line and being able to go back and watch Rise's back was really key here. It could have been really dangerous. Mimi, it was really scary. You never want to have that op versus a couple of pistol being overwhelmed. That was a really great adjustment really early into the round, and we're gonna have our first pause of the game, and I have to assume it's a TSM one.
Yeah, I mean, this map after the changes, I think the attacker side, you can thrive on it a little more. And the way that TSM like to play with that flashy pop execute kind of stuff, that style is getting shut down right now. They're not able to convert the rounds they do that. They had 1 from a clutch, the other 2 are the pistol and the conversion. They haven't won a gun round cleanly yet, at all, in this map. And I think that's why they need to stop. That's why they need to talk, and they need a solution for these last 3 rounds.
Yeah, it's not over for TSM in this round. We can see a 6-6, especially versus the CLG Red that hasn't been that consistent coming into their momentum. They've been kind of shut down multiple times throughout the weekend. So I wouldn't say that this is an undoable situation for TSM. And what I like to see, I mentioned before this game how Kat was going to need to show up today. And she's, in my book, almost the only one that's showing up at the moment. She won that 1 versus 3, but she's been doing a lot of work. On the flip side, Emily has been struggling. She's not really entering into these bomb sites. She haven't seen that raise impact yet so far.
And I also haven't seen that dynamic duo, that Zoe-Emily pair that I love to talk about because I love to see them play, and it's just not happening. I mean, this here with the off, the wall keeps her off the line for now. She's still ready here. Not a lot of Reynas will off on this map, but Benina, she does it very well. Possibly a chance here at Zoe's head, just tantalizing around the corner. And TSM, they're still just playing the contact here, playing for the space. And Emily, you said she was having a tough one, and the odds get no better as she is taken immediately out. Annie Mall now holding in close. Resurrection is in her back pocket. The direction for TSM seems to be A, this is the right call, but look at all the utility. And look where Benita is.
She's ready to get some entry frags. And what was that Tina doing? I'm not quite sure. She had her knife out, not ready and expecting Benita to be there at heaven. And CLG still outnumbered even with that resurrection, and lots of ult in play here to secure that B-bomb site.
Have a look at the flank coming in. It's huge from Chobo for 2 frags. Now Spike down. And that'll just be CLG fixing that up in short order. They came through so quickly on the retake on that flank there that there was no time for TSM to even brace themselves. I loved that play.
That slow pacing that TSM is showing to us is exactly how Moon Raccoon was playing in the first 6th round of Blind. And this is where CLG excel at. When you give room for CLG to push, to really control the map, to get these picks and fall back, so far, it has not been working for their opponents. So CLG needs to continue in that route because TSM doesn't seem to be adjusting.
Yeah, I mean, half this roster are veterans of CSGO. They know how to play against a slow default where you might catch them off guard is going quickly, rushing, using utility, but it doesn't seem to be happening. Still, Bonita body blocked will still get away. The spray through the smoke does damage. Utility up, they're spamming away, pushing in. Bonita, she's very low, very compromised here, but look at TSM. They're immediately turning an about face and heading towards A. Naomi up top has the swarm. She's ready for this play because she's seen it before, but she's not ready for Zoe. The frenzy for 1. And now they have to go on to site, but look where Rise is. A perfect spot to find frags. 2 for 1 into elbow. But TSM, they're actually going into defender spawn here. They want to kill Bonita. They'll get it, but now where do they close? It's B. Look at the spike already over there, and Ari will join. Now CLG, they have to regroup. They have to come back into this, and Ari needs a frag early. Wants a fight. She gets it, but doesn't win it. Chobo, that's massive. Kath would have to do it a little better this time. A 1v4 on the cards. Misses the shot. Trying to peek back in. She needs this kill, but isn't able to get it.
CLG Red closing another round in the ends versus TSM, and we're even going to see a little bit of a spike discussion. Who's getting that last orb as we head into the last round of this first half? Like I mentioned, I want to see a disruptive TSM. I want to see a faster paced TSM. It seems like even when they're getting control of somewhere on the map, let's say they're going fast mid or A main up in heaven, they pause. And that pause is where CLG has been just better, has been on the rotate better, has been on the flank better. So don't pause. Continue exploding. This is probably CLG's weakness. And if you do, and I'm loving the mini map, what I'm seeing right now. All of the players from TSM are ready either for a B push, and this is where Bonita might get overwhelmed here.
Yeah, she wants a shot here, and she gets it the tightest line. Emily having no good luck in her fortunes. Ari has the refrag though, but look where Annie Mall is. This is so sneaky. Who would ever expect it? Not Athena. Annie Mall betters her. And a 4v3 now. A work back in for CLG Red and TSM. It feels it's been ages since a post plant for them, but they still aren't finding the success they need. Zoe towards main. They're playing off the spike from that position. She might even go for a flank. But CLG, they're ready on this retake, and out comes the showstopper. They're going in quickly. Rocket connects. That's Ari taking care of Kath. She's the only woman on site. She needs to go big here and can't even find one. Zoe, she's late to the show, rotating up a dark cover on the spike. And at this point, she's trying to spam, but she can't do a thing. That's a 9-3 half dominant for CLG.
Once again, Animal doing so much work for CLG. Keeping that control of middle, not dying to Athena was key here. It doesn't matter if Bonita got traded. If Animal loses that control up to heaven to Athena, this is a completely different round for CLG Red. But you have to also think maybe Athena went a little too fast. Maybe she challenged that heaven a little too quick for my taste. If you take more time here, as we watch some of the replays of the first half, you have more chances to win these battles, because it was so early that Animal was still ready. She was still holding, like you said, in that really incredible position. One that I don't even know if I would have cleared too, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, TSM, I don't think they're playing to their strength. I tried to talk about this a little bit earlier in that CLG, all of these players are so experienced against this type of gameplay. They're used to playing against slow defaults. They're used to playing against that counter-strikey style of play. What they probably aren't as used to is when teams go quick, when teams go for it, like the Moon Raccoons did. But TSM, they aren't showing what I expected. They're not showing that quick, that in-your-face gameplay style. And I wonder if confidence is a factor. Is the mental getting shot a little bit here?
Yeah, you have to call confidence because, like I was mentioning, when they do pause, that's when CLG is coming out on top. So when they're taking their time and trying to like potent pride, they're not successful. CLG is the better experienced team, at least in the server so far. They're showing a better display of teamwork. So I'm looking forward to seeing the TSM on the CT side, because if they do exactly what I would like them to do on the T side, which is go aggro, disrupt CLG really early on, this is where potentially they can make something happen and come back into this game. And we're going to have to see it really fast, really early, because in the last 10 rounds, CLG won 9 of it.
Yeah. TSM at the half, they need to pause. They won the pistol round last time. If they want a chance, they need to do it again. But this time, they're going to need momentum afterwards. They're going to need to build into things. And from CLG, well, what else would we expect from them but a setup for a default, what they know and what they love.
We're coming in as the second half is starting. 9-3 for CLG Red. TSM needs to win this pistol, at least to just feel a little more secure, a little less pressure on their back. They're trying to go aggro here towards B main, but Shobo is shutting that down. Doing it really well here, keeping 3 players of TSM towards that B-bomb site.
Yeah. I mean, it's exactly what we expect. But Ari picks up that first frag over towards the A site. So a good start for TSM. But they again have to capitalize off of it. We see CLG sneaking their way into the vents. They're looking for something of an A split here. Athena's up top. Now she's getting pinched in from 2 angles. And the trade is through from Rise. Now Ari in here to hold the cross. A push out from Chobo. Spam's going both ways. Nothing connecting. She has to hide from the blast pack so it doesn't kill her. But Kath gets one felled as well. And Ari has to push quickly, trying to do something, but Chobo will best her in the flank through from Benita. The overheal coming up. She's so low, and Zoe will find it. Now 1-on-2, doable for Zoe. She knows at least 1 is held. Will she expect 2? Now she'll see that they're both here. Has 1 blind to work with. This could be huge. Both can't see the spam going every which way. Zoe can't find the shots. Now she has 1 bullet. Has to reload. Chobo hopping up and over. It's chaos. Nothing's going right except for that. Zoe picks it up, clutches the round for TSM in a pistol that they absolutely needed, Steph.
Was Shobo out of bullets? Is that
think
what
so.
happened?
I'm not sure. That was
something. God, how did Zoe win this clutch? This is pulling TSM back into this game. I cannot believe that flash boat the players. Also cannot believe they were able to recover in time to kill her. I wish they swung out just a little bit earlier. When they got the initial contact, they should have said, like, okay, let's swing it before she reloaded and threw that flash. But, you know, that round is in the past, and Zoe is going to do so much to keep TSM reading into this game. That was spectacular.
Emily had a rough go of things in the first half. That really needs to change for TSM into this one. This could be your chance for some free frags, for a confidence booster, which is only good for 1. Jobo has the trade back. Zoe now a little trapped inside, will blind Kath completely. Bit unfortunate, but still not a huge factor. CLG pushing through the wall. Kath from 1 up top has a heal through. They're playing this very well. Zoe just running it down with the Spectre. Finds a couple frags of her own. That's exactly what we needed to see out of TSM.
Yeah, 9-5. The difference between the amount of rounds on the scoreboard for TSM is getting smaller and smaller as they are winning 2 rounds in a row, and they're going to be on a bonus situation here. All of their players did not have to rebuy. You can see everyone kept whatever they had last round, except Emily. She died, but she is ready with the Sheriff. We have, on the other hand, all of CLG ready. So I'm excited to see how their default is going to look like, because right away you can see they want to take middle control while 2 of their players are contesting that A ramp with so much utility from TSM.
Yeah, a lot for them in this one. But Naomi has an entry onto Athena. Ori now trying to hold tight towards hell. She does have the judge, though, the weapon for the job. She'll find the first. She can recover a gun now if she can get over the ledge. She can. All right, she figured it out. Got it going now, but Benita gets Cath. Unsuspecting. Ari still low. Finds one. Looking for more. Can't do it. 3 on 2. But Zoe has the Rolling Thunder up. This is a doable retake. Rise deciding to plant in the back corner. Her teammates posturing themselves for a great post plant. Not together here. The Rolling Thunder, they know it's in play. They don't want to set themselves up in a situation where it could win them the round. So he has a lot to work with here. A lot into the round, but Chobo is in such a good spot. Finds one, but no, actually doesn't. Zoe, quicker, and now the Rolling Thunder can come out. Actually, they might not lose it here. Are they going to? Yes, here it comes, one in main. They have to deal with Benita, but she's just jiggling out, taking these taps one by one. And Zoe, at this point, there's nothing she can do. That fault line actually might get one killed, but regardless, CLG Red, they're up to double digits.
Oh, I thought Zoe was gonna do it again, getting that kill into Shobo's key. She also picked up a free B weapon, so I'm like, oh no, Shobo. But at the same time, I like to play, so it's hard to be upset. You know, I think that was map control that could have been key for CLG if they don't decide to go back to spawn. But in the end, Benita securing that bomb site while the Rolling Thunder had been applied is really, really good. CLG winning another round. Double digit. I've been seeing it all day. It's a really, really important number to hit when you're playing Valorant. And this is for the first time today. Gonna be CLG getting it first.
Find that early pace. TSM, they need 5 on the trot to come back into a favorable spot. Eyes towards mid, looking for the turret. For something, but the flash is good, and the push up from Chobo finds one. Nade takes care of Rise on the trade back from Emily, but here comes the showstopper. However, CLG, they're still in middle. I mean, everyone pushed away. It's not going to find them anything, nor will it pick up any space stuff. So this is a 4-on-4. And TSM, I mean, they're not going to be happy with this quite yet. They need information. They're starved of it. And Athena might get more than info. She gets an onslaught of 3. Still good to find 1. Emily up in heaven. Looking for a shot. She knows that they could exact towards B, but the rotation still a possibility. And they'll disengage for now. Leaving just Chobo towards the side of B, but she'll join the team. Look at the push down, though.
Ooh.
I mean, they're going for information here again. They need it, but this is such a big mistake. Look where they're going. They're going towards A.
I like the play, but I can't believe CLG is even smarter in this. You know, I really like the push. If CLG was going B, this would have been a perfect play, but we're going to have to see a 3 versus 3 retake as the bomb is going to get planted towards B. And this is where CLG really struggles on their post plant. And again, they're giving a lot of room. They're trying to retake that mid, but I don't know. Oh, it's for the res, maybe.
Oh no, this is a tough spot for TSM. Look how much time is being wasted just by the rotations. They have everything that they need. The perfect setup in the post plant. This is going to be so hard for TSM. They still have Zoe on the breach. They still have blinds, but look where Benita is. She's coming in behind them. A huge player in this round. Chobo has the crossfire, swinging out for 1, looking for more. And TSM's on the trades, but Benita up top. The flank comes to fruition. And Steph, that's CLG. They're already on 11.
11 round. And this is key here. Benita had that flank. The way they went back to get that res, they res, and Benita stayed there, and Moore's going towards that flank. This is not something that we saw at all on Bind. This is not something we saw at all on the last split. So CLG really finding their groove, really finding the momentum to be making these plays, to be a little more creative instead of just waiting for their demise into a bomb site that they have no control on, even after the spike is planted. My energy is getting pumped up because I like when teams bounce back. And right now, CLG Red is bouncing back.
They sure do seem to be in a better spot now. TSM, they're still playing this very similar, but this time the Ari factor's in it. She plays perfectly off her one-way to get Naomi. This is the advantage that they need, but remember, TSM had it last time, and they still couldn't win the round. Now Ari takes damage, flak on her way away. A heal could be a possibility, and CLG, ever slow, ever present, will start to make their way towards mid.
Nothing is secured here into this round. Yes, CLG is down by 1. Might be the first time too that they get first blooded on. But TSM still has really good position. There's 3 people towards that mid, so it's not looking that great. And they're hearing all of that rotation. The sound that they're doing right now, CLG Red, I don't know if it's on purpose. It might be just a bait to have that rotation being pulled off. But all of TSM is either mid or in B right now.
30 seconds left.
That's huge for Animal. Out comes the Bucky from Emily. Damage, no kill. Animal for 2. Emily again forced to retreat, but look, they're already on site. They're already fighting. Zoe's here, but only finds a pick. This could be match point, and it looks like it, as Emily is forced to clutch a 1v3. We've seen Kath do it before her. But Emily needs to step it up. I mean, Zoe too. Emily needs her turn. She needs to come into this. Out comes a showstopper. No, my God, it doesn't connect, but she still has 2. The frags for Emily. The last towards main. She can hold the spike to half, but she has the wrong read coming up behind her. And this could be all but over. It is. Rise shuts down the chances and will pick up match point.
I really thought we were going to see another 1v3 versus CLG Red right now, but not going to be able to close it. And you know, TSM can't be in this situation. They can't ask all of their players to win a 1 versus 3 at some point. It just doesn't make any sense. So they have to just be better. How did we lose this round if we're TSM? We had all the information in the world. We were ready. Every TSM player was towards B and middle, and still we're losing all of our fights. We're at match point for CLG, and TSM really does not have the right book here as a read against CLG.
Yeah, and here comes Benita. She is feeling it now. She's just charging in with the Reyna. Empress, she's an unstoppable force, just sending it all the way towards defender side spawn. Athena shows herself down in hell, and Shobo gives some damage away. Benita trying to fight. Here come the flashes though from Zoe. Into the heavens. They come, they have to go big, they have to live here. But Benita is still finding frag, so is Chobo. Taps away for 1. And Zoe is asked the impossible. A 1 versus 5. Just a judge. Very little utility to work with. She has the stun to keep them away, but has to push into a slow. And CLG 13-5. They run away with things over TSM in map 1.
And we're really never contested. I'm very surprised. I'm surprised in 2 ways. Surprised that CLG was so dominant right after losing versus Moon Raccoon. And also I'm surprised that TSM never were able to find their groove. They looked much better versus Dignitas yesterday. So is it a fact of CLG is coming in warmed up, is coming in you know, just a little bit of better cohesion because it's not their first game of the day and TSM never really woke up? Are we gonna see TSM be a little more on point into map 2? This is a very exciting situation to be in. One thing for sure is you're not getting your 2-0 TSM.
My prediction is washed away pretty magnificently. Is it too late to jump ship? No. I'm gonna trust in them. I'm still predicting TSM 2-1. I think that they have a chance to come back into it, and I think that could start with Icebox. But the TSM we saw here, it's not who we know. I talked about the aggression. That's what they excel at, and they didn't do it at all. They were so passive. They just sat there and they waited. And CLG, they played that perfectly. They didn't even seem to break a sweat in that game.
An Animal coming so big, you know, she probably hit the 20 bombs because last time I remember seeing she was at 19 kills and that was way early in the round. So the bringer for CLG coming in clutch, and I'm super excited because right after the break, we're gonna jump into map number 2.
And welcome back to VCT Verizon Game Changers, where CLG are currently one map up against TSM in this lower bracket. Best of 3. I'm Yingsu, and I'm joined by Miss Harvey and Evil Cat. Right off the bat, Steph, that was a completely different team we saw from CLG. How impressed were you with their turnaround?
It was quite quick. I'm not gonna lie. I did not expect that game to be that one-sided. I thought we were gonna see a nail biter up until the end, but CLG really capitalizing on these trades and on the fact that TSM not only never really found their groove, but they stayed so slow so that CLG was able to just like go into what they've been used to in practice and really show up today in the server.
Yeah, I mean, I think that CLG, besides just playing really well, because their individuals were popping off, they were doing great things, but I think also TSM played right into them. They did that wasn't the normal TSM. That wasn't the aggressive, like kind of crazy, unexpected, wild TSM we know. That was a TSM that was playing scared. That was not ready for what came up against them, and who played directly into CLG's hands. And CLG, I mean, as we saw, they dominantly took it. The only round TSM were winning was the pistols and the clutches. That was it. That was all they had.
Yeah,
well,
Mimi,
Mimi,
was
you know,
having so much fun too. And like I have to say, Inzu, she was getting all the picks across the map everywhere, and that was really hurting TSM.
Yeah, it was. She really showed up there like we kind of expected her to, right? Just not against Moon Raccoons as much. But Mimi, you know, looking at Split, because this is what, the second time CLG have played Split in the space of like 3 hours, 2 hours, if that. What would you say was the biggest difference for you between this map and the map we saw before from the CLG team?
I think it was because they felt comfortable against TSM's playstyle. TSM, well, the Moon Raccoons, if we recall that game, the Moon Raccoons just kind of like held W a little bit sometimes and were just very chaotic. I mean, we even heard from Lori that they were having fun with it. They were going wild, they were just flowing and having fun with it, and that didn't feel like the same that we saw from TSM. TSM was subdued. They didn't have the same impact that we saw from the Moon Raccoons, and that's CLG's strong suit. When you play slow, that's where they thrive.
Wow, look at Animals Battle Sage 5.
Oh my God, 5.0
KT8, that's insane. And combat score is so high. This was her map. This was her game. She showed up. I'm sure CLG is really happy they picked Animal to be their 5th, because look at that. She's the perfect addition right now at the moment with the way CLG is playing, and they all adapted to her being the Sage. And she really was just holding her own, really showing that, you know, she might be streaming a lot because she is on the grind when she streams. It's paying off because she is also at 5.0 KDA. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, that is the exact type of player you want on your team, you know, especially when they had a little bit of a tough time earlier. I'm really pleased and impressed with how they've managed to turn this around, but we just need to quickly move on to Icebox, because that is the next map coming up. And Mimi, you know, we spoke about this briefly beforehand. Do you feel like this is going to be a little bit easier for TSM to sort of get back into the game?
I don't know if easier is the right word, because CLG is an okay Icebox team. Like, they do well at it, but I think the X factor here for TSM is if they're going to pull Viper out again. You talked about it a little bit, in that Ari, when she plays that character, their post plans are so strong, their setups are so strong, that creativity is bubbling, and that's what was lacking this game. If they can pull something like that out, if they can pull a wild card, I think there's a chance for them to still come into it. But if they keep playing how they're playing, if they keep being slow, being scared, there's very little shot for them.
And I know that maybe you mentioned how Icebox is a more puggy style map and could favor TSM, but the way that CLG played Icebox versus Oa yesterday. Is so dominant. They're coming in extremely confident. This is on paper the best map that they played this weekend. The only map that was so one-sided. So I'm really looking forward to this.
Well, I already spotted that Viper, so I am ecstatic. But TSM have to win this if they want to stay in the competition. Over to you, Mimi and Steph.
Yeah,
Thank you so
look
much.
at the agent select. I'm very, very, very excited, Steph, because not only do we get the treat of Ari on the Viper, we also get Zoe playing Skye, and if they're playing that very hallmark Valorant style, something you can't do in another game, where you're using these characters to their full potential, and you are in control, I think TSM could do this, but I mean, like we keep saying, it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. And it does. I don't think CLG is really used to playing versus a Skye Viper agent setup. So I'm interested to see how it's going to turn out. But at the same time, I didn't really see Zoe so strong with the Skye yesterday. So I'm still excited. Still really excited to see this mashup, and we're going to be jumping right away. VALORANT waits for no one. It's right away into the game. So we are at map number 2, CLG Red versus TSM. CLG up by 1, and they're going to be starting on the attacking side this time around, while Ariana is making a really big push here onto the spawn, utilizing Skye's ability and fighting CLG up in the opposite side of the map and getting 3 kills out of it.
Yeah, that's huge from TSM, starting off strong. They're good at pistols, but this is impressive. They're continuing to press the advantage, but these players from CLG are so boxed in. There's a Sage on one side, locking them in, and Athena's there as well, soon with support from Ari, and this push is continuing to come up. Look at that Viper wall as well. This continues to cut them in, allows TSM to cut the angles even closer, and they make it flawless. Ari finding 3 in the round. The Viper play there was exceptional.
They read our mind. They read our mind. We said that they cannot let CLG play their game. They have to go aggro. They have to loosen up. And right away, starting with that A push, there's no way CLG Red expect the TSM player to be peeking that deep. And not only 1, 3 of them utilizing great utility usage coming out of it. And this was a clean, fast-paced round, and it could dictate that CT side, that defender side for TSM. Is CLG is not careful.
It could be a tough one, and they are going quick for CLG. Up into mid, Bonita charging below the tube, a frenzy in hand. She wants to fight Athena. Athena is not quite ready for it, so CLG, they pick up 2. The wall ready for the plant. This is clearly a set play. This is something they've planned. They're ready for, and now they have a good advantage.
And they know that Ari usually plays where she is right now, so let's see if they can capitalize on that intel. But Bonita, you know, they're just giving up all of B main, and it's working out, getting control of that kitchen here and fighting towards the tube. Under it, inside of it, seems to be paying off as Zoe is trying to get her fight of her own. Everybody falls, and CLG winning flawlessly this second round. It's 1-1, but what an impressive set play, as you mentioned.
I mean, that was an ego step. How did they even manage that?
It was just, you know, I know what to do here. Follow me, girls. Let me utilize my Reyna abilities and let's just swarm in that kitchen. Honestly, Athena dying here, it seems like she got caught off our guard. Like, she didn't even shot once and she fell.
No. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what lost them the round off the rip, in that they lost a player so early, and then that was guns recovered. It's the snowball effect. And where else would we find it but Icebox? Athena has a Bucky, great shot, that perfect 8 meters to find the one tap onto Bonita. Now TSM, they have Vantage. I love the setup here with 1 on top, 1 on the bottom. Kath trying to bait in from the one down below. And you talked about how flexible Kath is. She played like Sage before. Now she's on a Jet. What a difference. Yeah,
as I mentioned, I really think she's, although she's the core of TSM, I'm pretty sure they built the team around her. She is flexing. She's playing whatever TSM needs because she can do a little bit of everything. And I think that, you know, at some point it's really going to pay off for TSM, because to have a player like Kat be able to play so many agents here can be key. But CLG is going to get the plant. spike is down, and Shobo gets the double, utilizing Benita's her own recon, actually. Scratch that. You know, Shobo taking the Sova out of Benny also confused me a little bit. But
I know.
you know, these players, they can do whatever right now.
Yeah, it's into a 3-on-3 here. The wall keeps one side, one rope off limits for TSM. They want to fight into this, but Naomi has head first frag onto Ari, but the Bucky from Athena still finds one. Chobo's up above, finds the first frag, and Naomi cleans up shop CLG. They convert that kind of, it was a bonus and then the force up for TSM, and they'll do it to find the second.
It wasn't that clean, but Shobo really saving the day here with all of her kills. CLG is going to keep these SMGs, even a pistol, and they're going to go ahead and fight more pistols. Little scrappy buy across the board. Really interesting. I can't wait to see this round. How is it going to turn out? What is TSM going to do with this weaponry, and what is CLG going to do with theirs? This is an exciting situation to be in as an observer.
Yeah, and now they're going to really quickly push up here. Cloudburst falls. Kath finds one with the Sheriff, but the blind's good. Animal regaining the space. TSM is forced to fall away, and Animal falls off the line before she can do anything. Athena, she's been so good with the Bucky to find these shots on these close angles. Now she might have to do it again. TSM in a good position. Even better as Kath finds that one bullet, all she needs. And CLG, they're a little fractured here, Steph.
Yeah, and Rise is going to have to make a play here against Cat, because if she falls, Cat gets the triple. It's all in the end of Animal, and she is low. She's going to be waiting for her heals to come. She really cannot do anything here. If anything, drop a couple of players, maybe. That's what we'd like to see, as her heal is giving her back some HP. But like I said, this was a really interesting round, one that's going to go in favor of TSM. You know, I wouldn't bet on Animal at this point, although she's been playing great. This is a really tough spot to be in.
It really is. CLG, they seem to have been pushed up against the wall together, and everyone fell individually. Now Animal trying to fake out the rope there. They heard her drop, and they're ready. What an impact from Kath.
Yeah, Kat is really showing today. She's a totally different player than yesterday, especially right now with the 4K into this really scrappy buy. It's going to keep TSM in this game. It's 2-2. And it's a little bit of a back and forth affair, as TSM winning the first, CLG following, back and forth. But this time, it's going to be a gun round all over the place. I know TSM, Kat, as well as Ari, and Tina, excuse me, they don't have the best weapon in the world, but it's still a situation that you're happy to be if you're TSM.
Yeah, I think they feel pretty comfortable here. I love what Ari does on kind of this aggressive positioning to push up and use the Viper utility to find herself space, but Benita finds just over the line one onto Kath. Now it's going to be CLG advantage, but look where Ari is with the judge. Great spot, great push. There's another in close on her, but she's going to be forced away for now. So we clearing space with the dog up through middle.
Taking her time here. Emily is kind of getting antsy, shotting the wall, and she's going to get one and gets traded by Zoe. CLG. A 2 versus 3 situation, not the best situation to be in, and they're getting flanked by Ari here. 50 seconds left though, so still a lot of room to play with.
Ari loves the flanks. The extremities are her home on this map, and every second that passes means the flank comes closer and closer. Yeah. Rise finds one, but still, where's the flank in this? It's coming up now, and the perfect time to stop the spike plants. And from the backline, Athena, is she only using the Bucky at this point? I guess she doesn't need a gun.
Does it seem like she need a gun after that SMG tube death, where she let CLG go in? She's been really doing a lot of work with it, but she's gonna be able to get a freebie here. She's gonna be able to shop on the floor, get herself a Vandal, and bring it to next round. CLG though still on a bye here. They're winning that anti-eco. They were, or that eco round, they put a lot of money in their own pockets. It's not over. This game is really close. I really don't see anyone's running away with a momentum right now, which is really refreshing from last game.
Yeah, but speaking of momentum, look how quick Emily is up, but she, doesn't connect. Still alive somehow. But the flank from behind. However, TSM is getting everything here. 2 picks. Naomi, backline. Zoe for 1. So into a 4-on-2. Chobo trying to bide her time, hide behind the ramp. TSM have relented the aggression for now. However, look where Ari is. Up so aggressive. This wall means that she could be anywhere. Rise has no idea. And now her retreat will show the committal at least the thought to head towards the A site. But look at the Seekers stuff. That's going to give all the information TSM need if they want to close this.
And CLG Red really doesn't seem to be able to stop the aggression here from TSM. And once again, time is running low, and Ari trying to make a play. She's going to fall, but just the fact that she was spotted is going to cause that little bit of a doubt here onto CLG's mind, and they have to force this 8 bomb site as Shobo in a higher position is going to be the first one to entry, but Kat here says no. Rise, can she win a 1 versus 4 at this point?
10 seconds or a little more, and she finds first frag. Again, Ari, a factor on the flank. No time left. She has to go to the knife. She has to run up. And Athena, this time on the rifle, is again the woman to close up the round. TSM, they're looking better. They look more themselves.
Okay, so you have to educate me here. Icebox is a new map for me. I know it's not new anymore on the circuit, but for me as a player, I haven't played it that much. Can you let the chat know a little bit about how strong is the CT side? We compare it to Dust2 a lot in CSGO, just a little bit like Ascent, but you know, TSM here with, as we head into our first spot of the game, as pause of the game, TSM here, how many rounds is a comfortable defending side for them to be adding into the attacking side?
I think that, so it's going to depend a little bit because of the comp they're running, because they run Viper and because they run Sky, which actually is going to be really strong on that attacker side. If they get a spike down, it's going to be very hard for CLG to win it. So I think if TSM find a 6-6 or even better a 5-7 in their favor, they'll be very happy. But I mean, talking about that, I think that they have the momentum really in their favor. They have 3 rounds in a row. CLG, they're on a bit of a scrappy buy into this kind of some rifles, but everyone's on light armor, so it's a weird one. And TSM, I mean, the way they push, the way they aggress, feels like they're on the attacking side. It feels like they're always in control. Here comes the Hunter's Fury, though, and now there's not going to be a kill because, it just doesn't hit. Emily still kicking it in the backlines. They have the Viper's Pit available, as well as a Resurrection, but now one player's gone. Benita has a great line to take care of Kath on her aggressive push, but here comes the Pit. That forces them off of B, and through the smoke, Benita. It's 1 on to Ari. So now, TSM in a tough spot, but Zoe on the refrag.
Ooh. I wonder if Benita overextended here. She was feeling it, but that is giving a lot of room for TSM to come back into this round, Mimi.
They really are. 3v3 now, a resurrection on both sides, but might not be directly usable. There comes the lockdown. Chobo up top, resurrection for Ari. TSM is committing, but where's Chobo? Good for 1. Animal in the back, she finds 2 as well. This is a 2-on-2 now, this is so close. And the Killjoy lockdown still bides time, almost attained, but no. Athena is still in it. They have a wall for the post plant. This could be huge with the swarm grenades by time. However, Animal behind the box gets 1. She has to stick on to this, and the swarm grenades find it, and okay.
Naomi finds 2, Mimi. After the round has been 1 on top of it. But great round from CLG Red. Benita just capitalizing on the fact that she got the first kill and really exploding towards B, securing the bomb site while she was able to gain so much room for the rest of the team to really converge onto it. It was a little bit dicey in the end with kind of dying, but Shobu's position thankfully was able to get a double. CLG Red fighting 1 round, but do they still have the key onto TSM's defense? I don't think they still know how to win these rounds, Mimi.
Yeah, that is a good factor for CLG to try and figure out the consistency to get rounds on the trot. That one was so laborious for them to win it as it came down to the wire. Ari, she's defending more passively now. Will be forced away for the moment. Athena in position, looking for a shot onto one. The trade's through, though, from Ari. And here comes the snake bites to, again, force him away, but it doesn't even matter at this point. Spike's down, post plant established, flank a factor. There's 2 TSM players there, and the wall can cordon off where the spike is planted. What can they do from the backlines? Emily ready, but Kath falls on the site. Great angle, but can't find the shot cleanly. And Emily now, this game is given away. They know they're up the flank, and CLG, they're split. They have to fight 2 angles. And onto the site, Ari trying to peek through the wall, gets one onto the back of Yellow Animal, and she's continuing to push but doesn't find the frag. Zoe now in a dire situation and cannot do anything. CLG 2 in a row now.
Finally, CLG having an answer for these post-plant situation. That spike is down, but they still have a lot of map control. I have to ask, do you think if Emily doesn't shoot that player onto the flank and she tries to make her way a little bit closer before getting contact, would have helped TSM? Or if she waits for the push from Ari from the other side of Yellow Box? Well, we don't know. And at this point, TSM is hesitating. Are we buying? Are we not buying? I think we're going to go for a buy, scuff buy here. Seems like there's a little bit of a hesitation from TSM to know what to do, but we have at least 3 rifles here.
Yeah, they have a lot into play here. And look at this through mid. This is so aggressive from CLG, pushing up TSM. They're ready for this, but it's 1-for-1, and the Resurrection has an opportunity to come through. However, Benita still charging in. She is leading from the front as she gets her girls onto the site. Now TSM, 3v5 in the retake. Smoke off. Benita still getting aggressive, holding the dark cover. Athena on the other side. And Athena picks it up still. CLG, they hold the vantage. Gotta upgrade the skin real quick. Get more ammo into the bank as well. And Gaff on the flank, flubs the shots, looking for it. She'll get it. But now she's known. And now they can be ready for her. Naomi down below. Snakebite doesn't hit, and the shots won't either. Athena gets her again. Annie Mall, one of the last 2 standing, gets one though. Now on the spike. Viper Wall cutting them off for the moment. So little time. CLG peeking out, and they get the kills.
And once again, I thought maybe Benita overstayed her welcome after getting, like you said, leading from the front, getting these frags. I was worried maybe after peeking at Tina onto Heaven, that was a little too much, but in the end, the rest of her team is able to close these rounds. She knows she can trust the girls on her side to close these post-plant. 3 in a row from CLG. Look, we were giving props to TSM for being so aggressive, and once they stop doing that, this is where CLG in return is really just running in and winning into these, I want to say gimmicky plays, although it's not really gimmicky, but the leer from Benita has been helping.
Naomi, the double entry. That's so big for her team. Rise is teleported onto the site, and they'll be able to get the spike down. So for CLG Red now, tough turn of action. Athena in the back line. Chobo for one. These retakes haven't been working very well at all for TSM, and it's happening again. They need to find a way in here. Emily, just the sheriff in hand, some utility to work with as well. They're not being given an inch, no space in. Swarm grenades up. She'll boost over with the wall, but look at the peak. It's out at once. So coordinated from CLG.
Yeah, we don't see a TSM retake really coordinated. I'm going to steal the word you just used, but, you know, they're not really using their utility. They're not really using together. I mean, as a team, they're not really focusing on retaking map control. They're kind of stuck in a corner and really allowing CLG to take all the room that they won and really breathe out during these post-plants. We are 2 rounds left into this half. TSM is going to fall by here. What do they need to do? Maybe I think they need to go back to the aggression that was working so well for them, because CLG is just running, literally running into the bomb sites right now.
I mean, what works for CLG is that once they get in a post-plant, TSM can't retake. That's what they struggle with. They haven't found a solution at all. And it could happen again because CLG's already up the site. And they find the opener, Naomi, almost on the spray transfer, but Rise is there to aid her. Athena wants a fight. They don't want this in a post-plant, but it's happening again, Steph. Repeatedly, CLG posture themselves well. Cat does find one, though. And a resurrection in play could be impactful, but the wall keeps them away, keeps it slow. Kath wants to push up. There comes the res. Kath up top now, looking for something, but there's a player lurking, waiting directly below her, and she'll strike. That's Annie Mall for one. The Seekers are up, but they're not giving the information. Ari aggro for one, can't find another. Chobo has the trade, and Zoe's on the site. So is the rest of TSM, but they're still being dissuaded off the site. Sage alive in the backlines. Annie Mall for 1 and 2. How did she get that many there?
How did Animal stay alive? She was completely isolated from the rest of CLG. There's so much walls, smoke, slows in between her and the team. She did everything that round. The fact that she got the kill on Cat, first of all, the fact that she wasn't cleared is already problematic. But then she gets the kill on Cat and able to connect with 2 more and staying alive into this round. What a great display of VALORANT here. Coming out of Animal, back-to-back maps, she's impressing me.
Yeah, she's been so impressive. I mean, oppressive too. She's shutting stuff down for TSM. And TSM, they're trying the aggression, but so is CLG. They have routed each other. Roles reversed. Attackers, defenders, and Ari's in the dark. Cover could go huge here. 1. No, not even a second. That could be it. That's so unfortunate. But now Athena has a line. This is such a weird round as you say it. They're all the way in Snowman. Flanking onto B. Athena just has a Spectre. Ooh, it still gets a shot. It's rough though. A second as well. Athena, that's massive from her. Emily helps out, but still dancing around the wall over to the pistol. And Rise finds it, but she takes so much damage as a result. Left in the clutch here. CLG in the top spot. The Boom Buddy chasing her, and so is TSM.
Okay, that was the weirdest round ever. So, if I'm reading this well, CLG's Red's counter to the push from TSM has been to rush, and it's been working. But TSM here doing that push again for the first time in a long time ended up being on the attacking side. Well, all of CLG Red was in the defending side, and everyone was running away from each other. It was so chaotic. And in the chaos moment, CLG Red hasn't been showing much progress, but you might be cracking up in chat. I'm cracking up. This is a great, great round where we're heading into the half number 2. CLG Red on the defending side as we look back at some of the highlights of the first half. And they're ahead by a couple of rounds. Not enough to be too scary for TSM. You know, you win a pistol and then you can come back pretty easily into the scoreline. But still, if they do win the pistol, this could be a repeat of what we just saw from TSM.
I mean, TSM, they're pretty good at pistols. I feel like that's a sentence that most Valorant fans never expected to hear, but at least TSM female, they're pretty darn good at picking these up. They found a lot throughout this series, and that's been the one thing they're consistently good at. But now they have a better footing, and as you mentioned, especially if they can pick that up, there's a good chance for them to build into this and take us to a 3rd map.
I want to talk about Animal too, because I don't know a lot about her past. But I know that she is a really heavy streamer. And one thing that is important to see, when you're a streamer, you're used to playing under pressure. You're used to playing with spectators. So she's coming in today and I cannot see her nerves. She's playing this as if she's streaming. She's playing this as if there's already 10,000 people watching her. Because on her stream, it happens a lot that she's getting critiqued and people are watching her. And I cannot feel a single display of nerves coming out of her, and I'm really, really liking. She potentially have a really bright future if she's able to be not just a Sage main, obviously, but to be able to flex into other characters, something that we haven't seen this weekend. But also maybe that's not something CLG needs. Props to her right now. She's doing a lot of work.
Yeah, I mean, she's doing a whole ton of stuff for the team, and that's what CLG brings. They bring consistency, they bring fortitude and experience. And TSM, that's something they've struggled with a little bit. I think the mental game, well, it's strong in some places, it's faltered other times. And this pistol round is going to be huge, but Emily opens it up with the nade up above. The raise is over, distracts Rise enough for Kath to have it. So plant down early on, and look at who's still alive. A Viper in the post plant, but Benita still does damage, takes care of Emily. Annie Mall ready on this retake. Benita still alive up top. Wants something here, but the wall makes them only able to go up one way. They have to break that at some point this round. CLG trying to fight their way in. Spots out one, but the dash away. Lear to continue the pressure, to continue to allow them to force into this. And Zoe takes care of Naomi. But Benita, actually good for 3 in the round thus far. A 2-on-2, and Animal another. But Ariana is still alive. Will the Viper... It didn't hit. It didn't hit, Steph. It's over. That's it. CLG Red, they have the pistol.
Benita with a Reina. How did CLG Red win this? TSM did everything right. The fact that when the Jet and Raze got into the site and overwhelmed both of CLG's defender, that was after that a 3 versus 5. But one by one, Benita was eating away. I have to say that because she's Reina. So she was drinking away the bloods of the enemy, getting one at heaven, and then using, her devour and healing herself, and just was so good from CLG. TSM was pretty upset about losing that round.
Did the snakebite bounce off the wall? I think that's what happened.
I think
it bounced off the wall. That's just like that's a miscommunication that very well could lose them the series.
Oh, that's really unfortunate. Ari was almost ready for that clutch.
Yeah, I mean, they might be able to convert again. CLG, they're an advantage here in the anti-eco. TSM trying to push up, trying to make it work here. But the Viper wall keeps CLG accountable. TSM up through the smoke, and there it is. That's just CLG converting the anti-eco so cleanly. They're 1 away from double digits again.
Yeah, and I like what I'm seeing here. CLG just doesn't swing. They wait for that paranoia coming out of Rise, and then they swing. That's a little detail so far in the server that I think that TSM needs to work on as a team. Obviously, they're just newer. But at the same time, CLG is new too. Like, their roster is a little bit like TSM, was done at the last minute. So I want to see TSM utilizing that Zoe special a little bit more, that the entries that we saw from both duelists. Like, they need to put that into play pretty early to gain some ground, because CLG is running away with this game.
Yeah, they are. They're in a great position, but Kath this time gets the opener into the round. Naomi falling away, has swarm grenades to stop the plant that might be coming. In mid though, Chobo deals with Kath. Naomi still on the other side of the wall. Remember those swarm grenades to keep them off here.
Ooh, I thought this was going to connect onto Ari, but she loses most of her health but stays alive and loses the battle versus Benita. We're going to be in another retake situation. That's the story of this game so far in Iceblock, Mimi.
It is the story, and here comes CLG on this retake. Rise through the smoke, and TSM contends with it. They keep 4 alive as well.
It was a little bit of a weird situation coming into this game. After CLG ran both first round into the second half, Naomi stayed on the pistol, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm not sure why. That TSM is going to be buying at that point. Maybe they just really wanted to play that free round as far as they could, but it is what it is. CLG falling into a pretty okay round from TSM. It wasn't the cleanest, but it was a good one because they keep a lot of weapon into this round, and we're going to see our first operator onto CLG's side in the hands of Benita, coming in really early into this round, and she gets the first blood again against Emily. Not lucky today.
No, Emily, I mean, that's a huge factor that she hasn't been having a good game for TSM. I mean, she's normally that player that we can see at the top of the scoreboard, that we can see popping off, but it might be Naomi here. She gets one, traded through by Ariana, but Athena is up as well, ready. Chobo trying to push in and dies for it, but Animal is ready as well. No, Athena doubles down. Now she's close to the resurrection. Now she can find the site. Benita walled off. The op won't be a factor quite yet. Can she fit through this gap? No. Not quite. So they're forced up towards heaven, and Ari is alive. She has her utility in the post plant this time. She needs to be able to hit it. She needs to be able to find it.
I wonder if she's going to go for a flank here, or she's going to stay to clutch that round again with her Viper utility. But Benita, we are in her eyes. We are hoping for her to get a quick pick if CLG wants a shot at this game. Utilizing the Lear, she's gonna swing out and just get on it right away. Yeah,
she's holding here. They don't have her off. She's holding all the way down. The Viper is there, but she has the time. No! Athena shuts it down the last second possible. That was a pixel off.
I was clenching. I thought she was running away with it. I knew that the poison was not going to kill her. So at this point, they need to hit her. And Athena getting that quadruple kill here is so huge. We mentioned yesterday how big she was versus Dignitas in the first 2 games in that BO3. In the server right now, 17 kills, leading the way on TSM side. She needs to continue being so dominant. Both Sage here today doing so much work for both teams. This is what I like to see.
Yeah, love to see it here. Benita on the peek out. TSM find 2. Here comes the Seekers though, and there goes CLG.
Quick and easy. This round lasted 5 seconds, Mimi. There's not much to say. It was chaos in middle, and TSM came out on top. 98 though, the gap is getting closer and closer. CLG Red needs to watch out because they could be letting TSM gain back that momentum. They are on the defending side. It's supposed to be the easier side onto Icebox. So you do not want TSM to finally take a lead here. We have, though, both resurrections in play. So this could be a really, really interesting round as CLG is going into like some sort of a passive setup. We have all of TSM, almost all of TSM, 4 players running towards B.
Yeah, they're pushing this pretty quickly. Lots of ults in play. This could be a bloodbath on the site. Kath readies herself. She's the first up to bat. No, it's Emily charging on in up top, above. And she finds Animo for free. A second for Emily. Now she's hitting her shots. Now she's in the server to play. And TSM, they'll start to fall away into this post plant. Ari looking for something. She finds one. Athena's still on the site, trapped in this position. But she can fight. She can still be a factor here. Chobo pushing up. Look at the cloudburst. That completely covers Chobo. She's not going to check. And blindsided by Athena. Athena swings out. She is doing so much. TSM, they tie it up.
That was a perfect entry from Emily. I can't recall who she killed first, but that person was completely unaware that she made it all the way up above her. TSM finally writing the page out of this match, of this book of this match, because 4 rounds in a row. I think this is the most round they got so far into this BO3. It's going to force CLG to be on a small buy, and it's tie point. We're back to square one here. This hasn't been the case since 1-1. Mimi and Kat here entering right away on top of the tube. She's gonna connect with a kill, but Benita here replying with a double sheriff. Pretty much chaos here. There's players all across the map, but now Rise is in a 1 versus 3. The spike is not planted yet, but it's not a very good position for Rise to be in. She does have teleport, but I wouldn't use it right now. Picks up a weapon. And in that situation, you know, because TSM has been winning so much round back to back, you still want to potentially drop some weapons.
Yeah.
TSM not, Rise not successfully doing it here, Mimi.
Yeah, they're in a good spot now. TSM, they regained their advantage. They're on that attacking side. And this is where they thrive. They found 5 rounds on the trap, but look at Benita. She has the op up to play again. And if we remember, throughout the day, that has been such a good weapon for her. She's found so much with it.
Yeah, I'm excited to see if she can get that pick once again. And you know, you take your chances. Is she gonna get it on to Emily? Yeah, who knows? But we have a CLG 3-man stack at A, and that's exactly where TSM is heading at. So looking forward to see what's going to happen into this round as Animal puts up her wall really, really quickly and gets blinded twice, and TSM just running in, and she's going to be a gunner. Emily successfully getting the first entry frag once again, Mimi.
Yeah, here comes the Hunter's Fury. And the Killjoy are locked down as well. CLG, they want this round. They want to fight for it. They don't want to let this slip to a third map. Rise wary of a mid position. Emily falls away, and TSM, they lose ground, but they hold it to a 4-on-4. Resurrection could be on the cards. And they'll disengage, cut noise for a moment. Where will they end? Where will they commit? Because if we look towards B, Benita's there with the op. They're fine leaving her alone for at least now. One player going to pick up mid. And CLG's just waiting for the possibility of aggression. They want CLG to get antsy.
And that little bit of a pause is where CLG was able to capitalize onto TSM's attack. But as we see that res that we expected, TSM is going to regroup. They now have 30 seconds, so they have to pick a side. There's no more time for hesitation. So that bot in, that Emily is going to be on a fake while the rest of TSM is rushing towards B. Benita, though, giving much more ground for them to get into the side. Is she going to keep that line of sight? And she does. She gets the first kill while we're still on Emily. It's happening. The action all across the map, left and right. And Benita wants to stop that spike plant. Can she do it?
Oh, TSM. Now they have a post plant. They've done everything right. And CLG has to clutch it. Emily's Lurk still finding frag. She has 3 already. And Rise is the last woman standing up on top, diving into the depths of the smoke. They know she's in there. They want to hound her out. And the owner of that smoke, Ari, picks it up. What a play. What a confident play from TSM to rotate so late.
Yeah, I don't know what I think about the Benita pitch. I guess she figured out, like, hey, if I get this person out, we win the round no matter what. But at the same time, if she falls and the spike is planted, it's now a really tough retake for her team. So I don't think it's a 50-50 here. I don't know if you take that chance. But looking back in hindsight, unfortunately, we have to say that was a wrong play. But who knows? We might be in a different situation if she gets that kill. But it's back to square one for CLG. How do we stop that TSM attacking side? They're at high point here.
Oh, there's Benita getting aggressive and dismissing away. Takes some damage on her way out for the troubles, but TSM have so much space. They have most of B site, barring the site itself. Benita's still a factor in main. And then, look, that's where the spike is, Steph. If she gets the spike down here, that could be huge. But no, Zoe fights out. So does everyone else. TSM doing everything but Animal for 2. Another chance for 1, and she has support in. That's Chobo. They're making this work. Zoe has to clutch. She's done it before. She'd have to do it again. And the Seekers are up. Spam through. She peeks out. Quick shot from Zoe. Still a minute on the clock. She knows exactly where her opponent is. Chobo bides her time. She's looking for something. Recon. Great information. Now the peek up from Zoe. And she cannot do it. So close. But CLG, they clinch their way away from match point.
I really thought Zoe was going to win this. The way she killed Animal here at the end. Also, TSM getting 3 kills back to back. And then the waves come back onto CLG's side with Animal getting the double and being supported by Shobo on the side. Again, Animal doing so much when they're down number. CLG Red able to come back into these rounds with the double kills that she's getting. She might be at the bottom of the stats here, but the impact frags that she's getting is tremendous. But on TSM side, Ari, Kat, Athena are doing so much work. I don't think CLG Red still has an answer on their defense. They got a little bit lucky here that Animal was able to get a double that quick.
She really bailed them out. She might have single-handedly kept them in this map.
Yeah.
1 round gap only now, Steph. So close. Everyone knows it. Benita's here. She doesn't have an op. But she has one better, a judge. Holding a line. They're pushing right into her. They lazily check on it. And she can dismiss away, but she goes right into Zoe's hands. Kath catches Animal. She wanted to be a hero again. She wanted to push. And now CLG has advantage. Chobo wants a shot, wants to deny the plant, deny the post plant. And the spam's good to find Athena, but still one escapes. And still, the one who escapes is Ari. That's huge that she's alive in a post plant. She has her mollies. They have to go quickly to nullify the Viper utility. Zoe in the smoke, she's holding close off of yellow. Chobo wants to come in here, but no one's playing in. No one's playing on the site. They just need to stall for time. And TSM, they need to go quickly. Zoe's so low, has to peek out. TSM 1 and CLG, that's Naomi for a couple coming up behind. Kath, the last standing, wants to fight this, but the time so low. Is there enough? There should be. CLG, they do it again by the narrowest of margins.
This was so impressive from CLG. After we saw that poison being dropped, that snake bite from Ari onto the bomb site. I really thought this was it. This was winning so much time for TSM to play around, stay alive, and not really fight CLG because they couldn't get on the spike. But for some reason, they took these battles, and CLG came out on top. And this is why we're at 11-11, Mimi, just because of these back-to-back rounds that CLG is able to win by the edge of their teeth. I don't even know if that's an expression, but I'm just gonna create it if not.
Gotta get creative, because this is probably the most important round of the series. And TSM, they find the opening, pick Emily. Again, she's sending herself quickly upwards, the Seekers, to allow her that space in. It's in the backline. She only has a Bulldog and Animal down low as well. Emily going crazy. She gets one frag on the opener. CLG now down 3-5. And this time, TSM are holding the site. They're holding tight. Chobo stunned. She's in the open. A terrible position, but she's spared for now through the cloudburst. Chobo will find Zoe. Bonita, though, up top. They can crunch onto the players on site. Emily needs something here. Needs to keep going. Chobo pushing all the way up. Emily now in this dark cover. They're diffusing, but she's going to come out, and she could come up. Huge one for Emily, looking for something more, but it's awkward in the smoke. Rise trying to fight, and it's the Molly and the frag from Kath to bring TSM to match point.
Match point, and TSM just getting a freebie, rushing into the V bomb site, not really contested at all. So I don't know. Maybe CLG was planning on doing the retake, but losing control of that tube area under the tube and whatnot, and not really able to get out of kitchen really hurt CLG's retake. So if you want to play defense, you have to solidify that map control, at least right outside the bomb site, so you don't get pushed back. So TSM playing this really well, and they're swapping it up. They're rushing towards A, and CLG Red was trying to do the counter of what just happened, and we're gonna have to see a retake toward that A bomb site this time, Mimi, as all of TSM is just rushing in. But CLG is aware, and Spike is not planted. We have all the players converging onto, and even Bonita setting herself up for a flank.
Yeah, the Hunter's Fury does damage, doesn't stop the plant though. Athena has it in the ground. There is, however, an ult in play, and there's a frag advantage for TSM. Here comes the lockdown. Still let them on the site. They know they need to go fast, because again, that Viper is always in play, always a threat. Running away, just the narrowest lines up top now. Chobo stunned by the dog, and Emily for one. Now she's peeking out so blind. CLG, they want overtime. They want this, and Zoe might be working on it. Rise for one, Animal another, and now it's Rise across the board. 2v3, they're so close. But TSM, they find it in the final round of play. They will take us to a third map.
We have a third map, Mimi. It was a much closer affair. TSM winning, but not winning in the greatest of fashion, but still a win is a win. And we're back to square one. The third map is going to be the decisive map. One of these two teams is going to get knocked out of the tournament while the other progresses into the lower bracket. So many great things happen, but also so many really chaotic situations. I remember one round in particular is coming to mind where it was such chaos, but TSM able to regroup. It was looking grim earlier into this half. Both teams kind of falling on their defending side.
Yeah, I mean, that was the struggle for both teams here. And I think that, well, there were some rounds that squeaked by. I think what TSM brought out in the way of that Viper play from Ari was really big. I think they did what we wanted them to do. They got aggressive. They took CLG by surprise, but CLG still, they didn't sit down. They didn't go to sleep. They were in the game the whole time. And honestly, up until just like the last second, till the last round, I thought that they were going to win it, or at least take it to overtime. But no, TSM, they squeak by, they pass for now, and as you mentioned, that's a third map, a decider to say who can even stay alive here. And I don't know, going into that one, what do you think, Steph? Who could win that here?
I think at this point it's a coin toss. Both teams are displaying a little bit of weaknesses as well as strength, but I think what we saw in Icebox is potentially what we're going to see on the next map. A really close-sided affair where teams are exchanging rounds back and forth. And Mimi, I'm super excited because both teams are going to be confident going in. CLG wants to repeat what they did onto split, but TSM now knows that they can beat and can take away a map out of CLG Red. So I'm looking forward to this map number 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And that third map will have to be Haven. We'll have to see who can squeak by, who can stay in it. And we'll have to find out after the break.
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 ba
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to VCT Verizon Game Changers. We are heading into map 3 between in this best of 3 between TSM and CLG. I'm your host Yingsu, and I'm joined once again by Miss Harvey and Evil Cat. And right off the bat, guys, we have a game on our hands. But Mimi, the Viper, we spoke about it briefly, but my goodness, this team looks very, very good when Ari's on that Viper, especially in those post-plant situations.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yes, her post-plant potential was strong, but I love what she was doing on the defense, too. Being able to kind of hold the aggressive lines towards main there and really just make herself a nuisance at all times. Even when she wasn't finding frags, she wasn't a space creator. It's not like a raise, but she was denying that space. She was denying the stuff that makes players like Emily really good when they just bounce back in and do chaotic stuff, because that's where that's where CLG does well, when they can get in, when they can be in control of the pace and do what they want. But for TSM, I love the way they played Viper on defense. I love the way they integrated it on offense, and well, it was as close as could be. They clinched it out for a map 3.
Yeah, and I have to talk a little bit about Zoe as well, just because their Sky is interesting. We don't see that combo really often, a Sky Viper, both on the same team, and she's using it in a fun way. She had a little bit of intel. At least she was using most of her abilities to have fun with it. And I really, really enjoy watching that game. But it wasn't clean from both teams. You know, it came down to the wire, 13-11. As we look at these stats, it really wasn't the greatest performance. TSM getting away with that victory, for me, is a little bit of luck, but we'll take it. You know, at some point they were getting that momentum, back-to-back rounds, but now the real test is coming, because this is map number 3. This is heaven. Both teams need to take their A game in the server. Athena waking up as she was the last player in the server onto map number 1. She is now the top scoring fragger as well as combat score onto her team in the second map with a 2.6, 270 points. I love to see that from her.
Not quite a 5 KD on stage, but then again, we never get to see that. So fair play. But just before we move on to the next map, Steph, I wanted to ask why you feel like CLG didn't sort of grasp that opportunity to close out, because after the second pistol round, which was crazy, you know, I think it was a little bit unlucky for Ari for not landing that toxin. But, you know, coming out of that, winning the second pistol, you're 8-5 up. Why do you feel like they weren't able to just close it out and sort of get to that double digits and not let TSM get back into the game?
That's a really good question. And I have to say that there was a little bit of a problem towards B. The times they were stacking it, TSM wasn't going there. The times they were giving it up and trying to play for a retake, CLG never really got into that groove. And the rounds were just getting away from them one by one by one. And that's okay when you have a really good lead. But at some point, you need to start and break that momentum. So I don't know if we could have seen potentially a pause a little bit earlier, or a different kind of play style coming out of CLG onto their defense, but they really couldn't find the answer at all versus TSM's entry frag, that Emily jumping in with, followed by Jet. They just never were able to counter it, not once at A or at B.
Well, we have to move on to the next map, which is Haven. And Mimi, you know, this one is a little bit tough for CLG to sort of lose the icebox in that fashion. You know, I almost feel like it's easier to shrug off like a 13-0, you know? You reset, you move on. But that, to me, felt like they could have closed it out.
Every one of those rounds when you lose a game that close will haunt you. But if CLG is good at something, I think they're good at being resilient and coming back into things. I think they'll be able to reset themselves and have a good showing for Haven. But I feel like this map, if we talk about it in general, it's a tough one to call, because both these teams have had okay performances on it. They've done well in the past. Both teams play it. So I think that it's going to be a close affair, as close as we saw previously in this series.
And it's all going to come down to CLG's defense here. They were so dominant on split. They need to show that dominance onto Heaven, because you have 3 bomb sites here. It's a completely different story when you come into as the attackers. And TSM had so much success when they were going in and disrupting CLG's defense. This is what we wanted to see on Split. This is what I thought they were going to do on Split, and they never really got to that point. But on Icebox, they kept utilizing these duelists and just these entry people so well. So CLG might be a little bit of trouble if TSM realizes that and bring it onto heaven.
Yeah.
No, go on.
No, I'm sorry. I was just wrapping up what she was saying, Yinsu.
It's all right.
Go ahead.
But I did have a question for you, Mimi, because you know the Viper kind of worked out well. You know, it gave them something different. The Sky as well gave them something different. But do you feel like they need to sort of stick to that on Haven, because what they were doing on Split and what they were trying to do at least on Split, which is more traditional, right, wasn't really working out.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to run Sky here. We've seen them run Breach in the past. Normally it's Zoe playing this. They're very explosive here as well. And if they're doing that, that's what I expected to see in map 1. It didn't happen, and that's what happened here. We saw Emily doing crazy stuff, bounce packing in. When we see that aggression, when we see them going wild, that's when they're good, and I want to see it again.
Well, this is it, guys. This is the last map, so whoever wins this will be going through. Neither of this team want to go out at this point of the tournament. And for the last time today, Steph and Mimi, take us away.
Thank you so much. Super excited to be in. We're now into the agent's pick. Mimi, again, we have a different setup for TSM. We have Tina onto the Cypher. She's saying goodbye to the Sage. She's ready. We have Jet now being onto Emily. You know, they just keep surprising me. Ari now is our duelist with a Phoenix. Kat is back on the Sova. You know, it's just really fun to see how TSM is also having fun with these agents. But on the defending side, for CLG, it seems a little more traditional. No surprise there, Benita on the Sova. Naomi with the turret with Cypher, you know, just the same thing that we expected coming into heaven.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we see from TSM, and I think what to look forward to in the server is how the defender side will go for each of these teams. Because for TSM, from what we saw from them the other day, they're very aggressive with it. They love creating space, making those aggressive information plays, and I want to see that from them again. But for CLG, the way they're playing this with just the one duelist, they can be pretty favored on the defense here. They can set up Cypher in a variety of different ways, use the Sage to block off those lines, and make it so they're able to adapt more to a bit more of a passive playstyle that we oftentimes see with them. So I think that in a lot of ways, the defender side of each of these teams might be the decisive factor.
Yeah, and we're getting at the end of this agent's pick here. I'm very excited to see that. CLG is starting on the defense, though. Mimi, this is what I said a couple minutes ago, is where they're going to need to show up right away. They're going to need to show dominance. And who knows, if they do what TSM was doing it to them, if they push, if they try to get map control, and this is what I see on the mini-map. Look at this, 4 players from CLG Red getting ready to potentially face 4 players from TSM right outside A. Mimi, this map is gonna be awesome. More is happening at that choke point right here, right now.
Yeah, early. It's aggressive up for CLG. Rise in the sewers, but TSM's out long, and they get 2 picks into it. Rise, though, up this fast flank. She's completely behind them. They're still ready. Animal now trapped in the corner here. She needs more, and she'll get 2 before she retreats for the moment. But look towards Z, Steph. That wasn't even the committal. CLG's gone.
CLG is completely gone. I couldn't see if that's when the push happened, that they decided to leave completely, but Animal is gonna clear that A, and everybody is gonna realize the spike is over towards C. But we have a garage play here. Let's see if CLG is gonna try to retake this, as the drone is gonna gather from some intel. Animal is gonna get spotted. Mimi, this is a really tough retake for CLG.
Yeah, this is going to be a hard one for them. It is the 2v3, though, and Naomi's so blind, can't find the shot. It's just Animal, and she can't even muster a single frag at that point in the round. She had been the only woman to get 2, and I think that aggro play from CLG just backfired by how quickly TSM could disengage and reassess.
Yeah, and I like to see these kind of aggro plays, but it hasn't been that successful for CLG. The same thing versus Moon Raccoon kind of happened onto Split, especially. They were falling apart in these aggro 3-4 players push, and once again TSM coming out on top. It was a little bit kind of awkward too. Benita taking out maybe she ran out of bullets, but taking out her utility instead of focusing with her pistol. Maybe she didn't expect that many players to come out of the cage, but CLG falling really early into this round, and they're hearing that intel. Benita is ready with the shock darts. She hear that player's running, but she's gonna be the first one to fall here.
Yeah, TSM, they find great entries onto the site. Chobo has a shorty here. She'll get one onto Ari. And now they'll start to stomp in on her, spraying through the smoke. She dashes up, and she's taken care of. Rise in the back site, as well as Naomi. They've recovered weapons here, so this is very doable for CLG in a 2v2. Not directly planted for them, but Zoe picks up one, and the shock will finish Rise. Again, TSM, they're good at kind of getting it down to the wire, but they will convert the anti-eco in the end.
Yeah, good round by TSM. Even though wasn't the cleanest of the round, I'm liking these cat lineups with the Sova. It's one of the characters, one of the agents that she plays the most, but we're going to see CLG Red here on a full buy, our first gun round of this half, but a little bit of an SMG freebie round coming for TSM. It looks like they want to explode B, but once again, CLG getting ready for a push. This could be another disaster if CLG is not careful.
It could be, and it's looking like it. Benita gets one, but she actually sprays down for two and escapes as well. This is really important for CLG that they win this round, and now it looks a little more likely. They hold on to advantage. They can heal Benita up. Look where Annie Mall is.
She's really ahead, and I don't know. Atina probably heard that. No, it doesn't seem like she knows. So TSM is just gonna regroup here and make their way towards A, but there's so much info here being gathered by Animal, as you mentioned. She's ready and reading the rotate, and she's telling CLG, you know what? Fall back to A. This is where the action is gonna happen. So a lot of traps though in A. This TSM just falling apart here as they're trying to get to the site. Spike is gonna get planted, and Emily though is gonna fall right away with Naomi pushing into the site. CLG taking their first round of this last map. Map number 3 here. 1-2 for TSM.
I mean, TSM, I think they're still going to be happy about that because they find the spike plant there. They find a little bit of damage. Like, that's not a bad round for them.
It's not a bad round at all. It was a freebie. We need to find a way to not always say freebie. I feel that's something that's been overused. The free
Bonus?
A bonus, yeah.
I don't know if I've ever heard freebie actually. Is this a Steph classic?
Yeah, that could be a Steph classic.
I think you found the alternative. You just didn't even know it was an alternative.
You are right. My brain, my French brain sometimes is really glitchy. So, but here we are in the non-bonus round as Benita is gonna send her drone. Oh, not yet. She's trying to see behind that Omen smoke if exactly TSM is getting ready for it, and Ariana is gonna be pushing it, but Shobo killing the running back. But how did Benita die here?
Yeah, I don't know. TSM, they're still fighting into this. They have the advantage now. And again, they'll disengage, reassess the situation. We have Athena on a lurk towards mid. The tripwire keeps her out of it. For now, where's Naomi? I think did she spot out the Cypher in close? No, that's not her camera. The opposite one. But she will see the push towards A. And the tripwire is still here. So the flank's not going to be free. They have to give away the game if she goes for this site. It'll be in the control of TSM. Now the flank is a factor, and that's known. The spray through the smoke off the tripwire, good for Naomi. They haven't planted in a good position, but the retake's in quickly. CLG find a couple, and Athena, the last on this flank. They should know about her. No, they're not ready, but she gives it away, shoots, and they're holding the spike down. Gets one, but it's not going to be enough to convert the round. CLG, they'll find it in the retake.
Really, really good play here by killing Cat. This spike was planted for a Cat again. Shock darts, but CLG killing her with the recon. Not sure if she got spotted with the recon or if it was a trap here, but her getting spotted and falling really early into that retake was key here for CLG Red to get away with their second round. We are at 2-2, and TSM is going to be right away on a save. But you know, this is still dangerous for CLG Red. They haven't really found their groove. These rounds are scrappy, so let's see if TSM can capitalize on that and still a eco away from CLG?
It's a great question to consider. CLG here, one towards the B site, and they're contacting up. Ari has the molly, and it's doing so much, but Naomi has found an advantage towards sewers. Onto the site now. CLG ready, Benita 1. Emily has just a sheriff in hand, and Benita another. It's just Athena left alive. There will be the retreat away, but Naomi's actually double dipping into this. She wants to continue to fight, and look at the forces of TSM. They're all crunching in on Athena, and she's trying to shoot, trying to find something, but everyone swarms her. That's a flawless round now for CLG.
It's been a while since we've seen a flawless round in the server on the defending side. Both teams are really struggling to show their dominance, I would say, since map number 1 when CLG was in the lead. So great stuff coming out of them. TSM, though, is going to be on a buy round. All of their ults are ready, except for running it back. Or run it back? And Cat here is going to throw that recon, trying to get a little bit of intel to stop a push from CLG.
Look where
But
Chobo
Emily
is
connecting, yeah.
I mean, she's very sneaky in this corner. Athena won't see her. CLG, player down, and now Rise recovers that into advantage. Emily's gone. Ari wants the refrag, but isn't given the chance. Actually breaks a tripwire there as well. And one Cypher up towards long of each site. Chobo in a position here. She can find something, but Athena will edge away. Over on the other side on the pip. We see that CLG Red have a player down C long as well. Opposing sites, opposing sides, but the ultimate comes out towards A. Chobo's still in short.
Cover going out.
She could have a great flank here. She could have a great chance. So he's ready for a fight, though. Here comes the first. Benita gets it. The trade through elsewhere, though, from Ari. Now the Cypher working a flank up, and so might be Ari. Hunter's Fury up. Catho planting on an unexpected spot, but here comes Chobo. Gets one. The trade good from Athena. From Graffiti, she knows there's one's Heaven. Doesn't see him quite yet. Benita now has the information. That's the ping. Flank coming through from the Cypher, but so is it from Ari. She's ready for it. Naomi, that's the flanker she needed to go big, and she can't. And Ari's flank in its own comes to fruition. No one was just sitting on the site. No one was comfortable. Everyone was on a flank that round, it felt.
Yeah, I did feel that there's a lot of little mistakes from both teams into this round. That teleported to Heaven for TSM. They wouldn't know that, but that position that we had into sewers from CLG really was giving away all of long. And with that teleport, it kind of gave away, okay, they're going in, guys, this is happening. But then Naomi getting that kill, but kind of like rushing towards the spike. That was a really bit interesting, and not clearing anything. Like, really, would Cat be planning that spike all by herself without anyone being in the site with her? So I think here she could have been a little more patient after getting that kill, and it could have secured a CLG round here.
It really could have. Drones each way up towards middle. Cypher Trip taken care of early. That's been a pain in the side. But Ari's ready for an execution into garage here. They get the space. There's so many towards C.
Nowhere to run.
Hunter's Fury up for Cath. This is the hallmark of the execution. Animal in a close angle. Flashes both ways. And the kills do as well. Run it back for nothing. But Benita has a great flank to find so many TSM. They rotate again. They always do. They always shift it. But Cath might be getting greedy. And Benita's here for the swing. She's ready. But Athena is more prepared. 2v3 now. They're stopped in middle. They're waiting for a chance. And now the information goes both ways. Neural Theft for Neural Theft. Chobo has the op, and she gets the first. Another chance, and Chobo gets it as well. CLG, another round in their favor.
And these rounds are getting exchanged back and forth between both teams. And I like to think that while Cat was doing her Artemis Fury, I feel that the rest of TSM wasn't really in place to capitalize on it and gain some room. And I don't know if it's because the Artemis Fury was kind of cutting them. They were getting stuck into connector. They had to wait for Cat to be over, so they couldn't gain some ground into that C bomb site. This is my really quick analysis. If they went towards long instead, potentially they could have moved up with it instead. And it could have been key here into this round. But we have to be a little bit on the reset here as TSM is taking their time, trying to see if they can get a pick towards A. But Animal with that wall is just going to stop it. And potentially gets the double.
Yeah, she gets one, trying to peek in again. Another chance, a Judge tacking away. And Naomi gets a couple frags of her own. Kath has the spike, she'll retreat towards mid. That's where Zoe's already waiting. And the knife out for Benita. Oh my god, how did Zoe not get that? But Kath, she will. She'll fix the mistakes. Still a 1v4, just a Sheriff. And this feels a little too tall to ask. She does have a 1v1 though, with Rise if she heads towards C, but no, she's working her way sneakily here. Looking for a backstab on the B site. And Chobo's not looking, no one's looking. You get a free kill here, but she won't. Naomi ready for it, CLG red. Now they're up to 2 in a row.
You know, when you said that's going to be a difficult task, I wouldn't put it past her, because if I remember correctly, Kat earlier today won that kind of round, 1 versus 3, she was able to get that spike planted and win it all. So thankfully, Naomi turning herself quickly to hide her back and getting Kat. But okay, this is where you take a breather if you're TSM and you're just like, you know what, we've been doing great things so far. CLG is beatable. Let's see what we can do, as we are gonna farm this orb towards A for CLG and denying the intel, as Naomi is making her way down in sewers.
Chobo has this up. She was good for 2 in the previous round, in the previous chance she had. We haven't got this to have the trait of the Chobo op too much just yet. And Haven is where she loves to use it. Haven is where she does her best, but the timing is not a good one. They're not suspecting A. They're all rotating over. This is a fake. Already contacted up onto the site. She's pinged out, and Rise kills her, but will it matter? Because look where TSM is. They're all towards A. They have the site, so retake on the cards. Chobo, Blade Storm, the op in hand as well, but not finding the shot. She only has 1 left. An updraft over, and in comes the Hunter's Fury as well. Nothing connecting quite yet, but here comes Zoe through the smoke. She's contended with instantly. That's huge for CLG on this retake. Through the smoke, though, TSM, they spam away. And the trade up from Naomi, a resurrection as well, to put CLG at advantageous odds. CSM in the backline, Emily holding, but a Cloudburst covers her. Only 8 shots. She needs to find multiple. Good for 1. The dash straight in. That was a mistake. That shouldn't have happened. And the defuse will come through. No! Shock darts in time. This is doable. Already half they need to get her off the spike. Good for the first, but the fuse comes through. Kath got it so close. She even has all the kills, but no round.
That was really scary when I saw Kath's positioning. It didn't matter if it was a 2 versus 4. She knows her lineup. She will get that kill on the diffuser. CLG had to kill her, but it didn't really matter, to be honest. They didn't kill her. They had so much bodies. Yeah, we're losing 1. We got it at AF. We can keep just spamming that spike diffuse until 1 by 1 we win this round. So although Kat got the triple kill and killed everyone remaining into this round, it didn't matter. The spike was diffused, and we are now at a 6-3 in favor of CLG red.
Chobo again with the op, and again with a shot. She's doing so much for the team because she's finding entries with the op, like every other round. She's putting TSM down a player so quickly, and while they're good at rotating, they're good at getting sites, they've struggled to hold on to the post-plant stuff.
And they haven't. That's usually CLG's not forte, which is to not really be able to handle these post-plants. But Chobo really challenging for a long time here at that long. She already got a pick, so after she got cloud bursted away, she's gonna focus her attention onto that sewer, while the rest of TSM is just gathering a little bit of map control. I don't think they're gonna go for this A play. They're just wanting to push Chobo back so that she is denied information.
Look where Naomi is, though. They don't have to rotate C because they know she's up aggressive here. Will TSM check it? That's a question of the hour, Naomi. The timing on this is so key. She peeks out and drops at the worst possible second. Now the trade's elsewhere, but on the site, that's what matters. And Zoe takes care of the opper. She's spreading this deceit. She's making CLG want to stay, but Rise drops down, still gets the pick. Emily wasn't ready. 2v1 now for Kath. a clutch on hand. She has a Hunter's Fury and a Shock Dart, a pair of those to boot. Going towards
Yeah, but
long now.
This time, CLG Red doesn't have 4 bodies to play against her, Mimi. It's going to be difficult for the girls.
They tap the spike. Here comes the first Shock Dart. Here comes the Hunter's Fury. She's using this all very early. Push coming through. She gets the kill, but not the necessary one. Bonita finds it. Pushing down. She makes the play necessary for CLG to pick up the round.
Hey, I'm curious. Could Cat have killed Bonita and they both have killed each other at the same time here? Because that's what I thought was happening when she threw that last Hunter Fury shot. Thought Bonita was going to kill her, and that Hunter Fury shot was still going to go through, and she was going to win that round post-mortem. I don't even know if it's possible, but it almost
She would have needed
happened.
2 shots. I think.
Okay. Bonita
She was
was
still
low
full
enough.
HP.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
But I mean,
thought
let's
she was
talk about
half
the
HP.
Sovas. Because look at them. Both at the top of the team, both finding impact. But it feels like CLG is just a little more even right now in terms of the impact.
Yeah. Yeah, I have to agree with you. Sova on this map is so crucial just because it's so spread out, it's so big. You want to be able to use these recons and also these post-plant shock dart situations. So people are really, really aware of how to play it. And you have your most experienced players in the server playing these really important key agents here, as we have, I think it's the first pause of this game, if I'm not mistaken, probably coming out of TSM. You know, I want to continue a little bit on that, but Bonita is doing great things, even since sometimes she's just like picking a little bit of a recon onto some of the TSM player. It's enough for our teammates to kind of spam through and get these really quick frags here.
Chobo again. Finds the opening pick with the op. I think once she bought the op, she hasn't died once thus far, Steph.
Yeah.
But look where Animal is. She's dead. She got over Zealous. And this has given TSM a chance in the round. Naomi's holding close. She has a cage to play off of. They're gonna flash you, but it doesn't hit. However, the spam's good to do damage. She's still alive here. Through the smoke, another for Naomi. Melanie ups fight and rise. Trade back 4-2 CLG in this.
Gonna be the last round of this first half. TSM not finding any answers. They're going A, they're going C, and you know what? They haven't really tested mid at all. Garage control hasn't been, I mean, they do get to garage, but they don't really go back to B. Like, they don't really have map control at all on their CTs or in their attacking side. So the defenders here are getting so much information, so much momentum, and you mentioned it, Shobo getting these entry frag is really, really, really difficult for TSM to play around with.
In a tough spot here. This time they're wary of Chobo's op. They don't want to let her get another opening frag because she's every time she does that, they're able to convert the round. This is just pushing TSM away. And I think it's because they don't have any flashes but a paranoia. They're struggling to get rid of her. But again, she finds the opener. Even a second for Chobo. She's unstoppable on the op. And Bonita, over towards short as well, picks up one. Now they're continuing to push, continuing to hound her. And they'll find a kill. But still, Chobo's not far behind. Now she's on a rifle. Zoe, 1 HP. Hardly anything to work with. Half alive, though.
We're gonna have to see a beautiful retake once again from CLG Red. We have a flanker this time. It's kind of getting awkward because I do think that Cat is gonna get behind the flanker. So I don't think that Zoe is gonna be aware of that, but she's gonna be the better omen pushing into CD spawn. CLG is getting.
Here comes the shocks, but they have it anyway. They can stay on this. No, the shock dart denies. Now it's a 1v1 for Kath. She's tried this before. They're holding down. The time isn't there, though, just by 0.03 seconds. Kath keeps it for a fourth. That is so close.
This might be the first time I see that close of a diffuse. 0.03. This is heartbreaking for CLG Red. TSM, though, every time Kat was in a situation to be closing these rounds, she's playing just like Sholiana was playing yesterday versus Kat. You know, she's there getting the shock darts, getting the kills, pushing back the diffuser. And this time, CLG not able to close it out. She was getting pinged with the recon while trying to defuse, and Cat had all the time and the intel in the world to just swing and get that kill. And I'm saying that it still was a 0.3 defuse time, but still, you know, it's all the time in the world for Cat to make the right play. Let me just say that.
Yeah, perfect time for her to step up. And I mean, Chobo, I want to talk about Chobo. I brought her up a little bit, but we haven't really seen this big of an impact from her in these last couple maps. Yeah, she's been finding frags, but not to the same extent she is here. Chobo is just on a tear right now, and that's what's good to see if you're a CLG fan, because a lot of the times it's been like the Benita show. It's been some of these players popping off to mixed success, but now the whole team seems to have found that consistency, seems to be working together a little bit better. And this coordination out of CLG, it's different from what we saw, especially yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. And Shobo, you mentioned it, you know, she's not always playing Jet. I actually think this is one of the very few maps she plays Jet on, but she's showing up. I don't know if it's because she's utilizing her operator really well. I don't know if it's the way that they're just playing this map, giving her more room to work around her play style, but it's definitely working. And it's really important for CLG to be able to have more depth in the roster. We don't want to always have Benita carrying or Animal carrying, you know, and everyone has to show up. And as you mentioned, I think it was a little bit earlier into this first half, it was that all of CLG was pulling big rounds and big clutches into this first this defense side, which is a completely different story to what we saw onto the last map.
Yeah, but this is very aggressive. A will be the hollowed grounds again of this pistol round. Flash up. What? Chobo just went right past Ari. She's still here, but the swarm arrives. Emily, flank. Good. Oh, no, she whiffed the shots. Now she has to fight away. They know she's here now. That was CSM's chance to regain even standings. Now the spike is down. They have to get rid of Emily, though, so they'll probably elect to fight her here. She's holding in sewer. She knows that. Waiting for support from the rest of TSM. And they're in position, but still, Emily in a tough spot. Flank starting to come through to affect her. She's trapped here. Now Athena, backline's pushing up. The coordination, great from TSM. They hit it at the same time, but Emily dies for it. Now a 2v2, one in hell. Athena gets it. Benita, last standing. She's so impactful, but can she do it this time? No, goes to the shock. Not expecting Athena in close. And TSM, again, they've pulled out, I think, all but one or two pistols in this entire series. They're so good at them.
It's the second time today that Benita kind of dies with her shark dots out. I want to see her utilizing that weapon. She had the information from her own recon, if I'm not mistaken, that Athena is closing in on her. So just take that gun out and win that fight. Do not try to play around with utilities too much, you know. But TSM winning that pistol after being down one player, especially with Emily getting completely shut down on her flank. Good to see. Let's see what CLG wants to do. We want to do a pop. This is a pop in C. We're going to see a Jet entering. Good old style. And this site is going to be completely free for CLG to at least get a spike down.
Yeah, Trouble wants to push here. I like the call because now she has a gun. And now they have advantage with the spike down. They need to hold him towards long. There's a flank coming. She hears it. Ready and close for one. Almost a second. Just damage onto Zoe. Zoe now trying to push up. But Chobo, the gun we talked about that was recovered.
She's everywhere.
Does work. She is. She's doing so much. Now Ari trying to work in. Catherine the backline with one with the Spectre. This shouldn't be CLG's round, but they're making it convincing. TSM down to two players working in, and now they have it even. A 2 versus 2. No shock darts in play this time, but a Cypher Cam is waste more time. And up comes Chobo, still fighting, still finding something. And look how they're playing this in long. She has a judge. This is not the weapon, and Chobo has 4 in the round.
Hello, Shobo. Can you play Jets all the time? What is going on? What is going on, Mimi? I love that. You know, CLG was like, okay, we lose pistol. Shobo's on fire. Let's just utilize her entering into that C bomb site. Coincidentally, TSM giving it up. It's not necessarily a bad move, but whoever, I can't recall who it was, walking into was either the dark cover or a cloudburst, but walking into there and Shobo getting that kill, grabbing the gun and just getting 4 kills along the way. Like, let's go.
Yeah, I mean, they shouldn't have won that.
No.
I mean, that's just patently that. And TSM, I mean, think about the mental that's going to do for them. That might hurt a little bit, losing that round, because now they're down 4. And if CLG wins this, have already hit double digits. It would be a repeat of Icebox, and they'd have to come back again. They'd have to do the same thing twice. They're trying to fight off towards C3 here. Pushing down his Cath, but Chobo is here. And Chobo, as you mentioned, is very much on fire.
We have a player here. I think it's Benita all the way clearing B bomb site. So all of CLG should be able to gather that intel and rotate back to B and plant that spike. All of A-Link is being shut down by Benita. She cannot find anyone. As I say that, she gets the kill onto Athena. But CLG in a good position to close this round out. Well, it's a 1 versus 4 here. Zoe all by her lonesome with the, you know what? It's the baby Bucky. It's the shorty.
Yes, I mean, she should be good for 1 here. Never mind. Guess not. Okay, so CLG Red's on 10, Steph. And TSM, they have to pull back into it. I'm not sure if they're resilient enough. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do this. They need a round very soon. Like, they need it now.
Yeah, it's a situation where on map number 1, they really were not able to recover after losing so many rounds back to back. Like you said, they didn't have that resilience, but I'm really excited to see if they can bring it up, just because, you know, you've seen Cat do so much with Ursova. So maybe once they have good weapons and we can see that push A that's gonna happen, the war is happening again into sewers, maybe it's gonna favor TSM here.
Yeah, that's great. This time Emily gets away. She's not trapped. She's not on an island. And the team, they find it cleanly. This is huge for TSM, but look at what CLG have. There it comes, the resurrection from Animal. Chobo's back in play. And what a woman to have in play for your team. Now they disengage. 3 on the A site, 2 towards C, but B looks to be where CLG is looking.
Naomi, just gathering some intel here, trying to see if TSM is going to utilize any utility to counter back that cage play. This is a little bit awkward here. You hate to see it when both players are against the wall. Cat, though, I think is still in the favor position against Shobo. As soon as this wall is going to break,
The timing.
see if Shobo is going to stay there. Cat getting the double. This time, CLG doesn't have a res, and Emily is trying to trade off that kill, but unfortunately for her, angle is a little bit off, and Animal is going to be able to run away. But look at Naomi in B right now.
She might have a great flank. She does.
Yeah.
That's Athena, but will she expect a second? Up in the window? Well, now she knows. Ari's there. Naomi can't muster the fight. Ari, another shot for her. She's keeping TSM in advantage. Animal has to clutch. No wall to play with. 10 seconds. She has to go B at this point. Or she has to hold on. No, she can double back C, but that's exactly where Ari is. This round is over.
Yeah, Ari really playing this round well. TSM is still into this, guys. I know you have your favorite team in the chat as you watch this, so go ahead and spam and give as much energy as you can, utilizing your favorite player's emote, because right now, this is not over. TSM winning that round really can be a point, a key moment to bring it back for TSM, you know.
Yeah.
Losing my words here. You know what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I mean, there's only 4 rounds away. This is doable. And look at Emily. She's dashing up, and no! Animal wasn't blind. And she gets it instantly, not even a lick of damage. Cap has the trade back, though, with the Hunter's Fury. But they kind of want to keep going here, it looks like. The dart's up. Animal looking for it, and it won't give her any information. But now there's one player into the pocket. That's Zoe. I want to spam away and get something. Adel towards A as well. TSM, they're winning that. They have great numbers here. And a 4v2. Chobo down long. You know, she's here. Will Zoe swing? Will Zoe fight this? She doesn't need to, but she could. She will, and she'll win it cleanly. That's spiked down. And Benita, she is trapped away on the other side of the map. Do you even go for this?
I mean, you try to drop as many players as you can, just because you can't win this. Well, you can do some damage. I'm not sure I liked CLG's adjustment here after they were really lucky in this initial push, killing Emily, not losing any player to that Hunter's Fury. I didn't like that CLG didn't reset out of it, and they didn't capitalize on the fact that there was at least 3 players invested at that C bomb site. They knew that. They saw the abilities come out. So You know there's 3 there. You just got a player's advantage. There's only 4 players left in the server. At least take some ground into middle and to A. And CLG is just kind of waited in limbo, and it got picked off one by one. I didn't like what I saw. It didn't look cute at all.
Yeah, but I liked what what TSM rather did there. In that the second that the push towards C failed, they picked it up with the aggression A, and they regained the space they had lost. I thought that was great from them. And Emily has an op now. I haven't gotten to see much opping from her this series. Chobo did so much with it. And as we see Chobo speak of her, it might be the jet duel to start us off. Will she be ready for an op? A big question. Chobo on the peak. Emily faster. Wins it. She's peeking back in. Thoughts of damage though. With the shock dart down to 17. But advantage retained. Information that no one's mid. And look where Ari is. They're all passing. She can hear this. She can calm this. And she has support from Athena. No. Athena can't take that. But Naomi will never expect a second player. Ari. Still here, still in a great spot. And now she'll run it back onto site with the blind. Perfect from that. They're trying to hunt for this frag. Animal wants it, but now that's a spike down. That's in Ari's domain. They recover it though, but Kath there in the back line. Benita alone in hell, peeking out, and she'll be sent to where she is, and that's going to be TSM. They lessen the gap. It's down to 2 rounds.
2 rounds away from a tie game. We have a great third map. This is a great series so far. CLG had so many chances to capitalize on the TSM mistakes here. I don't know what to say. I think that CLG is having difficulties kind of taking decision and just going with a call. They're getting stuck in these limbos here where, you know, if they just rolled over TSM, when they decide to do something and commit with it, maybe we could see a different situation with CLG Red on a save round, at least a low buy, trying to go with the knives here with Chobo. She's doing a lot of work, so let's see if she can win this anti-eco. And Spike is going to get planted right away for CLG.
We'll be happy about that. We take an order now. Ari the first. She'll blind out. It should be another kill, but there's actually a blind in response as well. CLG don't have a lot of chances in this, but that might be a little more doable now. They have 2 frags, a 3v3. Kath peeks out, eats some damage. Now she knows where one is, but she has teammates on the site. Suspects Benita. Hunter's Fury up though. Kath can hunt this, but no, she doesn't expect anyone. She knew she was there. What happened? This is sloppy from TSM, and they could lose it as a result. Athena trying to hold on to the spike. Shock dart's getting her off. Benita for that. This is terrible for TSM because they could lose this right here, and they might have to. Emily forced away, holding on to the op. They just got ecoed. There was no investment from CLG, and that's 11.
That's 11, and it's going to be high point for CLG as Benita falls down. Like you mentioned, I think that was key here, where Benita pulling her Hunter's Fury out and getting covered by Animal. Wow, that was great. That was so fast. Things are falling apart for TSM, as you mentioned. So let's see if they can bring it back onto this round. You do not want to let this eco round get the best out of you. Your mental is still in the game, hopefully. You were winning back-to-back rounds. You were coming back. It was a 10-5 at some point, and you still have an operator into your hands. And Emily here trying to hold that C bomb site with their op. But CLG is just doing a repeat of last round, taking mid fast, and they just want to put the spike. They did it with pistols, so they want to do it again with guns this time.
Yeah, TSM again, they're not fighting this. They don't have a way to. No Hunter's Fury. No denial. Kath has a great spot, though, in Garage here. She needs a kill. And she can't get it. Naomi quicker. She had the crosshair placement, but no shot. CLG, they have one in sight. That's Rise holding. And who's quicker? It's Athena. And Emily as well, one with the op. Another, but no, the trade through. Naomi gets it. So a 3-on-3, but look where Zoe is down long. She can make herself a menace here. She can keep them flushed out. The resurrection, though, brings Chobo back into play. And TSM, they need to fight quickly and pinch the site, but Naomi goes huge. 3 already in the round for her. Athena backline trying to fight. She knows there's another one, but can't find the shot, so Chobo wins it. It's just Zoe to keep it off match point, to keep them in this, to keep a chance, and she can't do it. Now, this is such a tough situation for TSM. They would need 4 in the row to take us to overtime, to stay alive in the tournament.
It's tough, but it's doable. I do believe there's a little bit of mistakes coming out of TSM, but I like the way CLG kind of adjusted after that initial, hey, we're going to do the same thing again, but watch out. We're coming back to Garage. Cat falling here was key. It allowed CLG to kind of explode towards that C bump side, really gain some room and momentum. So TSM just need to watch out and not get caught in these situations. They need to do as much as they can to win time and kind of let CLG use the timer and run out of time.
They need to make a change here. Emily body blocked on the dash, so some damage exchange going both ways. CLG Red, they're playing a default, sweating TSM out. This is what they excel at. Emily towards long, wants an early pick. Naomi in the pocket though. She could go big here. One frag, the second as well. CLG, they could do it right here. There's another one behind her though that could get her. That's Ari. She'll find it, but still advantage lies with CLG, and they're redirecting towards the C site. No one can deny this plant. It has to be a retake at disadvantaged odds.
Yeah, and if Benita is able to get control, keep control of that flank, like this could be huge. And she gets the first kill onto Ari. She is getting pressured back by Cat.
Now it just has to be
now,
her.
Yeah, tremendous amount of work here. She needs to win a 1 versus 3. Can she do it, Mimi?
I don't know. It's going to be so hard for her. Her team's life, TSM on the line, but she can't do it. CLG, they take it in 2-1 fashion as they will move on, continue this lower bracket run, and TSM, they're eliminated from the tournament.
Fortunately for the TSM's fan as well as the TSM players, this will be it. But what a showing from them. I did not expect them to be that strong coming in with a fresh roster, but they were able to show us that they can do it, taking out a map from both VIG and CLG, but it's not going to be enough to keep them in the tournament, and we're going to have to say bye to them. But what a display of mental fortitude coming out of CLG, Mimi.
I think that's the biggest factor that you talk about right there, the fortitude, the ability to hold up even when times look tough for CLG. Because for TSM, what's so heartbreaking for them is that both series they lost to knock them out of the tournament were in like the closest possible fashion. 3 maps, every map so close. Remember the game yesterday? Everyone was down to the wire. It was the same here, and TSM, well, they're knocked out. They're not going to be super satisfied with the outcome. I think there could be big things from them in the future.
I'm excited to see that TSM roster get more organized as well as blossom, especially because they have new players. So I'm looking forward to seeing that Zoe, these Emily, just like coming out on the circuit and showing that they're here to play and display. So great Valorant gameplay. And as I say that, we're going to welcome back Yinzu. Hello, girl.
Hello. I just want to say right off the bat, Steph, you are the superior analyst. You got the prediction bang on. It was 2-1 CLG right at the end. I'm sure you believed that the whole way through, right? You didn't doubt them for a second.
No, I have to say, you know, I have to follow my heart, like I mentioned, but also on paper, TSM is just the newer team. I know that CLG is still also scrambling their roster. They only have 3 players signed onto the red squad, but you know, they still have that consistency that TSM just really doesn't. And you know, we can say that they've been together for like 3 weeks max. Well, CLG has been trying to make this work for a little bit longer. So I was confident with my call, but it could have gone either way. TSM was making a case out of that 3rd map.
Yeah, I mean, they really were, and that's why I thought they could do it, because of how close everything had been. I thought they'd be able to squeak over the line, but I guess it's a TSM story where they just fall short in the closest scenarios, because in the map bans, if we go back to it, on paper, they were good maps for TSM, but CLG, they were prepared for it. They came in hot, and they did well to close it out in that 2-1 fashion.
I just want to say, you know, on the subject of TSM and their roster, they, in terms of Ari being on this roster, Arianarchist, she's very much, you know, a stand-in, and I heard that this is also a bit of a trial. From my perspective, Stephanie, I really hope they keep working with her. She brings something very different that I feel like just really isn't there at the moment with some of the other rosters, not just in this scene, but in the overarching North American scene at the moment, because, you know, in the interview we heard yesterday, that she turned up to this team as a last minute stand-in and said, hey, I want to play Viper. I came up with the lineups myself and I'm going to show you guys why this works. And to me, that's so valuable to have on the team.
Yeah, I think Irie is a really great player. The only thing that she needs to is to find that team that really wants to welcome her with open arms. At the moment, you don't know what's going on behind the scene. I don't know what's going on behind the scene, but one thing is for sure is that she's been trying out for a couple of these teams.
Yeah.
So there's definitely something there. The potential is there, but why is it hasn't been working out is the question. When she shows up and is able to really pop up in the server, you know, she can be a great asset, but it's all about team chemistry and teamwork. And like you say, I want TSM to stick with her. I want to see where her potential can be, because I really don't think that we've seen her ceiling yet. So just a matter of did it fit well, that synergy, the voice come, you know, was everyone positive even though they were down? We don't know what happened behind the scene, and they lost 2 maps twice, so we don't know how everything turned out. But Mimi, I hope they do too.
Yeah, I mean, look at her. She's the MVP for this game. She had so much impact on the Phoenix. You talked about her Viper Yinsu, and I adore her Viper. I think that single-handed, not necessarily single-handedly, but she was one of the biggest reasons, if not the biggest reason, pulling out the Viper, that they managed to scrape by on Icebox. There were such close rounds that some of those little factors that came out from Ari could have been what won them that map and made this series so competitive. So I really do hope they give her a chance and continue to stick with her, because while they're out of the tournament, the performance they had was really impressive.
I'm really sad that they're out of the tournament. You know, I feel like I personally didn't get to see as much of them as I'd hoped, but this is very, very promising. I do hope they have some plans, you know, going forward as the VCT sort of Challengers 2 qualifiers are coming up. But for the rest of the teams today, if we can just, you know, quickly talk over this, I think we have a bracket. Well, I hope we have a bracket graphic for you guys. But Steph, you know, at the end of today, we have to say goodbye to TSM. But of course, if we look at the other teams that have gone through, especially in that upper bracket, it does still feel like maybe this is still a Cloud9 white show, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what C9 has in store versus Moon Raccoon, because so far they've had no opposition into all of this event, like from the group play to the qualifier brackets to today. You know, no one really was able to even like put a chip on to that team, and they have a 6-man woman roster, so it's really impressive the way that they're handling everything in that Valorant. So I think Moon Raccoon has a shot of at least showing us a little bit more adversity when it comes to Cloud9. What I'm excited to see that game tomorrow, because guys, we still have so much Valorant in play. Still 2 days. This was only day 2.
That best of 5 is going to be absolutely crazy on Sunday, and I cannot wait. I do believe we have a little bit of a highlight for you guys today, which is our flick of the day presented by AimLab. I think it is ready. I'm not sure which play it is yet, so I'm looking forward to seeing who the production have picked out. Okay, so we're getting some actual flicks here, Mimi.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what this can bring, because, I mean, Zoe, look at that. What a nice adjustment onto the shot there. I feel like I don't even really remember that, because there was so much going on in the series. But, you know, for them, it wasn't quite enough to pull through.
Ooh, not being slowed. It's really cute. I'm going to say that. I've been saying that a lot today, but not slowed down. That flick was AimLab material.
It really satisfied me again that we always get like an actual flick for flick of the day, because so often you sort of see the especially like utilities being pulled out in a game like this when there's a highlight reel. You know, you see the Jet raise a showstopper even all the time. So I really appreciate this flick of the day by AimLab, that we can sort of see the real raw talent from these girls here. Before we just round up, I want to get some last thoughts from both of you, because again, we had 2 teams that had to leave the competition, so we're dwindling down to less and less teams every single day. So Mimi, what was your takeaway today from the games that we saw?
My takeaway today was that CLG surprised me, and that I thought, I mean, my prediction was 2-0 TSM. I think what CLG had in the server today was really impressive. I didn't see too much more coming from them after they got knocked down to the lower bracket. But CLG, they seem to thrive down here, and they found great impact. And I think also I was super impressed with the Moon Raccoons being able to pull off that 2-0, and now going up against C9 White tomorrow. I think that C9 White's still on top of that, but I think that the Moon Raccoons are probably going to give them one of the best runs for their money that they've had quite yet.
And my key takeaway is that every team right now is still figuring out how they want to play this. We're still at the beginning of the Game Changers series because, you know, outside of C9 White, everybody can win over anyone. We saw Dig win over Owa, as you mentioned, in the other stream. So unfortunately, we have to also say bye to them. But I'm really liking the deep run. CLG waking up a little bit, as well as Dignitas waking up a little bit. I always mention these teams are late bracket teams. If you've been here all day, you know it's the third time I say that, but they have the experience to kind of get back that momentum and just like align their gameplay throughout the weekend. And this is the kind of Dignitas, the kind of CLG Red, the kind of teams and teamwork we want to see throughout this bracket.
Well, I just realized because we've been talking about C9 White and Moon Raccoons, but CLG versus Dignitas. I don't even know who I'd back in that one. Maybe Dignitas after, because their game was a little bit more cleaner. But that is definitely going to be a banger, as we like to say over here in Europe. But thank you so much, the two of you, for joining me. It's been a pleasure, and thank you, of course, to our sponsors Verizon and AIM Lab. Always appreciate the interviews and always appreciate the flicks of the day. Of course, thank you to you guys as well at home for tuning in. We will be back here tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern time for the upper bracket finals. We'll see you then.